From 2019 to 2023, significant growth in the number of general education complaints that we have received, a very large number of educator misconduct investigations that have to be overseen by the agency. And we try to do this with as much efficiency as possible, but sometimes we actually have to not investigate simply because we might not triage that case from a resource perspective. So the next topic of conversation is really the topic of analyzing performance at the campus level and more broadly around the state. So slide 40 starts with a belief system that y'all have codified in state law related to our accountability system. In terms of the way that state law works, it really starts with a belief that all students can learn and achieve at high levels. And you find this in many areas of statute and also the sort of cascading implementation of that statute at both the state and local level. You have to really start with a set of high expectations. Y'all have, at the legislature, defined a set of curricular expectations that should be mastered and given the State Board of Education the responsibility to evaluate what students should know and be able to do at any given grade. So on slide 41, there's an example of this. I don't know if many of you spend time examining the TEKS. It is certainly worthy of attention. Here's an example of a third grade math standard. Represent 1- and 2-step problems involving addition and subtraction of whole numbers to 1,000. The policy stance of the legislature of the state of Texas is that every child should be able to do this by the end of third grade. And so the state board has codified that. We then assess that in grades 3 through 9, generally speaking, with the STAR test. So you can see the represent 1- and 2-step problems involving an addition of subtraction of whole numbers is the standard, and there's a question. And the question is designed to ask students to, in fact, not solve that problem, but represent a 1- or 2-step problem using equations. And so you can see the alignment between the assessment that is administered from a statewide perspective to the standards that are adopted by the State Board of Education to the statutes that are adopted by the legislature. This is what is driving the content and evaluation of performance in public education. We have assessed the assessment multiple times at the request of the legislature. In fact, there was a whole commission that examined that, but you can see the most recent results of that on slide 43. The STAR test has been on multiple times determined to be valid and reliable and on grade level. But in addition to the STAR test, we have CCMR indicators, you have graduation rate indicators. There's a host of outcomes measures that are evaluated and rolled up into the A through F system. And the A through F system is predicated on a basic idea that you can't improve what you can't see. And so you want to make sure that you have clear information available for educators, for school boards that are there to hold their teams accountable, and for parents in the advocacy that they do for their students. The A through F is the most recent version of the state's accountability system, but the state's accountability system has been studied. And so the legislature has adopted this not just because it's a good idea, but we have outcomes data that shows that it positively impacts kids. So there was a study done, it was a longitudinal study that tracked kids from third grade until they were in their mid-20s. And one thing that has been proven from the state's investment in having an accountability system is that students not only do better academically, but they end up making more money later on in life because we have a public rating system and public accountability system. So this has been proven. It doesn't make it easy for administrators. I want to assure you it's a difficult leadership challenge, but it does work. Slide 46 gives you the latest information that we have on the accountability system. So as I think many of y'all know, several school districts sued the state to prevent the issuance of A through F ratings in the 22-23 school year, and a Travis County judge did in fact block the issuance of ratings for that year. Due to our duty both under the law and to families and teachers, we're appealing that decision, but the underlying data has been made available to school systems. This week is the week of August 15th. State law asks us to attempt to publish ratings August 15th of each week, so the latest round of ratings for the 23-24 school year would be published on, I think that's Thursday of this week. I have given you a preview of the broad distribution of that data on this slide to show what is the relative distribution of performance of campuses in the state of Texas from the 23 school year to the 24 school year, and you can see, broadly speaking, not a significant change in performance at the campus level across those 2 years. So, but that's the sort of current information that we have on accountability. On Thursday, there'll be, of course, public information on texasschools.gov. You have, I think, a flyer with you that talks about the texasschools.gov website. It's an invaluable resource for families so that they know how well their schools are doing and how they can advocate for their children. I think the last topic that I would share with you is just to broadly report out on school safety practices. The legislature took major action on school safety in the last session, directed the agency to build a school safety team. We have done so. In the last year, we have performed what are referred to as intruder detection audits on 100% of campuses in the state of Texas. We have seen some year-over-year improvements in the safety posture as a result of those IDAs. There are also district vulnerability assessments that happen on campuses around the state to ensure that local practices align with best practices that have been identified from the Secret Service and others on how to keep campuses as safe as possible. So, members, that was a lot. I promised you I'd go very fast. Hopefully I delivered. Happy to take any questions.
All right, first, let the record reflect that Chairman Dutton has joined us on the dais. Welcome. Good to see you, sir. Any questions for Commissioner Morath? We'll go to Representative Allison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner Morath. Can I back up to special education just for a minute?
Yes, sir.
And would you speak to, if you would, for a few minutes about the Supplemental Special Education Services, SSES?
Sure.
Where we stand on that, if the amounts are sufficient, $1,500 or the $5,000, how it's being utilized?
Yeah, great question. So, so SSES is a Supplemental Special Education Services. So, under state law, there's an appropriation that can be made by the legislature. If it is made by the legislature, then what that does is it sets up the ability for parents of students who have an IEP, parents of students who are in special education, can, and the way that we administer it is sort of only one time, so not an every year thing, one time over the life of the student in K-12, can gain access to a $1,500 supplemental services account, which we then administer on their behalf. So they go to our website, they say, I'm a parent of a child. We vet them for that, determine that yes, and then set them up for that account. That account allows them to purchase goods or services that are appropriate to support students in special education. So you can think of, let's say that there's a student with autism, and the parent wanted to try to create some supports at home to maybe like you would think of, say, sensory deprivation supports in a room. You kind of outfit that, or specialized curricular supports for the student. They can also pay for supplemental services, but of course $1,500 you get it one time, so it's not going to pay for services for an extended period of time. But that's generally what we see parents do with that. They will sometimes buy some of the sort of curricular supports, assisted technology, services in support of their students. A lot of stuff to help the students at home outside of school. That's generally how that works. To answer the question of is it enough, no, we have a waiting list. The way that we administer the program is it's one time over the life of the students, and we still actually have a bit of a waiting list for students. I think one of the recommendations coming out of the commission was to set it up so that students would get it automatically once or twice over the life of their K-12 careers. You can see once like primary and once secondary. If there's funding sufficient for that, then we'll of course fund those accounts at those levels.
And this for additional services beyond and above what's provided at the campus or the district level?
That's right. So the district's under the obligation to comply with IDEA. So if the IEP says the student is entitled to that service or support, the district has to provide that student that service or support. These are then supplemental. They go above and beyond what the IEP does. And so this can sometimes be supplemental tutoring. It can be any sort of thing in support of the student that the parent, and it's really parent directed. So
parent directed.
That's correct.
Okay. How about, isn't there a second provision of $5,000 for more acute needs?
Yes, we, on a one-time basis, we were allocated funds. I think these were gear funds, which was sort of the one-time COVID relief funds to the legislature for the most medically at-risk students. I can't remember the exact dollar amount of those, but that was a slightly larger account that was set up on a one-time basis for those students.
What's the utilization been like on that?
I believe it has been lower, but I don't have the data handy, so I'd have to get back to you on that.
Lower because it hasn't been requested by the parents?
Yeah, I mean, I think the short answer is yes, but it may also have a lot to do just with knowledge that the funding exists. 14% of our students are in special education, but the highly medically at-risk student is a very small student population. So the direct marketing is not a core competency of the Texas Education Agency, so it's somewhat difficult for us to ensure that they all know that they are eligible for these services.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Vice Chair Allen.
Thank you. Thank you. Can we go back to slide, the number, overall science?
Science, yep.
Okay.
So yeah, sorry, some of them have numbers and some of them don't.
Right, we can go back to overall grades 3 through 8 in English.
Mm-hmm.
Grades 5 through, is that?
5, 8, and 9,
5,
and
8,
basically 9.
biology, 5, 8, grade 8, history. When we look at the chart there, and it says in grades 3 through 8, 53% of the kids passed the STAR test.
Yeah,
I'm looking at
I think
3
you're
through
looking at
8
the science numbers.
3 through 8. The
Oh,
first
I'm sorry, yeah, 3 through 8 plus the
Mhm.
English 1 and English 2 exam, yes
Yeah.
ma'am. 53% meet grade level.
meet grade level, which means 50%, well, a little, 50%, little under 50% did
Below
not
that.
meet.
That's correct.
So that's half of our children
Yes, ma'am.
who are not passing it. And let's go to math, the 3 through 8 algebra. 41%, when we go to the passing the algebra, which means 60% of our children did not meet standards
In mathematics in
in
particular, yes.
mathematics.
Yeah, and the problem seems to be increasing as the students advance in their grade levels.
Right, I see it. It is, well,
Yeah,
it
you- we
didn't-
did- yeah.
in the algebra, it did not increase. It went from 43 to 41, did not increase.
I think,
All right.
I think that's right.
And then when we go to biology, it's 46% passed and went to 42%.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's over 60%, about 60% of our children who didn't pass biology. Same thing with, I'm just pointing this out, same thing with social studies. So we have 60% overall our kids failing. What do we have planned to increase that? We're talking about getting 100%. On an average scale, 75, if we were just doing nothing, 75% of our children should be passing. So we are behind in many, many, many ways. Cause and effect, tell me what's causing it and what are we gonna do about it?
Yeah, I mean, that is a hugely important and also hugely broad question. Let me offer one very slight clarification. There are 4 proficiency standards that we evaluate. There's what we refer to as does not meet grade level, which is significantly below grade level. Then there's approaches grade level, which is also not at grade level, but it's approaching. Then there's meets grade level and master's grade level. So often, we generally don't use the term passing in STAR, but a lot of people do. The state standard for passing is typically thought of as the approaching standard, or I'd see like local standards. When people say passing, they typically use approaching, but it is in fact still below grade level. So that's just a minor clarification to the point. I mean, I think the question of what policymakers should pay attention to, what schools do, what do we do to improve outcomes for students? This is the question. We broadly at the agency have a strategic plan that focuses on 4 key priority areas. Recruit, support, retain teachers and principals. All the law and the profits hang on what happens in that classroom bell to bell. And so the work that we do to ensure that we are very focused on recruiting the best and brightest, training them both initially and then never stopping to support their growth, retaining them in the profession, and of course making sure that they have school leaders that are similarly skilled and effective. This is something that is worthy of attention. So this is our first key priority as an agency in the support of students. We also think from a systems perspective, focusing in the early grades and the early years to make sure that students have a strong academic foundation. A lot of problems in mathematics, for example, manifest because students have not actually memorized the times tables. And those chickens come home to roost by the time you get to algebra, and this becomes a significant cognitive drain on students over time. So making sure that early years curriculum, early grades curriculum, early years focus is as strong as possible is something for us that we focus on. Then on the other end of the spectrum in high school, making sure that the high school experience is really engineered not to have kids coast to the end, but to launch off into what comes next, to connect high school to career and college. And then last but not least, making sure that we are as strategic and targeted as possible, intervening where there is areas of low performance, so we can try to change that performance trajectory as quickly as possible. These are the 4 key priorities that we operate on over and over and over and over again, which generally we think is wise also from a policymaking lever to pay attention to. But there are many other things. There's a host of identified best practices, investments that we can make both as practitioners and then as policymakers, and I think that is the work of this committee.
Those are some good progressive answers there, but we're not going to blame the students for not being prepared.
Of course not.
I'm thinking about what we are doing as educators.
That's right.
To improve this test scores, and this is not. These test scores are well, the number of kids passing the test over a period of time, a long period of time. So, and I noticed that the data was not disaggregated data, and we only took grades 3 through 8. We left out 10, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that's data we were not presented with this morning. I know these are the grades that take the test, that part of the test, but there are students graduating, and the word passing is used when those kids get ready to graduate from high school. They must pass the STAR to graduate. So that is the word we should keep in. The other thing that I'd like to see is disaggregated data. What
Yes, ma'am.
percentage of your minorities, by ethnic group, by gender?
Yes, ma'am.
And why didn't we focus on those today?
We actually, it's in the appendix of your deck.
It's
So
in
if you
the
go
appendix.
if you go to the end, you'll see there's a whole host of ways that the data can be sliced. I think for the speed of the presentation, I put those in the appendix, but I'm happy to discuss those in detail. So if you go to about the 4th from the last page, you'll see RLA grades 3 through 8 and English 1 and 2. Unfortunately, the appendix pages aren't numbered, but you'll notice there's Asian students, white students, Hispanic students, African American students, and what their breakdown is. This is what it looks like towards the very, very end of the deck. What it looks like. You also have a couple of pages before that. You have it broken down by economically disadvantaged, by emergent bilingual, which is the state's term for kids who don't speak English at home, and for special education. So we do have all of this information disaggregated 6 ways to Sunday, and it's all available on our website. We want to try to provide as much information as possible for the committee.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, I want to go back to school safety.
Yes, sir.
Seems like a pretty important topic that we kind of glanced over. Reading through your slide, it seems to me that the agency has done a pretty good job at identifying hardening of schools. One of the things I particularly get a lot of feedback on is funding for
Yes, sir.
All of these things, and then, you know, you and I both know the budget. We had some money for school safety and supplemental, and we had some in the budget, and there was a lot of miscommunication from school districts, with school districts rather. How much complaint are you getting about school safety measures being underfunded?
It's a good question. Let me answer the question in two different buckets. There is what you would think of as one-time investments in physical plant infrastructure, and then there's ongoing investments related to safety staff. We are unaware of current weaknesses in the one-time area. The legislature invested over 2 or 3 cycles, nearly $2 billion in facilities upgrades over a number of years, certainly over $1 billion in the last cycle. We asked schools to identify all of their physical plant needs. We then targeted the grant funding to fill those, and every request was funded. So that's the one-time category, which I think is good news on the financial side. The ongoing expenditures, I think, is more worthy of y'all's attention. The statute requires some approach to armed safety personnel on campuses. The statute allows districts different approaches in terms of how they would do this. What we have done is we've talked to some districts, and in some cases the approach that they had is a very tiered approach. They have economies of scale. They have different kinds of safety personnel, and they pay them at differing wages. And in those districts, generally, they seem to be okay. But that's sort of a minority of districts in terms of what they were able to do from a force posture perspective and what they did. If you have an actual sworn peace officer on every single campus in Texas, well, a sworn peace officer is going to run you north of $80,000 from salary plus, you know, benefits, training, TRS, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so the portion of the FSP that is devoted to school safety allotment funding is generally not going to cover that particular management decision if a district makes it. So this is, I think, worthy of attention for y'all as you consider tweaks to this finance formulas as to whether or not you would increase that annual expenditure to cover their ongoing safety labor costs.
Well, given the facts you just stated about the cost of a sworn officer and actually the feasibility, particularly in rural districts,
Yeah.
of finding that that personnel, do you have any data or are you tracking any data about how many school districts have adopted Guardian Plan versus the Marshall Plan, and how school districts are actually complying with the statute the legislature set forward for armed personnel on campus?
That is a good question. I don't think we know the
That is
answer.
a political answer.
I
I know it's a good question.
Yeah. I don't think we actually have the data to answer your question, but I'm not 100%. So I'll go back to my team and find out if we have information on a Guardian Plan or Marshall Plan adoption at the LEA level, and then whether we have any additional information on what their actual sort of staffing patterns look like.
Well, I think it's important that we identify that if we're supposed to put a number,
Yes, sir.
on how to fully fund what the legislature set out in the last session, if we don't know how school districts are complying or seeking to comply with the law we already passed, it's a little hard to put a number on it. The other thing that has concerned me for a long time, and I think it concerns this committee, is this ongoing costs that you mentioned that we currently aren't funding, such as mental health and identifying students that are in trouble before they become a shooter. The legislature, while we put over $2 billion into school safety based on hardening schools, but what have we done? When I look through your dealing with the behavioral threat assessments,
Yes,
I would
sir.
think that would be the column that we're trying to identify troubled students that could potentially become a shooter.
Yes, sir. That's the behavioral threat assessment. It's a practice that emerged 30 plus years ago based upon a lot of research into this and then learned practice emerged out of Secret Service as a set of practice recommendations. It can typically be done with existing school personnel, but it has to be done. There's a sort of a right way and a wrong way to do this. What our school safety team, big kudos to our Chief of School Safety, John Scott, who is former Secret Service himself. What we have begun doing is providing technical assistance and then also sort of regulatory requirements related to how to conduct those behavioral threat assessments. So we are seeing a slow and steady increase in the quality with which that practice is being implemented. When that practice is implemented well, not only does it reduce, sort of identify an individual before they may commit an action against others, but one of the findings related to behavioral threat assessments is that suicides actually decline as well, because you find those and then can intervene. And then what it requires, this behavioral threat assessment is a point in time. There's information that has come in, it has to be evaluated and then discerned. But then you have to case manage that student on an ongoing basis. This is where things, you're undoubtedly familiar with the Twitter, not the website, but the thing that emerged out of Texas Tech, which is a support for case management work, that's some telehealth programs. So that has been scaled by the legislature. It's not called Twitter anymore, it's called something else. But so that has been a helpful capacity support, especially for our small rural districts. But we still have ways to go, I think, to be executing consistently across all campuses.
So the telehealth program,
Yep.
it was woefully underutilized.
T-Chat, that's what it's called now. Yep.
When T-Chat came about, and I know there's other programs out there school districts are that are available to school districts to adopt, but T-Chat in particular was very underutilized at the time of Uvalde. Have we seen an increase on school districts adopting mental health services through telehealth?
I don't know. We don't actually, because that's administered by another organization, we don't have the performance data in terms of usage levels. But I have to assume that either the coordinating board or the Texas, that consortium that administers it should have some evidence of whether usage has increased in recent years.
Okay. On the mental health front and just ongoing costs to school safety, because, all these numbers and performance and all that is, valuable information is something everybody is concerned with, but if we don't have a safe learning environment, it's a little hard for any of those numbers to increase. So will the agency have a recommendation on funding for particularly for these ongoing costs that create a safe learning environment?
I think you may be asking whether we have specifically an exceptional item. I don't know, but we are happy to talk in detail with you about what we know of practice and need to arrive at some sort of recommendation for you.
Thank you. I look forward to it.
Yep.
We'll go to Representative Harrison, we'll come back to Representative Schaefer.
Hey, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for being here today. Want to start off on something that definitely gets, probably appropriately, the lion's share of attention here, funding overall. It's been alleged and asserted ad nauseum, and this term has thrown around a lot of underfunding, that we've underfunded public education in the state of Texas. And there's a lot of focus, and there was a lot of focus in some of the opening remarks this morning on the basic allotment. How much is the basic allotment?
$61.60 per ADA.
So $6,100 roughly per ADA, right?
Yes, sir.
Is that all the funding that our schools are getting per pupil?
No, sir. If you turn to slide 15, which is also in the annual report, we've tried to provide a breakdown. The school finance formulas are quite complex.
Yes, they are.
And there's the running joke is there's only about 5 people that understand the school finance formulas, and 4 of them probably work for me. So what this attempts to do is to try to provide some degree of clarity as to all of the pieces of the puzzle. So M&O, which most people think of as the ongoing funding that schools receive, averages, at least in the 21-22 school year, was $10,358 per pupil.
Right.
So that's obviously not 6160.
No, right.
And if you look at even the size of the way that pie chart is sliced up, you'll notice that the basic allotment actually does not even represent the majority of funding that school systems receive.
Yeah, it looks like it's less than half. I'm looking at slide 14, actually, that you handed out in your presentation on school finance, if the pagination is correct. And so if it's at 6,100, I drew kind of a black line here. Does that look about right? That would be the basic allotment would be relative to the total
Yeah,
funding?
that sounds right. Yeah.
So I want to make sure I'm seeing this correctly here, because there's so much focus on the basic allotment, but that is far from incomplete. And again, not even by your testimony here, not even half of the funding we're talking about per pupil. This looks like to me the per pupil funding in the most recent data in your slide deck was right at $15,000 per student. I just want to, is that correct?
That's
Am I
right. If
reading
you
that?
think about what the taxpayers are spending per pupil, it
Right.
is about 15 grand per kid.
And I'm looking at it just on this chart for the folks who can't see. It's the far left here where my finger is. Has this number ever been higher in the history of the state of Texas?
No.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you. And in fact, if I'm reading this correctly, it looks like that would be about a over 40% increase since the left side of the chart around 2011. Is that also correct?
I'll take your word for it. I didn't actually do that math. You're looking at 10,000
Actually, if you go on the
versus
far right side of
14.
your chart that your
Yeah,
staff may have, it looks like
oh,
42%.
42, there you go.
Okay,
Sorry,
very
40,
good,
there you
okay.
go, 42%.
So
yes,
right,
sir.
right. Got some staff to
Yeah.
fact check us here. So yeah, so since 2011, it is correct per TEA that we have increased per student funding in the state of Texas by 42%. Is that correct?
That's right, and one other thing to bear in mind is you've had enrollment growth that has occurred during that same time period, so the total spending
How
increase-
much over the time period?
500,000 kids. I'd have to look it up. I don't know.
As a percentage, is that single digit growth?
I don't think so. We do have that state. I just don't. But the broader point being is not only has per pupil increased, but as your pupil count increases, total spending increases pretty markedly.
Sure, but I think dramatically more than the growth in attendance, right?
Well, and this, of course, this is agnostic to the number of students.
Correct,
It's
correct. But let's
42%.
assume student growth of, I think a high estimate, 10 to 15%. I think it's lower than that. But 10
Yeah.
to 15%, let's on the really high side, I think it's
Yeah.
single digits. A growth in spending of 42% would still be a 3 or 4x increase over enrollment growth. Is that accurate?
Oh, yes, yes, sir.
Thank you. Very helpful. Thank you. And there's one of your charts in here really resonated with me because I'm very concerned to make sure that we are in Texas prioritizing what your data show is the most powerful variable in terms of educational attainments. And that's our teachers. Your
Yes, sir.
chat right here slows. That's clearly the most important variable, right?
Yep.
What percentage, or roughly, of the 42% that we've increased funding in public education has made its way to the classrooms in terms of teacher salaries and benefits?
The way you phrased that question was the percentage of the increase that is spent, which I definitely don't know the answer of. I think writ large, if you look at M&O and you isolate just at teacher salaries
Yeah.
in M&O, it's, depending upon the district, it's anywhere from 40 to 50% of the district's budget.
Of their total budgets.
Of their M&O,
Right.
of their M&O budget.
But that wouldn't quite be responsive to the question of the
Yeah,
growth.
that's correct.
Right. If we've increased to 42%, what percent of that 42% ended up in the classroom?
The answer is definitely knowable. I don't know it, but we can do that analysis.
I've
for
got,
you.
no, it's okay. And the data that I'm familiar with shows it being less than about 13%. Does that track as like in the ballpark?
I think it's in the realm of possible.
Okay.
I'd have to
Yeah.
check.
Thank you very much. And I want to bring this back, and I'll close it here, and echo what my colleague, Representative Allen, mentioned a second ago, which is educational attainment. Because I'm really concerned when I look at these numbers. If you look at per your data, if I'm doing my math right, starting in 22, the overall math attainment for grades 3 through 8 in Algebra 1, and sorry, I don't have a page number to point you to, but
Yep.
it looks like the students, if you go, who meet or exceed, so meet or master's grade level for Algebra 1, grades 3 through 8, was 40%, I'm sorry, I'm going to go 23, sorry, forgive me. 43% in 2023, if I add those two together, 25 plus 18, and then the top two in 2024 is 41%.
That's right.
That is right. So less than 1 in 2 students is at or above grade level in Algebra 1, grades 3 through 8 in Texas.
That's correct.
And it's gone down from 43 to 41, even in the most recent school year. I want to bring those two together because it looks to me like, despite the fact that spending has increased at astronomical rates, and according to your testimony, which I'm grateful for today, is the highest it's ever been in the state of Texas, educational outcomes are actually declining. So what should we read in terms of a correlation between educational spend and educational outcomes, if any? Because it looks to me like it's
Yeah.
inverse and going the wrong way.
There are some studies broadly on the subject of the relationship between funding in public education and outcomes. There was a recent study out of Harvard that analyzed this with regard to the significant infusion of resources for federal funds. There's some studies prior to that that showed similar results. And I'm gonna get this directionally correct, but some of these numbers
Yep.
might be off. But it's for every $1,000 of additional per pupil spending. If it's sort of broad-based per pupil spending, it's a 0.07 standard deviation increase in outcomes. It's there is some effect, but it's an extraordinarily small effect on an overall basis.
And while admittedly it's a short time period, at least analyzing the last year that data was available for, we did have, it would be correct to say that we did have a significant increase in per pupil spending, and we are in fact realizing a decline in student outcome, at least in mathematics. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you, Chair.
All right, Representative Schaefer.
Thank you, Gina. Commissioner, Republicans and Democrats seem to fight on nearly every issue on public education, except for the idea of improving our vocational programs in public schools. It's a bright spot for bipartisanship. We have passed a number of new mechanisms the last couple sessions, one in plumbing that allows a student to actually have a license in plumbing by the time they graduate high school. Last session, we passed the electrical and HVAC programs. I've been very involved with those, as you know, and one of the concerns I have has been the speed of implementation from the adult's perspective and what we're doing. Can you give some general comments as to what you see as our challenges when it comes to implementing new vocational programs in public schools?
Great question, sir. Focusing at the lens of the high school, because in order for this to change, it has to change high school by high school. So one thing to bear in mind is you got, 2,000 high schools, 1,500 high schools. So tomorrow, one of them could pop up and launch a new plumbing program, but it could be nowhere near you or anyone that, there's some problem of like assessing this at scale. But when a school system has to adopt and a high school wants to go through some kind of curricular change so that they can offer, say, a plumbing pathway. One, you have to identify that we want a plumbing pathway. Somebody has to make the decision, yep, we want a plumbing pathway. So the principal, superintendent, somebody in a position of leadership needs to say, we want a plumbing program, because that's sort of the first step. Then you have to identify the changes in the master schedule, so how do I set up the courses? What are the curricular resources that we use in freshman, sophomore, junior, senior? Who are our partners? Because you generally need to work with plumbers on this, so plumbing companies. And of course, there's a decent number of districts that do a lot of internal work, so sometimes they can partner with themselves from a construction perspective, but you do need to have some kind of vocational opportunity for the kids to actually work in. So you have to find those in your community, those kind of key business partnerships. You then have to find the plumbing instructors. And so the school systems can hire people on a part-time, kind of contract basis to come in and teach, which is generally a wise practice, especially for this kind of person. But it's one thing being a plumber, it's another thing like teaching 17-year-olds how to be plumbers. So we have to sort of support them in doing that effectively. Then there are capital costs associated with the launch of the program. So generally to do a plumbing program, you're going to have to get some plumbing equipment. And then there's the consumable costs. So you bend a pipe. Well, you've done that. Okay, we're done with that pipe. I need another pipe. So there's those ongoing consumables costs to offer it. So those are your sort of significant implementation challenges at the local level to adopt these programs. And then add on to that, you can do all of that, and students still actually need to choose to enroll in the program. And so you generally sit down with a bunch of eighth graders or whatnot and say, hey, why don't you try this program and try to grow your program much like you would grow an FFA program. You grow sort of any kind of extracurricular activity to build student enthusiasm in it. So like that's the work, and it's a lot of implementation work, campus by campus by campus by campus.
Do you see that being a priority for the agency going forward?
Yes, we have. Y'all have provided grant funding for this kind of thing in the past. So one of the initiatives that you provide funding for, it's not a large amount of money statewide. It's I don't know $3 or $6 million a year is P-TECH launches, and so this is to help basically provide a planning support team to a high school principal to go through and think through and walk through all of those steps. Yep. So you could probably get more of these programs by providing essentially more seed funding to help districts do that. If, as a policy matter, if there are certain industries that you want to see more of, you likely need to write that into your grant components as well legislatively, because it's much easier to implement certain trades programs than others, but certain trades programs are much more valuable than others. And so unless there's some sort of differentiation in resource support or some tilting towards some of the skilled trades, it tends to be easier to do sort of non-skilled trades.
One of the challenges that I've seen is that from a government perspective, those in your agency, those in our universities, those in our administrative positions in our public schools come out of academia and non-trade professions. And so they don't speak the language, they don't understand where the rubber meets the road for how you get this stuff done. And so I think one of the challenges for government is to reach out and find that tradesman who's got the bad back now, wants to keep going, pull them into state government positions of leadership to educate us on how to implement this, because I think we have a communication problem where we're saying this is valuable, but the people who are in charge of implementing it from the government side have no real-world experience in the trades. And so we've got to get people who've actually turned a wrench for a living, showing us what needs to be done, rather than trying to tell them what needs to be done. And, Mr. Chairman, that's all I've got. Thank you for
Yes,
that.
sir.
Chairman Hefner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, can you dig into the enrollment staying flat, into those details a little bit? Is that, are we having less kids in Texas, or are the kids going to school somewhere else, private or homeschool, or what do we think is happening there?
We're having less babies. So I don't have this chart in this presentation, but we have another legislative hearing in one of the chambers. We have the data on the number of 4-year-olds. So 4-year-olds are 4-year-olds, regardless of where they may end up in school. And over the last 5 years, I think there's been a decline of something like 40 to 60,000 in that cohort. So there are fewer children being born, and as a result, it's a sort of a negative enrollment bubble working its way through. So we still actually are attracting a lot of inbound migration, but demographically, there was a significant decline in birth rates as a result of the countrywide that was observed after the Great Recession. This is 2009 to 2011, and so there's a bit of a negative enrollment bubble from that. There was somewhat of a recovery, and then post-COVID, a significant decline in birth rates.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Hinojosa.
Thank you, Chairman. I first want to disagree with my colleague, Representative Schaefer, about Republicans and Democrats disagreeing on everything for public education, because actually, some of my best allies in public education are Republican PTA moms. So I just really have challenges with some of the ones y'all send over here to represent your districts. But I wanted to address the funding issue that Representative Harrison brought up and make sure that we are all of the understanding that we're dealing with dollars that have been impacted by inflation, just like our commissioner addressed before. And while teacher pay raises have gone up, and while there's some more money that's in the system, that money isn't addressing the giant increase in inflation that we all have experienced. And in fact, the Legislative Budget Board shows that in inflation-adjusted dollars, funding has dropped $590 per student over the last 10 years. I'd also like to point out that the chart you all were talking about, page 14, 14 and 15, that $15,000 amount includes things like bonds and funding that is not maintenance operation, and also that with a growth in our charter school population, those kids get about $1,000 more per student for operations, right? So there's a lot to unpack in this chart, but bottom line, those of us who support our public schools understand that our schools are desperate for money. I've spoken many times about my son not getting a 5th grade teacher, about my high schooler not getting a science teacher, about my high schooler losing his college counselor, his junior year of college. These were all money issues. And if we're going to attract and retain the best teachers in the classroom, which is the most important thing we can do as government to educate our kids, then we need to pay teachers their worth.
Chairman Dutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going back to slide 4 and the enrollment. I think somebody mentioned it earlier. And it seems to almost be flat. But does that reflect the kind of students we have now?
It's a fascinating question. So if you, let me unpack that the way I understand the question. So not all of our students generate the same level of funding.
Right.
So you think about a student in special education, you have to provide dedicated supports to it. They generate slightly higher weights. Students that are eligible for a free or reduced lunch generate slightly higher weights. So one thing you will note later on in the deck is that the special education student enrollment count is way up. And so even though the aggregate student count is about the same, some of the students that, some of the populations of students that tend to draw slightly higher levels of per pupil funding are in fact up. So economically disadvantaged, the rate of economically disadvantaged students has, I think, plateaued a bit, and we're in the 60s, low 60s. But special education has seen a significant increase. So it's a slight shift in the nature of the student population.
Well, let me ask a question this way. Would it be fair to assume that the percentage of students of color, while the overall projection seems to be flat, the percentage of students of color actually increases?
So on slide 2, there's a pie chart of students the student population size broken out by race. You'll see 53% of students in Texas public schools are Hispanic, 26% are white, 13% are African American. There was a very significant shift in the demographic mix that occurred over about a 20 to 30 year span, significantly increasing the enrollment of a Hispanic student population. In recent years, that it's not stopped, but the mix is not shifting nearly as much year over year over year as it did, say, in the 90s or 2000s.
And those would it be fair to assume that those students are more costly to educate?
The percentage of low-income students rose from 40% to 60% over about a 25-year span, from the late 90s to a few years ago. But we reached the range from 59 to 62 in about the last 5 or 6 years, and that has not materially changed in the last few years. But again, in the 90s, it was probably in the mid 40s, not the low 60s, in terms of the percentage of economically disadvantaged students.
So if the cost of education index were applied to a particular demographic of students, you would see a remarkable difference in those students, number one. And over time, would you also see a huge gap in terms of the cost of educating those students?
I don't know that I have an answer to your question. The legislature has identified differing levels of funding that school systems are entitled to for students of differing needs. But I think your question is also, are those differing levels of funding even sufficient as currently understood for those
Yes.
differing levels of needs? This, for those of you that were around in the run-up to House Bill 3, whenever that was, 2017, 2018, so there was a year-long school finance question that essentially attempted to answer this question as to what's an adequate level of funding writ large, what is an adequate level of funding as it differs by student groups, and my sense of the commission's work is that it's an unknowable answer. There's not a known answer to that question. Actually, Chair King was on that, so if you have a better memory or a different memory, I defer to him. But we see a high degree of variance in outcomes, even with identical funding levels and identical student demographics. So there's clearly managerial differences that can have a significant impact on the quality of outcomes, keeping funding levels flat. As I noted, there's broad evidence that there is some relationship between aggregate levels of funding and aggregate levels of outcome, but the dollar value that's needed and the amount of funding that's gained from a broad-based infusion of resources is, it's about $1,000 per kid and 0.07 standard deviations. However, there are interventions that are known to be much more cost-effective. So the legislature, for example, has set up a program called ADSI, the Additional Day School Year. We have effect size data on that shows it's really remarkable, and it's much cheaper, say, than $1,000 per kid. So there's reason to believe that targeted investments in money can get you a much bigger ROI than sort of broad-based investments.
And would it be fair to say that spending on early childhood development has the greater effect on outcomes?
Yeah, there's a guy, a Nobel laureate, Hickman, something like that, that has a bunch of analysis on the ROI related to specific early childhood investments. He's relatively convinced that there's pretty strong ROI over it, but the nature of the early childhood investments also matters. It's sort of what you're doing that matters a great deal. But there's some reason to believe that there's really high ROI in some of those investments. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman.
Mayor?
Yes,
one
Dr.
quick-
Allen.
Looking at the decline in enrollment, and you say, are there less children, in the future there are less children being born, so we'll probably have a decline. Did you look at, on the other end of the spectrum, did you look at dropout rates? How many kids dropped out this year from lack of interest in school or whatever the reason for dropping out? I didn't see that mentioned.
Yeah,
in the
we do
report.
have that data. There's an aspect of that data on this particular slide, which shows that the 4-year high school graduation rate is about 90%. That's not the same as the dropout rate is
No,
10%,
it's not.
because some of those kids graduate in 5 years or 6. We generally keep track of it. You ask us to keep track of dropout rates. We have all that data, and we can tell, at least starting in 7th grade, when students leave public education and what the reason is.
I know, but I wanted a number this year or the year before, whichever, on the number of dropouts. What's the dropout rate for the state of Texas?
Unfortunately, I don't have that off the top of my head. We can track that down and get that for you.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman King.
Yeah, Commissioner, I just want to go back and clarify the total spend per student and what that actually means. The last 6
Really?
years,
Really?
you've seen, we've had increases in identifying the number of dyslexic students.
Yes, sir.
We've had increases in TIA and grants. We've had comp ed increases, CTE increases. Those are not basic allotment increases.
That's correct.
And so, given the discussion we've all had over the inflation and what dollars look like versus 6 years ago. With all of those increases, are we better off today than we were 6 years ago?
Are you asking, is the current level of M&O funding per pupil today higher than it was on an inflation-adjusted basis?
Yes.
Is that,
Well, kind of. That, yeah, that's a great.
so I think the short answer to the question is no. And it depends on which year you index inflation to, because inflation changes. We may, in fact, year over year, the answer may be yes, because inflation has come down quite a bit, and there was a significant fusion.
but
If you go back to the big spike in inflation that happened during COVID, that was when we began to be sort of potentially out of kilter with keeping pace with inflation.
So I guess my point is, when you look at the basic allotment, and I think there's some confusion about what the basic allotment is and what it can do. The basic allotment, school districts tend to want an increase in the basic allotment because it's the allotment that raises all ships, right?
Yes, sir.
It's the allotment that has the discretionary funding for maintenance and operation, correct?
Yes, sir.
So all of these increases without increasing the basic allotment and the inflationary problems we've had the last 6 years don't allow for more discretion within the school district and the local elected officials to spend money on things like teachers without grants and TIA and funding, but just a local investment in your teachers and the maintenance and operation of your district largely depends on the increase to the basic allotment.
Yeah, I would offer maybe there's one additional area that's worth paying attention to, which is the Tier 2 yield, which has significantly increased and is in statute kind of indexed to inflation. It's a little more complicated than that. So that has been increasing, and that is entirely discretionary in a district's budget, so they can use that however they want.
Do you remember what was the percentage the basic allotment was raised in House Bill 3 from where it was previous?
I don't remember. I don't know.
If I recall, it was around $5,800 prior.
I'll
and we
take your
raised
word for it. That sounds right.
$6,160.
Yeah.
Have we raised it based on the index of inflation? Have we kept up with the basic allotment on an inflationary standpoint?
The basic allotment has not been changed since 2019. So assuming there's been inflation since 2019, no.
I'm relatively sure there has been.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner.
More questions? Representative Allison.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, I'd like to take you back and talk just for a moment about transfers.
Yes, sir.
And specifically, we've had a PEG grant program for a number of years. Whereby a student in a low-performing school can transfer to a performing school, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. But I also understand it's been seriously underutilized.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Why is that?
I don't actually know the answer to the question because a decent number of these inter-district transfers inside the 230,000 count that you see on slide 3, and then there's an unknown number of intra-district transfers, which is sizable because we just don't track the data. I think a decent number of those would theoretically be qualified as PEG grant transfers as well, and folks don't go through the application process. It may be because the funding is limited. It may be because the paperwork is sort of burdensome. I would have to do some more research to find out.
But there are intra-district transfers that are taking place that aren't utilizing the PEG grant money, correct?
Yeah, we believe that there are intra-district transfers that are happening that likely fit the same category as PEG grant transfer. They're just not called that because they're not reported to us in that way.
I know that one of the districts in there is Antonio, that school district is doing that.
Yes, sir.
Intra-district, allowing students from low performance schools to transfer to a performance campus.
That's right. It's not, the PEG grant is required when somebody asks you, but it's not required to have an intra-district sort of choice framework, but there's a decent number of districts that do that.
PEG grant can also be utilized for inter-district, from one district to another.
I think that's true. I'm not a PEG grant expert, but I think that's true.
Can you make any recommendations or suggestions how that
I can, maybe not right now. So let me do some research on it and then get back to you. Transportation funding often pops up as an issue of getting from one campus that you're close to a campus that you're slightly further away from. So that could be something where you modify the structure of the pay grant to allow for it to sort of automatically flow extra transportation funding. That could be a fairly simple solution if you need to do some cost analysis.
Also a factor that the students actually like the neighborhood school, like the local school is stable.
That can certainly be true. Yes. There's actually been some research on how willing parents are to travel, how far there's willing to travel to better schools, but there's only so much travel and so much travel. Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Things like this, it's critically important to be very help me with the definition. What for differences projections for spending for they are sitting on.
Very fair. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chair.
Chairman Dutton.
Commissioner, I know we talked about the state actually funding certain districts that funding certain kinds of students in the district. Do we know how much the districts actually spend on those students?
I'm sorry, say it one more time.
We fund districts based on certain categories of students sometimes, sped students.
Yeah, certainly, yes.
Do we have any data that indicates how much they spend on those students?
Yeah, I think the answer to your question is yes, although it's a really complicated accounting picture. So for SPED in isolation, we actually provided you that data in this deck. It's page 26. This shows the level of special education expenditures. These are the orange columns inside of districts. And special education expenditures essentially have to be on SPED students. And then the bluish columns is the level of dedicated SPED revenue that the districts receive.
Which category?
This
Which
is what
slide?
it looks like. Slide 26, it's
26, okay.
unlabeled, but slide 27 happens to be labeled, so I can tell what page number it is.
So does it, so it reflects what we, the legislature allocates
That's right.
to them. But I guess my question is, do we have something that shows what districts actually spend on those students? Or are we
Yeah.
comfortable that they spend what we send them? And to what extent does an independent district spend more than that?
Yeah, so each district's, in the long run, each district spends exactly what we give them. They can add fund balance or decrease. I think your question, though, is much more like targeted spending. If we're giving you money for economically disadvantaged kids, how confident are we that that money is being spent on economically disadvantaged kids?
Yes.
So some of the dedicated spending components of the foundation school program formulas come with a spending requirement. You have to spend at least 50% or 70% or something on whatever that is. And so we were real confident that those spending requirements are being met in every district, but there's still a lot of variance. If you have to spend at least 50% on it, well, that means you can spend 50% on something else. So there's some flexibility that in some of these formula components related to spending. Itemizing out how a district budget's built. All the districts report their budgets and their annual financial statements to us. You can go through a detailed sort of managerial accounting, financial accounting exercise and try to get some picture of it. There's a wide degree of variety in terms of how spending of those supplemental funding streams land for different students, even in different campuses.
So we can be comfortable that districts aren't spending less than what we're requiring.
You can be comfortable that the spending requirements written in the statute are definitely being met. So in the area of special education, they're actually spending more than their special education funding allotment on special education expenditures. But they clearly have to be spending something else to supplement that, and that's coming from something else. That could be coming from their basic allotment. That could be coming from the comp ed allotment. Many of these students are, in fact, low income. But again, different districts are making radically different spending decisions, and so I don't know that there is one common answer to the question.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Commissioner, when we look at the student outcome data, we see in 21 that it hits bottom compared to the pre-COVID. Then 21 to 22, we see it increase, sort of the rebound effect. And then we depending on, even when you go to the granular data in the appendix, you can see that it tends to trail off in some
sorry.
instances.
Can you say that again?
Yeah.
There was some distraction.
Yeah. When you look at the data about student performance in all the indicators on all the slides, you see in 21, we sort of hit bottom.
Yes, sir.
In between 21 and 22, it increases. Then it begins to plateau. Independent of which chart, how granular it is, they nearly all look the same. Is there any connection, do we have any data that shows the impact of our high-quality tutoring efforts as the COVID recovery? Again, how much of that rebound is natural rebound because kids are in school more versus the impact of that. I know we had a very small ratio, high-quality programs, and we sort of expanded that. Is there any data on that?
The answer is ish. We have evidence both from Texas level performance and sort of other state performance about specific models of tutoring and when they are implemented and how well they work. And that evidence is strong enough to sort of see significant gains. We also have some district level where districts have shared extra information with us and seen notable impact from their tutoring efforts. But writ large, the implementation of the statutory requirement to engage in targeted high-dose tutoring, which was then sort of tweaked in the subsequent session, the data collection associated with specific managerial choices that districts are making on those is lagging. So we're still, I think, probably 2 years out from having the ability to differentiate this district did this, and you can see this amount of accelerated growth, and this district did this, and you can see this amount of accelerated growth. So because the data needed to make those determinations didn't start with the start of the tutoring process statewide.
Okay. And if we look at, just for instance, reading language arts, and of course these are aggregated, they're not broken down. Let's take third graders, for instance. And let's say they are 50%, roughly 50% that are, I would say on this would be approaches, correct?
That line is meets. This actually gives you the third grade
Yeah.
data broken down.
But
46% meet grade level.
Yeah. So
in reading.
a strategy to improve that. I mean, I think no one up here says that that's where we ought to be. The importance of that metric in terms of future student success is pretty much undeniable. The solutions to that must take place before third grade, I would guess.
That's correct.
I know we've looked at things. I know Chairman Dutton had a bill last session that looked at reading and children failing to be on grade level that provided other options for parents to get high-quality assistance outside, and we couldn't get that done. What are the options? And we'll get into this, I think, probably tomorrow more, but what are, this is kind of, it's concerning.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I think your charge tomorrow, and the committee will delve deep in this, so not to steal thunder from that discussion, but you have to have high-quality instructional materials that are based on evidence, and so that's going to be foundational literacy instruction, think phonics, handwriting, spelling, but it's also going to be stuff that's designed to grow the vocabulary knowledge of kids, so what they're reading, or in that age range, what they're hearing from the teacher in a read aloud. Then you have to have teachers that are supported, solid, what we refer to as Tier 1 instruction. This is, I got 20 kids in a class, good first instruction on that content. So teachers have to be very well trained on how to deliver an evidence-based phonics instruction, but also on those materials, how to deliver evidence-based instruction using rich vocabulary, rich texts. And then you have to sort of constantly monitor what's happening. So if the classroom door closes and everything is phenomenal in one classroom, that's great. If in another classroom, the classroom closes and it's a completely different lived experience, that's less great. And so this requires districts to have strong systems of instructional leadership. You want some sort of like pulse check along the way, some preliminary diagnostics in K through 3 on those foundational literacy and vocabulary growth. And then where students are not gaining the way you would want them to gain in K through 3 on those foundational, then you managerially intervene. You bring your pros from Dover into that classroom or that school to strengthen practice.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Members, any more questions? Okay. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, members.
Just a reminder that registration for witnesses will close at 3 p.m. Also, there's an overflow room at E2 012. E2 012. And so we'll move on to the first charge. Charge number 1 is monitor the agencies and programs under the committee's jurisdiction to oversee the implementation of relevant legislation passed by the 88th legislature, conduct active oversight of all associated rulemaking and other governmental actions taken to ensure the intended legislative outcome of all legislation, including the following. The first one we'll take up will be House Bill 1605, relating to instructional material and technology, the adoption of essential knowledge and skills for certain public school foundation curriculum subjects, and the extension of additional state aid to school districts for the provision of certain instructional materials, authorizing a fee. All right. Chair calls Commissioner Mike Morath. Again? Again. Yeah. Okay, we'll pause. Yeah, I got yeah. Chair calls Aaron Kinsey, Liz Johnson, and Claire McCoy.
I'm not taking my papers outside. I'll put a couch. I'm not taking my It's not a sign, it's a piece of paper. It's a board sign. No, I just held it up. It's not against the law. We're not governed by rules and regulations. Yeah, we're not governed by rules.
All right, so committee, before you here, of course, you have the Commissioner of the Texas Education Agency, Mike Morath. We have Aaron Kinsey, who chairs the State Board of Education. And we have Liz Johnson, who's an instructional materials review and approval participant. We appreciate you being here. And Claire McCoy, who also is an instructional materials review and approval reviewer, I guess is your term. So what we'll do is, as we begin to talk about 1605, we'll have each of you, want to limit you about 5 minutes for a statement. We'll let everyone speak, and then we'll go back and we'll take questions from the committee, if that's okay. So I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll start out with Chair Kinsey, or y'all can sort it out, flip a coin, or.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
We're going to team up on the intro, and then I'll take my piece, and then the commissioner will take his. That's allowed. Works
for me. All right, thank you. You may begin.
Great, thank you, members. Again, my name is Mike Morath, Commissioner of Education for the Texas Education Agency, and give a brief joint overview with our State Board Chair, Aaron Kinsey, to my right. You have a slide deck here that walks through implementation related to 1605. Just briefly, the bill was a significant upgrade to practices related to getting high-quality instructional materials in the hands of teachers and kids around the state of Texas. Broadly thinking, you can think of what the bill did and therefore what has to be implemented in 5 categories. the instructional materials review and approval process, which Chair Kinsey will give you an update in terms of our implementation so far. Some supports related to giving parents better access to the knowledge of what kids are being taught in their classrooms. The development of textbooks, instructional materials that are actually owned by the state of Texas and made available. A set of changes that need to happen in the TEKS, specifically the reading language arts TEKS. And then last but not least, protections for teachers to ensure that teachers have access to instructional materials and don't have to actually build them from scratch. So that's what the bill did writ large. If I could turn over to Chair Kinsey, he can talk about where the SBOE is in terms of implementation of the key components of the bill.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Aaron Kinsey, Chair of the State Board of Education. Thank you first for inviting me today, Mr. Chairman. I'd also like to commend you on the bill. It's the first of a kind in the nation, ensuring our kids will have access to the best learning materials. We also appreciate the resources and trust that you've allocated to the State Board of Education for the first time to be able to conduct these in-depth reviews for the IMRA process. My objective today is to highlight the actions that the State Board of Education has taken and the processes that we have set up to implement the bill. On slide 3 here, we have a by the numbers slide. We've been working on this since last June. We've had 7 meetings and we've spent over 40 hours in public meetings discussing the implementation. During that time, we've approved 6 quality rubrics and 1 suitability rubric. We've adopted 5 new sections of the administrative rules, taken 400 plus public comments on rubric design and the IMRA criteria. We currently have 142 instructional material products under review in the first cycle we are running. We took 1,100 plus IMRA reviewer applications, and we had 295 reviewers such as Liz and Claire, who are sitting beside me today, who were selected and trained, 53% of whom are current classroom teachers. Slide 4. So setting up the IMRA process. Each year we're going to review textbooks and approve the high quality instructional materials that align with the TEKS that are suitable for Texas school children. School systems will receive extra funding to purchase these high quality materials once they are on the approved list. This is a new authority for the State Board of Education, applies to all grades and subjects, and we had to do several steps in order to begin the implementation of this. The first is we had to decide which grades and subjects we would review first. We had to develop review criteria and adopt rules related to that. We had to develop a review process and adopt rules. And then once completed, we were able to begin running the IMRA process for the 2024 cycle. Again, we're currently evaluating 142 products with 295 reviewers. In the spirit of continuous improvement, we will conduct a couple of after-action reviews. One will be in September at our board meeting next month. The following will be in January as we analyze the processes that we have put in place. If I can call your attention to slide 6, we'll talk about the subjects that we are reviewing in this first IMRA cycle. So English Reading Language Arts K through 5, English Phonics, Spanish Reading Language Arts K through 5, Spanish Phonics K through 3, and Mathematics K through 12. So far, we've only started with these subjects. We will be discussing longer-term planning at our September board meeting. Again, that's next month. On slide 8, we'll talk about some of the SBOE IMRA criteria. There's obviously the quality review, but I'd like to first start with the standard alignment percentage. So determining the materials, the minimum percentage of the TEKS that they would cover. That's in our purview now on the State Board of Education. You might recall that was 50% beforehand. We have chosen to implement 100% for foundation subjects, so that's English, science, math, and social studies. We're still working on the enrichment, and we'll make that determination before we come to those subjects. On the quality review themselves, so we're attempting to make sure that quality is based on evidence of what's required for student learning and for teacher success, so supporting both. And there will be multiple quality review rubrics designed by subject. If we can move to slide 9, you can see an example of what one of the rubrics looks like. So this, to refresh everybody, The legislation calls for the agency to develop the rubrics on the quality side and for the State Board of Education to approve them. We approved all 6 of their rubrics by 13-1 vote, so bipartisan effort back last year. So you can see we have the design using latest evidence from cognitive science and also best evidence from the teachers on what must be true in order for something to qualify as high-quality instructional materials. Again, we've been intentionally transparent in this process, trying to make sure that publishers know ahead of time what we are looking for by which they are going to be scored so that they can design their products so we can meet the objective of getting as many high-quality instructional materials into Texas classrooms as possible. On slide 10, talk about the suitability here. So that is ensuring that the content and the materials meets suitability requirements defined by the State Board of Education. So we had to set out on defining what that would look like. Generally speaking, I would say that means, does the average person think that this is suitable? On page 11 is the IMRA suitability rubric that we approved as a board, 14-0. And we've basically written down the statutes that this body has passed that instructional materials need to include or not include. So roughly into 7 categories: prohibition on Common Core, alignment with public education's constitutional goal, parental rights and responsibilities, prohibition on forced political activity, protecting children's innocence, promoting sexual risk avoidance, and compliance with the Children's Internet Protection Act. On slide 13, this will show you how we started to implement this. It includes both trained IMRA reviewers as well as public input. We are looking for as many eyes as possible to get on the instructional materials. You can see from the SBOE's perspective, we needed to recruit reviewers, have a selection process, build teams, train them, and then the reviewers were off to review for standards, alignment, factual errors that could have been found, suitability review, and quality reviews that we both talked about. Simultaneously to that, we're running a public feedback process whereby we're soliciting public comments. Generally, any identified suspected factual errors that may exist, as well as any suitability flags in accordance with that rubric we just discussed. So great, now we have a process, but what does the output look like from this? On slide 14, you can see an example of what the output will look like. I'd like to thank Commissioner Morath for working with me to ensure that we would have a very usable product, both from the board's perspective, the public at large, and local districts. So what you're seeing there is the executive summary, 2 pages of how the material would be scored. And then essentially you can go further into the document behind it to see the supplemental items, including the public feedback and any publisher response that was made to that feedback. Speaking of feedback, on slide 15, we are currently in the feedback process for 2014. That began on May 29th of 2024. We're right at the tail end of it, so it ends this Friday for anyone who may be listening or in the room. Friday, August 16th for the IMRA 2024 IMRA public feedback. On slide 17, you can see how the process is running from the process chart here. It's about 15 months in total. So in late 2023, the agency issued the request for materials. We've been running the material reviews through the summer. We're at the tail end of that. In September, we will be getting our first look at the reports that we just talked about. We'll be able to provide feedback as a board to publishers, and then they will come back before the body in November for final approval. During this process, we've had a strong partnership with the agency and with the objective of unlocking the $540 million. The agency has several responsibilities after approval, but it's important to know what those really mean for local school districts. I'd like to turn it over to the commissioner if that would be possible. Chairman Buckley? So he's going to talk about...
Just briefly, if you think about what the SBOE is doing, they're going through this evaluation process. So this is all going to be on a website so that curriculum buyers, parents can all see all of this. Think of it as a Consumer Reports website. So that'll go up, I don't know, sometime after Christmas probably. And then similarly, the statute creates additional funding flows for districts. Once the board approves it, it will unlock about $540 million worth of spending that will allow the districts to buy any of the materials that have been designated as high quality. So there's an ordering system that we have to maintain where this all happens. So that ordering website will also get turned on sometime soon after Christmas, and that'll allow the districts to proceed.
My final slide today is on slide 19. So this is the new reality of the IMRA process in which we live. So our objective is to make the timelines and process as predictable and transparent as possible. In year one, we had a little bit of a compressed timeline with the objective being to get the funds unlocked for the 25-26 school year. So we've been working expeditiously, not just to write these processes, these rules, but also the development of the rubrics from the agency was on a condensed timeline. Some publishers, we are aware, did not submit for various reasons, including that compressed timeline, but as a reminder, they can submit in subsequent IMRA cycles. So it is not a one-year cycle for a specific subject. They will be able to submit next year. You will note in the bar or in the process diagrams here, the IMRA quality rubrics, which is the first step in the middle three, those cycles elongate as we go down and we're able to get more towards a steady state. And this obviously provides better planning interval for the publishers. Once again, I'd like to note that in the September board meeting, we'll be doing some long-range planning to provide as much transparency as possible to the field of what is coming. That'll be helpful for both this body, but also the publishers and school districts to know which expected subjects we'll be taking up in the future. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a variety of slides that I have here related to the portion of the bill that's focused on implementation of state-owned textbooks, but I'm also cognizant of the committee's time. I can go through these slides, or I can just sit here and wait for questions. If you'd like to move to your speakers, what would you prefer, Mr. Chairman?
Let's let our reviewers speak, and then I'm sure we'll get back to that. All right. Liz, would you like to begin?
Yes, please. Thank you.
So I have you as Liz Johnson. You're an IMRA reviewer, and are you from Wiley?
I'm from Garland ISD.
Oh, from Garland ISD.
But I live in Wiley.
Gotcha. Well, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Buckley and honorable members of the House Public Education Committee. My name is Liz. Thank you for that introduction, Chairman Buckley. I'm an experienced classroom educator in math, now a district administrator with over 15 years of experience in education. My journey with IMRA actually began in 2014. At the time, I was a geometry teacher, and I applied to be on the state review panel as it was at that time because I wanted to be the best possible geometry teacher for my students. Now, as a district administrator in 2024, my goals and my experience are different, and I can see the way that the process has intentionally been evolved for the better to bring better products to our students. One difference is in 2014, I was only looking at a geometry textbook. One textbook, one course. This year, I'm looking at 3 different grade levels with my team, and we have multiple resources to consider for each grade level. Also, in 2014, we were really just looking at a yes or no question. Like, yes, does this have the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills? Are the ELPS, the English Language Proficiency Standards, being addressed? This year, we're looking at a much more comprehensive set of resources, and we're going much deeper because we're using the quality rubric. So as our quality review process, we use the quality rubric developed by TEA and approved by the State Board of Education to determine whether essential components are present in the texts that we're looking at. Some things that we're looking for are language supports for all learners, tools that help teachers to monitor student progress, and the RBs. That would be the research-based instructional strategies for math, and the quality rubric is tightly aligned to those. In order to be able to evaluate instructional materials on these criteria, we went through extensive professional development. It's very time intensive. As somebody who works all summer long, I was very thankful that I was still able to participate in it, and it was very meaningful. I would say it's worth the time. One of my personal goals in doing this process was to know what it means for instructional materials to truly be high quality. I'd say the professional development that I've received as part of this process has helped me accomplish that aspect of my personal goal. It's also made our team very effective in evaluating the resource that we've been called to look at. Another thing that's different between 2014 and 2024 is we do have some back and forth dialogue with the publisher, but we are anonymous. So the publishers I'm not going to say which publisher I'm working with, and they have no idea who I am, but we have an indirect communication platform. So for example, if our team were to say that a specific standard was lacking in the materials, we would be able to indicate that. And the publisher would be able to respond by saying, actually, you guys missed it. It's right over here. Or they could provide supplemental additional materials for us to review. And through that process, through that dialogue, the product gets better. I think that's one of the most exciting aspects. Our team is structured with multiple roles. I'm a reviewer, so I need to go through the materials and look for evidence that corresponds to each indicator. We have a writer who synthesizes the evidence provided by all the reviewers and develops a coherent review. And we also have a team lead who facilitates our meetings, keeps us on track, and meets with our subject matter expert whenever appeals and corrections to our reports are necessary. We are very effective at collaboration, partly because we had 3 days of in-person training together. And that's essential because we have to have consensus on our scores. If I think an indicator deserves a 15, and somebody else on my team says 18, and somebody else says 12, we can't just take the average and call it done. We actually have to agree. We have to decide on one common number. At first, I thought that was a little bit daunting. I didn't expect agreement to come easily. But because of the PD we've received and because of the clarity and the specificity of the rubric, I would say my team generally does agree on the same number, probably 85 to 90% of the time. But one of my favorite parts of the process is when we disagree. Because when we do disagree, the conversations are student-focused, detailed, and technical, and they're for the betterment of materials for students. Oh, I have time. I thought the beep was it. Sorry. Well, that really was just about the end because I wanted to talk about the importance of consensus and just that when we do disagree, we also have conversations, we listen to each other. And we do arrive at genuine consensus. We're not faking it. We're moving forward after seeking to deeply understand each other's perspectives. And with that, I really just wanted to say thank you. I know it's too early at this point for policymakers to fully assess the impact of the process, but I'm grateful to be a part of it. I'm eager to see how it unfolds, and I'm thankful to have been able to lend my expertise to this project.
Thank you very much for being here and for your testimony. Okay, now we'll move to Claire McCoy, an IMRA reviewer herself from Forney ISD,
Yes.
I believe. Claire, thank you for being with us.
Thank you for
begin.
having me. Thank you, Chairman Buckley and members of the House Public Education Committee. Like you said, I'm Claire McCoy, and I'm an educator as well as a specialist in Forney ISD and an IMRA reviewer. So as part of a team of 5 seasoned educators and instructional specialists, we spent countless hours, like she said, meticulously reviewing the educational content over the summer, as well as just assessing each component of the product against the assigned detailed rubric that measures alignment with the TEKS, as well as suitability for diverse learners, and the overall effectiveness in promoting student learning. So this process is exhaustive, and it often involves intense, thoughtful discussions with my team as well as till we reach consensus. And we're checking to ensure that these materials cover the TEKS, that they support students' ability to demonstrate proficiency in the standards, as well as meeting those suitability rubrics and requirements. We're also checking to make sure they don't contain any factual errors and that it doesn't contain any harmful or obscene content. And this is also included in the report. So this work is very personal to me because I have firsthand experience in the classroom with planning out lessons, and the process can be very complex and multifaceted. So as a teacher, I always begin with identifying what's the learning objective and then basing it on the TEKS, and then I'd have to select and design those activities that are going to engage my students to support these objectives. I'm also considering how can I differentiate instruction to meet the needs of all of my learners, whether they are gifted, students with learning disabilities, students who are above level, as well as English language learners. So for example, I might start off planning a lesson for reading on teaching students how to make inferences in a literary text. Well, I have to consider the needs of my students. I might need visual aids for English language learners, hands-on activities for kinesthetic learners, as well as enrichment opportunities for students who are ready to go beyond the standard curriculum. So the quality and alignment of these materials are crucial because they directly impact student understanding and success. However, finding comprehensive, high-quality resources is very time-consuming, and it can be very frustrating as an educator. So as we speak, teachers across the state of Texas are getting ready for this school year with lesson planning, looking for these resources in order to complement the district-provided materials. And many of them are spending their own money to purchase supplemental resources online. However, these materials are not aligned to the TEKS all the time. They're not always pedagogically sound or suitable for promoting deeper learning. So this can lead to gaps in instruction and ultimately hinder student success. Last week, I spent a lot of time in planning meetings with different grade levels on my campus, where the teachers were going over who was going to plan out what components of the lesson. They likely spent their weekend making Google Slides or PowerPoint slides just to prepare for this week and next week. With that, they're going to take those lessons and then share them with their team, and then their teammates have to take that lesson and then modify for their classroom, and this just goes into so much time being spent because of not having access to high-quality material. If I were to ask any teacher, have you ever spent money to purchase materials online to supplement what the district provided, it would be a resounding yes. So this is where the role of the IMRA reviewers becomes so vital, because we serve as a crucial checkpoint in the educational system, making sure that the resources that teachers have access to and that they're relying on are not just aligned with the standards, but that they're also effective and of the highest quality. We're dedicated to making sure that they are effective, like I said, regardless of whether or not a student has different individual learning needs. So when these resources get approved, or the ones that are going to be approved by SBOE, the teachers can trust that they are being given resources that have been vetted and that are going to support them in delivering high-quality instruction without the need for those extensive modifications or additional supplements. And not only that, but the teachers can really focus on what truly matters, which is engaging their students, fostering a love for learning, as well as helping each child to reach their full potential. And their time is actually spent on prepping for the lesson rather than having to create a lesson and create materials and reinventing the wheel. So in conclusion, I just want to emphasize the importance of continued support for the work that we're doing as IMRA reviewers. And it's not just about evaluating textbooks or instructional materials, but it's really about ensuring the educational success in every student in the state of Texas. So thank you, Chairman Buckley, and members of the committee for your time and for giving me this opportunity to come share my experience with you today.
Thank you, Ms. McCoy. Ms. McCoy, Ms. Johnson, thank you for what you continue to do and the perspective of a classroom teacher that you bring to the process, but also the fact that you literally are speaking with classroom teachers every day. And I think what you've testified to this morning really speaks to what I have seen in my district in a pilot program in a certain school district where teachers feel like with high-quality instructional materials, they can focus on delivery of the lesson. They spend less time out of the classroom, and it keeps everything, keeps their quality of life, and I think ultimately enhances student learning. And I think we're seeing that in some of the data. So that sounds like a really hard job that y'all are doing. I've read through some of that, and really, really appreciate what you do. And thank you very, very much for being here today. Commissioner, would you like to go over some of the OER materials with us at this time?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all, by the way, for your amazing dedication to our kids, both in your school districts and as part of this process. So members, the back half of the same slide deck that Chair Kinsey walked through has some information on the development of state-owned materials, which was one of the pieces of House Bill 1605. So state-owned textbooks, what are referred to as open education resources, the charge TEA with building pre-K through 8th grade materials in reading, pre-K through 8th grade materials in math, and then a cross-curricular set of materials in K through 5th grade. And essentially submit that to this IMRA process like any other publisher. As a frame of reference, the materials that we were supposed to build needed to be full subject Tier 1 instructional materials. This is meant to be for a common classroom instruction, 20 kids, first time lesson, as opposed to, say, a tutoring or intervention resource. Similarly, it was meant to be an open education resource, which means freely available for anyone to use and capable of being modified by the state over time. We had the OER statute slightly predated 1605, and during COVID, there was some work to try to acquire some preliminary materials that could be used as a COVID response. It was sort of an all-hands-on-deck response. I think the relevance to this point is that what that did is it allowed us to speed up a little bit of the development process. We didn't necessarily build from scratch. So in this particular IMRA cycle, we have submitted a K through 3 phonics material set, K through 5 reading language arts material set, and then K through algebra, mathematics material set. Next year, we will continue to submit more things as we continue to build out what the statute directed us to build out. In our work, everything that we are attempting to build is not only is it aligned with this rubric, but it's aligned with whatever we can find as the best evidence on implementation practices for learning in school. So you think in mathematics, you can see some discussions of best practices in slide 24. You want coherent units that are sequenced across both the grade and across multiple years. You want to concentrate time and energy on the things that are most important. So for example, getting third graders to have completely memorized their math facts. It's more important than some of the other aspects in the TEKS. You do want to make sure that you're building strong procedural skills, but also mathematics is conceptual, just the way that we understand the world around us. So giving kids the ability to interact in both ways. Ensuring that the product is designed so that students are constantly getting grade level content. In mathematics, that means you have to also be able to diagnose and support them with below grade level content, but if you only ever teach them below grade level content, no one ever catches up. And lots and lots of practice. So what you see on slide 25 and 26 is a unit outline of the product that the taxpayers own. You all own this. This is what you bought. And so you can see in kindergarten, you start with numbers to 10 and 2- and 3-dimensional shapes, comparison of length, weight, capacity, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So all designed to align with that evidence base. In reading language arts, again, the essence of what we've attempted to do is to align with the best cognitive science we can find, which of course has also been reflected by the State Board of Education in the quality rubric. So in elementary school, this means teaching kids how to decode. This is phonics. But it's also handwriting and penmanship, cursive, these kinds of things. And it's vocabulary. It's learning interesting stories, hearing interesting stories that will stick. And so the RLA product has been designed then to do both. So there's what we refer to as the knowledge strand. This is the interesting stories. And then the skills strand. On slides 29 and 30, on slide 29, you can see the skills-specific focused. So in kindergarten, you start listening and counting, and then blending sounds, connecting sounds and syllables, decoding reading and sentences, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's an example of a cursive handwriting lesson that the kids do, so they're filling out handwriting worksheets like you'd expect. On the next slide, there's the topics set in the knowledge suite. So nursery rhymes and fables, the 5 senses, fairy tales and folk tales, plants, how do they grow, farms from the ground up, etc. These are designed to give kids interesting stories that will also grow their vocabulary and knowledge of the world around them. It's very interdisciplinary in terms of what they're reading. They're reading a little science, reading a little social studies, reading a little literature, all for the purposes of growing vocabulary and background knowledge. We've tried to prioritize Texas-specific stories. So on the next slide, you see there's a second grade lesson on Bessie Coleman. Don't know if you know the story of Bessie Coleman, awesome Texas aviator during the golden age of aviation. On the next slide, you see some personal narratives written in the perspective of Clara Driscoll. It's known as the savior of the Alamo. On slide 34, there's a kindergarten unit that you can see as kids are learning about how police, fire, and EMT serve us. They're learning about Dallas Police and Houston Police, Amarillo Police, et cetera. The outcomes data that we have, as I mentioned, we piloted this material even before under the pre-existing statute, even before 1605. 1605 has required us to really upgrade the nature of the materials, but the pilot data that we have is quite strong. So one of the pilot districts is Lubbock. You can see they saw an 11-point increase in the rate of third graders meeting grade level in reading, 14% in fourth grade. You can also see it broken out by African American students, an even bigger gain for African American students, an even bigger gain for Hispanic students, an even bigger gain for economically disadvantaged students. So we have some preliminary reason to believe that the stuff works quite well. So anyways, that's one of the things that happened under the 1605 process, was to ensure that the state had the highest quality materials as a default option. No one is required to use it. And then as a check and balance, it has to be submitted through this IMRA process for approval by the State Board of Education.
All right. So, Commissioner, just to be clear for everyone, the process that the state OER has to go through is the same review process that every other publisher of material would have to go through.
Yes, sir.
There is no special carve-out for this state curriculum.
That's correct, sir.
And we are, the classrooms that I have seen, of course, it's a version of the pilot program, are materials printed out, there's books that are bound, it is traditional style of learning. It's not kids on tablets.
No, this is meant to be pencil and paper textbooks.
Okay. That's what I've seen in classrooms across Texas where I've visited and folks I've talked to. Representative Schaefer, did you have a question? Okay, we're going to go to some questions now. Okay.
Reading comprehension of these instructional materials, printed on paper versus digitally on a screen, there seems to be a broad consensus that printed on paper is superior to digitally on a screen. Every study I've seen says printed paper better than on a screen. Yet it seems like the push through all our schools is to go to the screen. And I have heard that in some schools, there are no textbooks available for a student to take home like we did when we were growing up.
Right.
We have our own smart people in the academic world telling us printed is better than digital, and yet when it comes to delivering these high-quality instructional materials that we've worked so hard to put together, seems like the format being emphasized is still screens. Am I off base? How would you respond to that?
So I think the way 1605 is structured is designed to attack that problem. So the 1605 creates a subsidy specifically to acquire the printed materials. So like a PDF, anybody can put on a Chromebook. It's free as long as you have a Chromebook, and it's very tempting to do that. But the cognitive science evidence is pretty strong. You shouldn't do that. That's not where kids should be reading.
It's easier for the adults to do this digitally.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue that it's not even easier for them because they got to keep track of the Chromebooks. I think the core of what 1605 has attempted to do is to tilt this back to pen and paper because the subsidies are available only for printed textbooks.
So is there anything in state law or any type of direct incentive that requires schools to provide printed materials?
I think the answer might be no. The 1605 requires teachers to be given instructional materials, but the definition of instructional materials can be printed materials. It can be digital. So you could potentially look at that state law framing for how instructional materials must be made available.
So is it your opinion that printed material is superior to digital when it comes to reading comprehension?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, that's just seems to be well established. So, you know, I don't know why the public school system writ large in the state of Texas still continues to emphasize screens. I mean, that is what we're doing. And members, that's for y'all to work on in the next session.
Yeah, one thing to bear in mind is there's something called the instructional materials and technology allotment. And so if you want to de-emphasize the use of that funding stream for technology, at one point in time, there was something called the instructional materials allotment, and then separately, a much smaller technology allotment. So that could be potentially an area of policymaking attention to further the shift back to printed materials.
All right. Representative Tallarico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here. You know, I'm a supporter of high-quality curriculum, and in fact, I initially supported the bill by Chairman Buckley. And you and I have worked on high-quality curriculum for a long time. And so just want to thank you for your commitment to curriculum, and thank you for your work in this area. And I think if we do this right, it can be a game changer for teachers and students across the state. I also want to say, before I ask a few questions, that I also believe that students should learn about the major world religions in school. They need it to understand the world, understand literature, understand their culture, understand other cultures. So I want to ask some basic questions about this new curriculum before I get into some bigger questions, just so we're all on the same page. I also want to clarify that I'm going to use the word lesson, and when I use the word lesson, I mean the subsection of curriculum under a unit, not the colloquial meaning of unit. So is it true that the state of Texas bought an elementary school reading curricula from a national publisher and made changes to that curriculum?
I think generally yes.
Is it true that the original curriculum included lessons on the major world religions like Buddhism, Hinduism, Judaism, and Islam, in addition to Christianity?
I think so, but honestly, I didn't read the entire set, so I'd have to ask our team if there were some of those lessons in there, but I remember seeing some of that content.
Yeah,
I don't know if all of those religions were referenced or just a subset.
So in grade 2, in the original curriculum, in unit number 2, Early Asian Civilizations, there's lesson 3, Hindus and Hinduism, lesson 7, Buddhists and Buddhism, and then there's unit number 4, Early World Civilizations, lesson 14 is Judaism, lesson 15 is Christianity, and lesson 16 is Islam. Just to, is it true that the state of Texas, in this new curriculum, in those revisions, removed the lesson on Islam?
So you have to go back quite a ways. So the materials that were piloted were not the same even initially. And so I'm not sure that the pilot materials ever actually included those lessons, even our sort of initial pilot lessons.
So in the original curriculum, those lessons I just mentioned, are they still in the Texas curriculum that we've created?
I think if you go back to when this began in 2020, I don't think those lessons were there then.
Were they in the original amplified curriculum, the ones I just listed out?
Again, from your perspective, yes, I have no reason to think that they weren't. So we may be sitting on the underlying intellectual property to use those lessons, and they're just not in the materials.
So they're not. So the lesson on Islam, the lesson on Judaism, the lesson on Hinduism, and the lesson on Buddhism are not in the current revised version of the curriculum.
I mean, I do know that there are lessons that reference Islam throughout the product. I don't know exactly where, so
and I don't mean references. I just mean proper lessons as a subsection of a unit. Is that your understanding?
I'm sorry, say the question one more time.
So the lessons, meaning a full lesson as a subsection of a unit, those lessons that I just cited under those 2 units about these different world religions, they don't appear in the new Texas version of the curriculum.
I don't know if those lessons, I'm pretty sure those lessons were not included in the pilot, and so they're not in the current materials either.
Okay. And is it true that the state of Texas added multiple sections on Christianity and wrote new lessons teaching Bible stories to elementary school children?
There were changes to a variety of the reading passages. There was a pretty significant rewrite that happened to the underlying product as a result of 1605, also as a result of feedback from teachers. Some of those lessons reference common stories of a religious nature. So there's references to stories on Aesop's fable. There's references to stories from different religious traditions.
So just want to ask my question again. So is it true that we added new sections on Christianity and wrote new lessons teaching Bible stories? I'm sure that's true about other things, but I'm asking about Christianity and Bible stories.
The thing that's throwing me about your question is the nature of like a Bible story. So if you're talking about like what you would see in a Sunday school classroom, I don't think there's anything in the product that looks like
Sermon on the Mount, Resurrection of Christ, those things have been added to the curriculum.
There's a reference to the resurrection in a unit on ancient Rome. I'm definitely aware of that because that, of course, is relevant to the.
And in kindergarten, a lesson on the Golden Rule, telling the story of the Sermon on the Mount.
There is a kindergarten lesson on the Golden Rule, yes.
That primarily is focused on the Sermon on the Mount. I have it up here if you need to look at it.
I don't know that I would characterize this primarily. It features the Sermon on the Mount.
It's
It
about-
features a variety of things from a religious
About
tradition.
5 paragraphs out of 7 are on the Sermon on the Mount in Christianity.
That doesn't sound right to me. I do know that the Sermon on the Mount is in there.
Okay. Do the major world religions that we just talked about that appeared in the original national curriculum that the state of Texas bought, do they get equal time to Christianity in this new curriculum?
By equal time, you mean because how do you measure equal time? So you talk about the volume of lessons that reference a particular religious tradition?
Sure.
I mean, there's a whole unit on ancient Roman polytheism. There's a whole unit on ancient Greek polytheism. There are multiple units that reference religious ceremonies of Native Americans. There are units that have references to Islam where relevant. There's units that have reference to Judaism where relevant. There's units that have reference to Christianity where relevant. I don't know that I can quantify with precision in this hearing, like what the breakdown is by different religious tradition or major world religion.
And again, I'm not talking about passing references. I'm talking about lessons, and I'm asking if it's your understanding that those major world religions get equal time to Christianity. Is your answer no, or you don't know?
Again, I would have to go through and quantify. The thing to bear in mind is this is still a reading language arts product, so you're gonna be focused on language more than anything else. So in that case, you're going to be looking at what has influenced the English language more than anything else.
Is it true that the state of Texas deleted every mention of Islam's Prophet Muhammad from the new curriculum, despite him being the most central figure in a religion practiced by 500,000 Texans?
I don't actually know the answer to that question.
I can tell you, because we went through and
Oh,
reviewed.
okay. All right.
There is no mention of Islam's Prophet Muhammad, although Muhammad appears multiple times in the world religion sections in the original curriculum.
Okay.
So those have been removed.
I'll take your word for it.
Okay.
I can
It might be helpful
confirm
to
that.
have someone who knows the details of the curriculum at some point for us to be able to get into the details here. Is it true that on page 238 of the new Texas third grade curriculum, teachers are encouraged to play the Christian song "Away in the Manger" in their classrooms?
I mean, I'll have to take your word for it. I don't have it in front of me.
Does the new Texas curriculum encourage teachers to play songs from other religious traditions in their classrooms?
I don't know.
Okay. Is it true that on page 248 of the new Texas third grade curriculum, students learn that, quote, "The Bible explains that Jesus rose from the dead. 3 days after his death by the Roman authorities, followers of Jesus visited his tomb and found it empty. An angel appeared and said, 'He has risen,' and led them into the tomb. When the visitors entered the tomb, they found it empty."
I presume you are reading from the instructional
I am.
material, so I have to believe that that's in there, yes.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is, as you know, Commissioner, I'm a former Texas public school teacher. I'm also a student at Austin Presbyterian Theological Seminary. And so I can tell you there is a difference between teaching and preaching. And in my opinion, these passages, which appear at length throughout the curriculum, I'm surprised you don't know about them, in my reading, they are preaching. Under federal law, schools can teach the Bible as an academic text, but not in a devotional way. In other words, public schools are not Sunday schools. I want to share an example that illustrates the difference and ask if you're familiar. In the original curriculum's Christianity lesson, Messiah, the word Messiah, is defined as, quote, "a Savior predicted by ancient Hebrews and believed by Christians to be Jesus." In my opinion, that's teaching.
Okay.
It's academic framing. In the new Texas lesson on Christianity, that definition has been deleted. A new definition has been put in place, quote, "A Messiah is the Savior sent by God." That's preaching. Do you think some kids at this age might have questions about, for example, Jesus being resurrected from the dead when they're taught that by their teachers?
Certain is a possibility.
How will, as Commissioner of Education, how do you believe teachers will respond to elementary school students when they ask how a human being can rise from the dead?
What we attempt to do is provide training and support to teachers so that as kids ask questions on any subjects that emerge in the lesson, that they can be equipped to handle those conversations. Students don't sacrifice their constitutional rights of freedom of religious expression in a classroom. So, but teachers generally have to remain focused on what is the lesson objective of the lesson and attempt to redirect conversations when they go any direction back to the lesson objective. This is a common theme for questions to take a lesson off of topic and then for redirect to be necessary.
Are Texas public school teachers generally trained to respond to deep theological questions in the classroom? On the two natures of Christ or anything like that, are teachers
I would assume that it's not part of the educator preparation framework.
Because again, in my experience, certainly as a seminary student, it takes years of training for most people to wrestle with these deep questions. And in my training as a teacher, it's my understanding that most teachers are not theologians. Is it likely that a teacher, when asked about a religious question, now that we're teaching it in our curriculum, is it likely that the teacher will respond with their own religious beliefs simply because that's what they know? So would an atheist teacher tell their students that Jesus wasn't resurrected and that it's just a story? Or will a Catholic teacher respond based on their church teachings? Will a Presbyterian teacher respond based on their denomination's teachings?
I don't know whether that's likely.
Okay. Why does this new state curriculum refer to the Torah or the Tanakh or the Hebrew Scriptures multiple times as the Old Testament? Jews don't call it the Old Testament.
I'm relatively certain the materials refer to it as the Torah and the Tanakh, and that it also is referred to by Christians as the Old Testament.
It is referred to by Christians, only Christians, as the Old Testament. So at one point in 5th grade's Unit 10, it tells teachers to explain how the Old Testament of the Bible, again, that's a Christian term, Jewish folks would not call it the Old Testament. Explain how the Old Testament of the Bible had many prophecies about a future Savior that are written as fulfilled in the New Testament by Jesus. I was shocked when I read that in the 5th grade curriculum, the idea that the Hebrew Scriptures are predicting Jesus is some Christians believe that, but it's certainly not a view shared by Jews. So can you shed some light on why this is being posited as fact rather than explained as a belief of some Christians?
What I can shed a great deal of light on is the development process that the materials go through. So the feedback that you have provided in this hearing is not inconsistent with other feedback that we have gotten during the IMRA review process. The IMRA review process then allows us to the team and the vendors that we use go through and modify content where the feedback would warrant some amount of content modification. So we're still in the middle of making those modifications. People were able to see this content in late May as a result of the IMRA process, and so we're undoubtedly going to review whatever feedback that comes in and ensure that we have content that is both faithful to the TEKS and is consistent with what Texas parents want for their kids in public schools.
I appreciate that. On the topic of Jewish belief in this new curriculum, are you aware that Sandy Kress, a former education advisor to George W. Bush, who reviewed this new Texas curriculum, said, quote, "I would argue this is teaching Christianity." Do you have any response to that criticism?
Well, have spoken to Sandy Kress. So he's provided feedback, and we, like other feedback, we take that into account to ensure that we have the highest quality instructional materials.
Do you, as commissioner, share that concern of Mr. Kress? That this curriculum is teaching Christianity?
No, I don't share that concern, but that doesn't, like, what I want to make sure is that we are responsive to feedback, that we're identifying accuracies and/or inaccuracies in the material and make modifications so that this is the what Texas families would want for their children to learn while they're in elementary school.
I want to ask you about something that was reported in the news after this was released and ask for your comment. It's been reported that when the original publisher of the original curriculum suggested inserting content from other world religions, the state of Texas rejected that idea. The spokesperson for the national publisher of the original curriculum said that when working with the state of Texas, quote, there was not much appetite for a variety of wisdom texts. There was much more of an appetite for the tie to traditional Christian texts. Did the state of Texas ever reject a suggestion from the national publisher to include content from other world religions other than Christianity?
I don't know that I can say with certainty we would disagree with the assertion in that news story. But to your specific question, we received, I think throughout this process, voluminous text options and had to work through them regardless of the underlying content of the text options.
The curriculum was originally designed by that well-respected national publisher, but the state of Texas made revisions. Can you explain who made those revisions?
So there's a small team at the agency, and then there's a contractor that's sort of the lead general contractor, and they employed, I don't know, hundreds of subcontractors around the country.
Was there any involvement in the development of this curriculum by the Texas Public Policy Foundation?
So to the extent that anybody that works for them would have been involved, it's sort of no different than the hundreds of other people. So there were large numbers of reviewers that sort of signed up and said, I'd like to review some text under development, and we got feedback from them, and then they tried to sort of process whatever feedback they had to make adjustments. Sometimes we would make the adjustments suggested, sometimes we wouldn't. So so that's, I mean,
Okay.
like there's a bunch of people that have been involved in this project.
Okay, so is it true that the state awarded the $84 million contract to the Boston Public Consulting Group, or the public consulting group based in Boston, to revise their curriculum, which then gave subcontracts to two officials at the Texas Public Policy Foundation? Is that fair to say?
You'd have to like ignore all of the other subcontracts, but I believe there were
Okay.
subcontracts.
One of the subcontracts was to two
Yeah.
officials at the Texas Public Policy Foundation?
Yeah.
Okay. To your knowledge, is the Texas Public Policy Foundation an expert in curriculum design?
The feedback that we got, it was from a pretty broad swath of individuals. And so some of those people have specific subject matter expertise on some aspect of the content. Some of them are dyed-in-the-wool pedagogical experts in reading in that grade level. So it's really a broad set of perspectives that we tried to solicit throughout the development process.
Okay. And I know these are a lot of groups and a lot of people, and you oversee a giant operation, so I understand what you're saying. Do you happen to know who the vice chair of the Texas Public Policy Foundation is?
No, you probably do.
I do.
Okay, good.
Tim Dunn.
Tim Dunn is the vice. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were there political considerations to the edits of this curriculum, to your knowledge?
We were what I would characterize as, you think about the State Board of Education's suitability rubric, and you think about the State Board of Education's quality rubric. This is essentially what we are attempting to design against.
And this has also been reported and talked about, but I think there is an answer to this, but I just want to make sure I get your response, which is that this new state curriculum was published 4 days after the Texas Republican Party passed a platform calling on the legislature and the State Board of Education to require instruction on the Bible. Are those two related at all?
They are not.
The new Texas lessons frequently say, according to the Bible or as the Bible explains. Mark Chansey is a religious studies professor at SMU, and he dismissed these as, quote, meager efforts at objectivity. He said the literalistic way the lessons present Bible stories encourage very young children to simply take them at face value. He pointed to a 5th grade lesson on Da Vinci's The Last Supper, in which teachers read a passage from the book of Matthew for added context. Those are some of the Bible stories I was mentioning to you in the beginning. Students, he said, are bound to be left with questions. How did Jesus know someone would betray him? What does Jesus mean when the teacher says the bread is his body and the cup is his blood? Is the teacher ready to explain all the different versions of Eucharistic theology found in different forms of Christianity?
That's a quote from Chancery?
Yes,
Okay.
Chansey.
Or Chansey, yeah, sorry. I'm sorry, so what's the
So
question?
the question are the teachers who are going to use this new state curriculum that teaches about the Eucharist, are those teachers ready to explain all the different versions of Eucharistic theology found in different forms of Christianity?
The design of the lessons, which you've clearly seen, includes sample questions for the teacher based upon each reading passage. Those questions are not going to take somebody to advanced theology because that's not the purpose. The purpose is to build vocabulary and background knowledge.
Right. So teachers, based on what you've said so far, are not prepared to teach or answer questions about theology, although it appears multiple times in this new state curriculum.
Well, again, the questions that the students are asked in the curriculum are embedded in the curriculum. And each place there's a sample question. There's also what kind of answers to expect from students to try to provide teachers with guidance on how to manage that classroom discussion.
And the reason I'm asking this, Commissioner, and I've expressed this to you in private, is I am concerned when we are mandating that teachers who use this curriculum teach the Bible, teach Christianity, teach theology, that they are not qualified to do that. They are not prepared to do that. And when you're talking about religion, when you're talking about faith, when you're talking about theology, you're working with fire. These are serious topics, the most serious topic in many of our lives. And so to me, this seems not only reckless, it seems that it could do great harm to students, whether they're Christian or not. I want to ask constitutional questions. Does the separation of church and state appear in this new curriculum?
I want to understand your question.
Yes.
You mean the language of the First Amendment of the Constitution? Do you mean like Supreme Court rulings?
Let me clarify then. Does this new curriculum teach students about the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment of the United States Constitution, which prohibits the government from establishing a state religion?
Yeah, so you raised this in a meeting with me. I went back and looked at it. So the First Amendment was discussed, but the verbatim language of the First Amendment wasn't actually in that lesson. So based upon public feedback, the verbatim language is getting added to that lesson.
So the Establishment Clause will be added to this new curriculum?
The actual language of the Establishment Clause.
Okay. Are you worried that if Texas public school teachers use this new state curriculum, those teachers will violate the Establishment Clause by teaching Bible stories in public schools?
No.
Then why does the bill at the bottom of page 5 explicitly give teachers who use this new curriculum immunity for violating the Establishment Clause of the United States Constitution? Here at the bottom.
Yeah, so I think one would posit that there's a variety of things that cause folks to have hesitation, and this is essentially meant to take that off the table. That's would be my reading of that statute as a source of concern.
If there's no concern about it, why would we add it to the bill? We don't add any other immunity from any other parts of the Constitution.
But your question was to me, whether I had that concern. But there are...
You think other people will have that
concern? There are a lot
concern?
of other people in the state of Texas, and I can't speak for all of them.
Sure, but we anticipate that that will be a concern. That's why we explicitly put it in the bill.
It's hard for me to understand specifically, but it seems like a reasonable supposition.
I know these are tough questions, and I appreciate your honesty. I am for high-quality curriculum, as you know. You and I share a passion for that. We have since I first got elected, since you first became commissioner. I'm for high-quality curriculum, but not when it violates the United States Constitution. But that is actually not my primary concern. I mentioned in the beginning that in the new kindergarten curriculum, students are taught the golden rule. And the curriculum, when you read it, and I encourage everyone to read it for themselves, it appears to give the primary credit for the golden rule to Jesus of Nazareth. I love Jesus with all my heart, all my soul, all my mind, all my strength, but he wasn't the first person to teach the golden rule. There are a lot of new things that Christianity gave the world, but this teaching is not one of them. Buddha and Moses taught the golden rule thousands of years before Jesus was born. And this new curriculum, in my opinion, violates the golden rule. Like Buddha and Moses, Jesus was most concerned about the outcasts, those who were left out, those who were different. It's, as I've told you in our private meeting, it's hard to be different as a kid. If you're a Jewish kid going to Texas public schools, if you're a Muslim kid going to Texas public schools, if you're a Hindu kid going to Texas public schools, it's hard enough. Now their teacher is teaching Bible stories at the front of the classroom because some politicians here in Austin are forcing them to do so. And with little to no representation for their faith traditions. I'm concerned with how that will make them feel, how that will make their lives harder. When I was a student in Texas Public Schools in Round Rock ISD, and I still remember today when I was sitting in Miss Cordone's kindergarten classroom in Wells Branch Elementary, right before Christmas, we were all coloring Christmas pictures, which Christmas has always been my favorite holiday. My little sister was born on December 25th. So I was having a great time. And I noticed that one of my dear friends sitting 2 seats away from me wasn't coloring. I asked him why not. And he whispered, because I'm Jewish. I didn't know what that word meant. But I still remember the feeling that my friend was being left out. And so I think if Jesus, who was Jewish himself, read this new curriculum, he would remind us to treat Jewish students as we would want to be treated. Treat Muslim students as we would want to be treated. Treat Hindu and Buddhist students the way we would want to be treated. And if I were them, I wouldn't want the government elevating one religion over my own or over my family's religion. As I said earlier, I believe public schools are not Sunday schools, or as Governor Abbott is fond of saying, schools are for education, not indoctrination. Thank you for answering my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Harris.
Thank you, Chairman. Commissioner, Chairman, you guys who've been working on this curriculum, thank you for everything that you've been doing. And I think this dialogue points out the beautiful nature of the legislature in itself and a representative form of government, because what one representative may find concerning or offensive, others have been craving it. Not ourselves, but our constituents. And for my district, that's who I can speak for, is my district. Not as an educator, not as a professional educator by any means, I'm not a theologian, but I'm a parent of public school kids. And the parents in my district have been craving a return to the basics of classical education. And so I just want to tell you that from my perspective, from my district, thank you for the work that you've been doing. I look forward to seeing a continuation of, to fulfillment on this curriculum where it'll be able to be implemented in my districts. Thank you, guys.
Commissioner, will any school district in the state of Texas be required to adopt this material?
The statute essentially prohibits its requirement. It's an option among any other options that school districts can use.
If the values or the content presented in this curriculum is not consistent with the community values in which that district serves, will there be other options through the IMRA process and everything else of high-quality instructional materials available?
Yeah, we presume so. The board will be reviewing its first set of materials and voting in November. So over time, there will be a growing list of options in any given grade and subject.
Have you received inquiries from school districts across Texas wanting to know more about the Texas OER?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So have I, and participated with not legislators, but superintendents and staff at schools saying things like, this is what our community has been wanting. And so, though I appreciate the concern and the comments from my colleague, I will agree with Chairman Harris. It sort of matches the moment in many Texas communities, and so I appreciate the work that you and your team have done on this, and look forward to the process. And the process is still ongoing. That's the other thing. There's still part of that process where more folks can weigh in on their what they believe is the direction that the curriculum needs to head. But I appreciate it. Representative Schaefer.
In response to my colleague, Representative Tallarico, I think it's the mission of our public schools to teach the belief systems that form the founding principles of our country. I think it's the responsibility that our curriculum should teach the foundations of the American and the Texas legal system. We should be teaching the foundation and the history of Western civilization. And when it comes to the world's major religions, they did not have an equal impact on any of the things I just mentioned. The world's major religions did not have an equal impact on the founding belief systems of our country. They did not have an equal impact on the American and Texas legal system or Western civilization in our culture today. That's just a fact. That's not open for dispute. And with respect to the Establishment Clause, even the Ten Commandments on our Capitol grounds, which comes from a Jewish and Christian background, was held by the United States Supreme Court not to violate the Establishment Clause because of its core role in the founding of our country, in the founding of our American legal system, and the founding of the Texas legal system. The simple truth is that all world religions did not have an equal impact on why we're here today. And so I don't think we should ever be ashamed of mentioning the name of Jesus in our curriculum, or shying away from the role of Christianity in developing this country, developing Western civilization, and developing the very American and legal system that brings us here to this dais today as lawmakers.
All right, Representative Tallarico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the dialogue. I very much respect all of my colleagues who have spoken. Just again, want to reiterate the points I made in the beginning, which I do not oppose classical education. I believe in classical education. I'm not opposed to teaching world religions, including Christianity. I'm not opposed to the name of Jesus, as you said, Representative Schaefer, being in our state curriculum. My only point was there's a difference between teaching and preaching. And it's not just me who's worried about it violating the Establishment Clause of the United States Constitution. The author and everyone who voted for this bill is also concerned about it because you put immunity for teachers who use this curriculum against possibly violating that Establishment Clause. So I want us to meet the needs of our constituents, to meet the needs of our students. All I'm asking, and maybe this is a small c conservative value of mine, all I'm asking is that we respect and obey the United States Constitution while we're doing it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Cunningham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, we had a conversation, I don't know, maybe a month, maybe 2 months ago, concerning this curriculum. And I think we kind of both came to agreement that what we're doing now is nothing new. It's already been done before. You know, this has been taught. You know, religion has been taught. It was taught in HISD. And I referred to you that fact my wife was a high school teacher. They did this. And I too believe, like everybody else, we don't want indoctrination. But this is nothing new. And so I am in support of it, in support of the program. I think the only concern that some people might have is now that we're coming from 7th grade down to 1st through 5th grade. And that was my concern that I expressed to you. But overall, appreciate it very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Any more questions for this panel? All right, Chairman Dutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'm listening at all of this, and I think what gets lost in our proceedings a lot of time is why we send our kids to school. And I think the primary goal is to teach our children to think. And you do that many times in learning to think, not by being comfortable, but by being somewhat uncomfortable. And when the uncomfortable means you might learn differing bases for the same thing. And I remember my sons, when they went to private school as a nursery, what they did is they started out teaching them the 10 Commandments, but they taught it in 5 different languages, and they learned it in 5 different languages. And it was designed to teach them, one, about the principles that underlie it, but it also taught them how to speak in a different language. And so, while this is, I understand it, I just want us to stay focused on trying to help our kids grow mentally. And that's the only thing I would say, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Members, any more questions for this panel? Okay. You have my thanks for being here today to offer your expertise on this matter. To our reviewers, thank you very much for what you do. You're doing a really big job for the state of Texas. So keep up the good work. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. At this time, we will look at House Bill 2209 relating to the establishing the Rural Pathway Excellent Partnership, or the RPEP program, and creating an allotment and outcomes bonus under the Foundation School Program to support the program. And at this time, the chair calls Chris DeWitt, Mike Gonzalez, Adrian Vega, and Ava Gutierrez. Another reminder that registration will close for witness testimony at 3 p.m. So watch the clock if you want to register for public testimony. There you go. All right, with us today, we have Chris DeWitt from the Texas Education Agency, Mike Gonzalez from Rural Schools Innovation Zone, Adrian Vega from the Permian Basin Innovation Zone, and a student that's with us today. We appreciate you being here. Ava Gutierrez from Alice, is that correct? Welcome. We appreciate it. I'll let y'all decide who wants to go first, and we'll begin.
Happy to go first, do a bit of framing. All right. Hello, members. Thank you for inviting my testimony today. My name is Chris DeWitt. I'm the Director of System Support at the Texas Education Agency. We've been working for the last 17 months to stand up the Rural Pathway Excellence Partnership Program, or RPEP, and I'm happy to give you an update today. RPEP created 2 new opportunities. The first is additional allotments, including additional ADA for each participating student and an outcomes bonus for each student that earns a post-secondary credential up to 5 years after graduation. And then the second opportunity is a grant program to support students in planning and implementing the RPEP program. This is a significant funding opportunity for rural districts that meet program requirements. While TEA has not yet operationalized the outcomes bonus due to the long horizon of this data collection, with just the additional ADA, that amounts to $2,500 to $3,000 per participating student per year. And this year, TEA estimates allotting over $1.5 million in additional ADA funding to our first designated RPEPs. The next slide here outlines what happens in an RPEP. Two key changes occur in districts that launch RPEP partnerships. The first is unique college and career pathways are stood up in each neighboring small district, and students at any participating district can attend college and career pathways offered even if it is at a high school in a neighboring district. The partnership is managed by a coordinating entity, which could be a nonprofit, institution of higher education, or government entity like an educational service center. Then on the next slide, it kind of shows what this looks like in action using the Rural Schools Innovation Zone as an example. The RSIZ was started in 2019 with 3 original districts and added 2 more in 2023. The districts partner with the Rural Schools Innovation Zone, which is a nonprofit that serves as the coordinating entity. The coordinating entity's role is to directly manage the pathways offered in the partnership. In this case, the RSIZ offers pathways on this slide, and new pathways are in the works. Pre-RSIZ, students in any of these districts may have had access to 1 or 2 college and career pathways, and now students have 5 options with more to come. As one RPEP superintendent told me, this is giving the big city high school experience to students living in rural communities. On the next slide, you can see some of the results we're seeing in just one of the original RSIZ districts, Freer ISD. And as you can see, they've greatly improved on nearly every domain we use to measure college and career military readiness. We're happy to expand this impact through RPEP. TEA approved 3 RPEP applications in February of 2024, the Rural School Innovation Zone, the Permian Basin Innovation Zone, and the Falls County Rural Collaborative. Sorry, I'm just seeing you're getting the slides here. I'm on slide 6. In all the RPEPs, these RPEPs serve over 450 students across 10 districts and are providing students with access to more post-secondary preparation options than ever before. Then on slide 7, our second RPEP cohort is already in the pipeline. Right now, 4 new RPEPs are in the planning stage and will likely apply for designation in spring of 2025. These new RPEPs will include 17 districts and give over 2,000 high school students increased access to high-quality post-secondary pathways. And as we look further, we expect demand for RPEP to continue to grow. 600 students in Texas have fewer than 1,600 students, meeting the minimum RPEP enrollment threshold. To date, over 50 LEAs and 30 prospective coordinating entities have contacted TEA expressing interest in launching an RPEP in the next year, or in the past year, I'm sorry. And as we look further ahead, we anticipate hitting the current $5 million cap in RPEP funding by fiscal year 28 or 29, which would include funding for about 10 to 12 districts. On the final slide here, I just want to note that RPEP is a program that is already reaping benefits for rural communities and students. The following considerations could further strengthen the program and stretch the impact of the resources already dedicated. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, Chris, thank you very much. Let's move on to Mike Gonzalez.
Chair Buckley, members of the House Committee on Public Education, thank you for allowing me to be here today to give testimony on the implementation and progress of the Rural Pathways Excellence Partnership Bill, House Bill 2209. From the bottom of my heart, and for all those who have greatly been affected by RPEP in South Texas, we want to collectively say thank you, thank you, thank you for the opportunities you guys have given us. So to understand why the thanks is, let's go back to the journey of the Rural School Innovation Zone. Again, Mr. DeWitt talked about the creation in 2019. It was created on the belief that all students, regardless of their zip code, should have an opportunity to achieve greatness, right, and have opportunities for high-quality college and post-secondary success opportunities. We also believe that rural school districts together are stronger. So that was very important and impactful for us to start and create the Rural School Innovation Zone. So through the collaboratives we started, have already added two independent school districts. Our new ones are Aguadosa ISD, Benavides ISD, and the founding fathers, the pillars of the Rural School Innovation Zone are Brooks County ISD, Freer, and Fremont ISDs. So through these collaborations, we've afforded our kids some opportunities to share and pull resources together. We partner with 4 institutions of higher education. We offer our kids 4 specialized career pathway academies that are aligned to our regional workforce needs and labor market demands, okay? And then we also have 2 early college high school pathways that give opportunities to all 5 school districts involved in the Rural School Innovation Zone to take advantage of those opportunities. And that's all been done through House Bill 2209. If you start looking, our vision always has been and always will be that we want to reinvent the rural educational experience for our kids. And through this work, the main focus that we've really tried to rely on is that each individual student, each individual family, each individual community retains their identity, their community identity and their school identity. And that's extremely important based on us sharing our resources and pulling those things together. The passage of the RPEP allows for the long-term sustainability of the Rural School Innovation Zone, which in turn would drive our daily duty to invest deeply in the success of our students and the economic development of our entire region. We have seen strong performance outcomes. The zone, all my numbers are based on the 2023 TAPER report. So the zone outperforms the state and our local service centers, which is Region 1 and Region 2. The zone students graduated 96% clip. Prior to the zone, all the districts was 93%. 93% of our kids are college, career, military ready right now. Prior to the zone, only 73% of those districts were. 60% of our students complete dual credit hours. Prior to the inception of the zone, it was only 15%. And the most outstanding one, in my personal opinion, is that 53% of our students graduating from any one of the zone academies obtains an industry-based certification, up from a measly 4% in 2019. So if we start looking at the impact of the industry-based certifications, what's the next level? It's about a work-based learning opportunities that we have for our kids. When you start looking at the academies and the specialization, we cannot offer that on an individual basis in rural America. There's no way we can possibly do that. Take, for instance, this past summer, we placed 23 students in our next generation medical academy, our health science academy, into our regional health system. When we went for our first day of orientation, the nursing directors asked me, "What do you need from us, Mike? How much clinicals, how much practice do your kids need to get their certifications and pass their certifications?" And I took a step back and I pulled them aside. I said, "Ladies," I said, "these 23 young men and women have 4 certifications and are ready to work today. They are patient care tech, certified medical assistant, EKG, and phlebotomy certified. We want to start work today." The big surprise comes at the end of our 100 hours of internship when our first ever graduate was offered a full-time position and started work the next day at 8 o'clock in the morning. So when you start looking at those different things and those ideals, that stuff wouldn't happen without y'all support to what we're trying to go do. When you start looking about the opportunities that were just given to us this next summer, what's next? What's our future look like? We're expanding and strengthening our career and college pathways. We're doing that through pulling our resources and through the extra funding. We want to ensure that every zone student and every zone academy has an articulation agreement with our 4-year institution already. We already have the 2-year institutions already intact. We want to take it to the next level and have the 4-year institutions. We want to deepen our work-based and collaboration environment, and we started doing that through the investment you guys have made in rural students. So what is additional funding? What does that do for us? What does that do for rural ed? It provides new opportunities. It allows us to strengthen our pathways. It allows us to explore new pathways in dealing with what else is out there that South Texas communities or rural Texas doesn't already have. RPEP's going to allow us to go do that. And we want to thank you for everything that you guys have done and keep supporting RPEP and rural ed. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Let's go to Adrian Vega.
Thank you, Chairman Buckley and members of the House Public Education Committee. Thank you for allowing me to come and share the experience of the Permian Basin Innovation Zone. So the education partnership of the Permian Basin serves as the coordinating entity. We are a nonprofit for the PBIZ. When you think about the mission and the purpose of the EPPB, the reason we were started was to help improve educational outcomes in the entire region of the Permian Basin, cradle to career. Now, I don't think any of you would question the importance of the Permian Basin to our state economy and also the national economy. As you know, that's pretty much the primary producer of oil and gas. And so if you know anything about the Permian Basin, we fall in terms of a regional education service center, it's Region 18. Outside of Midland and Odessa, which are our two largest school systems, I would consider that the urban core, the Petroplex, every other district is rural. Now, why does that matter as it pertains to the RPEP? The reason that that matters is if y'all have looked at any labor market data recently, or I'm sure y'all get lots of reports on oil and gas, we don't have enough workers to keep up with the demand right now. And why does that matter? As we already know, it matters because it's a driving force in our state and nation, okay? The reason that the RPEP was so critical, or rather the example of the RSIZ for us in particular, is it is a model that leverages economies of scale. And I've heard this morning about the allocation of resources and how well are they being maximized or utilized. So here's what I mean by the economies of scale. In working in rural communities, I believe that every rural community, every region has all the resources it needs to accomplish whatever task it is. Here's the difference. Not all of those resources are in the same box. So when I say leveraging economies of scale, let's say I have 3 rural districts, 4 rural districts, and we want to do a plumbing program. The reality of finding a plumbing instructor for 4 districts is going to be unlikely. But by coming together in this format, we don't need 4 plumbing instructors. We need 1. We just need the opportunity for all of these kids to come together and take advantage of that. And that was the reason why EPPB wanted to implement this model, and so we were the second one in the state. Now, what I want to talk to, and it was already been mentioned, that I really, really, really hope that y'all, consider this is, it was already mentioned the amount of interest that this is gaining, the RPEP is gaining throughout the state. Chris already mentioned the number of districts that are willing to put in and apply for this, okay? But the way that the bill is written currently, there is a limit to the amount of funding that would go back to these districts. It's capped at $5 million. Well, the power of this bill then, in terms of our return, our ORI, is going to be, I am going to say capped, because it's not going to really open, when you think about how many districts in our state are rural, what it really could mean. Now, I'm going to go back to what I said about our workforce in the Permian Basin. We need every single one of our kids to graduate prepared for our local economy, which impacts the state economy and beyond, okay? So per the PBIZ, one of our rural pathways that we have, we started, and it was very similar to the RSIZ. It's based on labor market data. We have a welding pathway, which once again, we're not going to be able to hire 4 or 3 welding instructors, 3 or 4 welding labs, but by a collaborative, we can do that, right? Nursing, education, but also an oil and gas pathway, because it's very, very critical for our region. So the last couple of things that I would say that's very critical for your consideration is to raise the cap, if all possible, because that would really, really open this, to really, really make an impact across the state. We already know how many rural districts and how many rural students, the largest in the United States, it was already mentioned. And then the other thing that is hypercritical from personal experience is the importance of providing a planning grant, because this stuff doesn't just happen. You don't go from 1 district, 3 districts, and say, hey guys, let's all get together. No, no, no. There needs to be a process. There needs to be planning that goes to that. So I think if there was a planning grant allocated to this and the cap was raised, this would really take off for our state economy and the students and the families. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. every panel has to have a closer. Save the best for last. So you're the one. Ava Gutierrez, thank you for being here. You're ready to go.
Chair Buckley and members of the committee, it is an honor to be here with you all today. My name is Ava Gutierrez, and I am a junior at Fremont Collegiate High School. I participate in the Guerrero Academy in the Zone. I want to say thank you to the legislator for supporting the work of Rural School Innovation Zone and our PEPs like it. I chose to be part of the GYO pathway because growing up, I was surrounded by teachers and always watched my mom teach. It always spoke to me, and I knew when I grew up, I wanted to be just like her. My favorite part of watching my mom was always the way she interacted with the students and strived to make them enjoy learning what she was teaching. Being a part of the Zone means that not only am I able to be a Guerrero Academy student, but I get to be part of the regular high school experience. And I get to take classes with other students from other districts. Sometimes people worry that we won't get along, but I love that I have friends from across the Zone. We really are one family, and our teachers are always focused on our success. The Growing Academy has given me so many opportunities, like being a part of TAFE, the Texas Association of Future Educators. I was able to compete this summer with my partner from another district in Washington, D.C. at the national level in the Ethical Dilemma event. The Zone has helped me develop the interpersonal skills and confidence that I know I will need in my future as a teacher. Being a part of GYO has helped me decide that I want to become a teacher, and I know that I will have certifications when I leave high school and a pathway into a degree in teaching. When I graduate, I hope to attend Our Lady of the Lake University because they have an excellent educator preparation program. I also know that I will have the opportunity to give back to my community that has invested in me. The Fremont Promise ensures that GYO graduates that return with teaching certificates will have first interviews. I know that I am set up for success, and that is in large part because of the Zone. This is just the first step in a long future of learning. My future does not stop at a bachelor's degree. I plan on advancing all the way towards a doctoral degree. Thank you again for your support of the RPIT program, which specifically is supporting rural districts and communities and students like me to have strong futures.
Very well done. Ava, so when did you first decide that you thought you wanted to be a teacher again? I know your mom's a teacher, right? That's what your testimony?
I think when I finally understood what it was, and it's not just, oh, you're just in a school writing on whiteboards and chalkboards and talking to the little kid. I think I was finally in like middle school when I understood what it was and what it meant, and I just fell in love with looking at teachers write and explain to students, but specifically watching my mom teach. And I actually had her as my teacher my freshman year. So I was kind of turning my head in that moment, but I realized that that was exactly what I wanted to do.
In the program you're in, the Grow Your Own Academy,
Yes, sir.
What activities are you participating in now, or will you participate in, you think that will prepare you the most to go on? And because you want to get your bachelor's, right? You want to do your master's and your doctorate.
Yes, sir.
But what are you doing now that you feel like is preparing you, but also that keeps encouraging you to move forward?
Well, part of our being in that GYO program is that we are able to go to the elementary and co-teach with teachers. And so I get to interact with the kids a lot, and that just is like giving me motivation, like this is exactly what I want to do. I want to move forward, I want to keep going, and this is the future that I have in plan for me, at least. And also along with TAFE, it gets me ready for more speaking events, more talking to people and not just being shy, because when you're a teacher, you can't really be shy. You have a classroom full of students. You have to be confident and be outgoing and be peppy and all that. So I feel like that also helps prepare me for the future.
When you go into a classroom now, what is the biggest surprise when you go into a classroom? What has surprised you the most about the classroom experience and the training and the education you'll need to become a teacher?
I think the way they decorate. It's always different, and it always just surprises me. I'm like, oh, wow, it's animal themed in here. When the last classroom I was in, it was superhero. So it's always just something different.
Everybody brings their own style to it, don't they?
Yes.
Yeah, my mother was a first grade teacher, and before school started, I would tag along, and she would make bulletin boards, and I would just play in the books. But anyway, well, what a wonderful experience, and you know, as we face a shortage of educators across Texas, it is really good to know that we have young people that are plotting their path forward right now and getting that good experience in the classroom. Because there is any profession, the degree of preparation and the quality of the preparation really will be really good for kids in the future. So thanks for all you're doing. Members, any more questions? All right, Representative Talarico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Gutierrez, great job. And thank you for signing up to be a public school teacher. Dr. Allen and I are the two teachers here on the dais, and it's a noble job, and it's a form of public service. And so I want to thank you for that. And you did such a great job, you may want to think about running for office after you're done being a teacher. Is your mom here?
Yes.
Is she? Can you point her out? Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. And you're from Alice, is that right?
Yes, sir.
My granddad is from Bishop, just next door. He saw his first movie ever at a drive-in in Alice, Texas. So it's a special community, and I think you made them very proud here today. I had a question. Mr. Gonzalez, you had mentioned that the industry-based certifications jumped from 4% to, what was the number?
53%.
Wow. So from 4% to 53%.
Yes, sir, in 4 years.
It's incredible. Mr. Vega, you said that there was a need for planning grants, and so I want to ask you and Mr. DeWitt from TEA. I'm looking at that there's language in the bill for these planning grants, but I guess there is an issue with the language in the bill that prevents them from being used for. So I'm just curious what the discrepancy is between the planning grants that we are funding and what you need.
Yes, sir, I can take that one. So because of the source of funds, all the RPEP funding comes from the Foundation School Program. We really had to think about it in two phases. One, calculate and allocate all of the additional allotments, and then carve out funding for a grant program. So the first step was designate the districts, calculate the additional ADA for this year. The outcomes bonus is a bit of a longer process. It requires some interagency collaboration between ourselves and our partners at the Texas Higher Ed Coordinating Board that we're working through now to stand up new data collection systems. And then once we can take care of all that, then we'll be able to carve out a grant program.
So are there any changes on our end that need to be made for those planning grants to be distributed?
Yeah, so, and those are great questions. So we were very, very fortunate. Before the law came to be, the RSIZ existed. We were trying to figure out ways to do the work we're doing out in the Permian Basin. And so the path that we went through to actually get the planning grant, pre-RPEP, it was through the School Action Fund. So we applied for that, but since the RPEP, I think things have shifted. So now you have bunches of districts who would like to do this, who are interested. I don't think they have access to planning grants right now. And here's why it matters, is because it takes about a year runway, right? Because you got to identify the district. It's great that, okay, superintendent A, B, and C want to do this, but it's not as simple as just coming together. You got to look at labor market data. You got to look at master schedules. I mean, you got to do a whole bunch of stuff. That takes time and that takes money. And so with the planning, if there was some funding for that, this would really accelerate this, like I said, for the entire state. And it becomes a game changer. I'll say this, as a former superintendent myself, okay, I used to have this debate, right? What's more difficult, to lead a large urban district or to lead a rural district? Now, you can make the argument for either one. In a large urban district, you have all the challenges that go with that, but you also have a cabinet, you have a deputy soup, you have an assistant soup, you have a CTE director. Right now, we're talking to Marfa ISD, and if y'all want to go out to the Big Bend, come out, because we're looking at doing a rural collaborative out there. Marfa ISD, Marathon, they're like maybe 60 plus kids in the entire district. The superintendent is also the high school principal, is also the CTE director. There is no way that they would be able to offer anything. Through the RPEP, now those kids have a pathway. And I didn't get to bring Ava, good job, Ava. We have a 9th grade student, before the RPEP, she basically said, thank you. Thank you. She was coming into high school, and she literally thought, my life is over after high school. Because in that community, the only thing that is there is an Allsups. And if you're not from West Texas, that would be the version of a Stripes or Ken Quick's out there too. I don't know what else is around here, but I'm saying, think about that. As a freshman, you're already looking at your future and you're thinking, there's nothing after high school. Now she has pathways for a career that can change her life, her family's life, and add to our local economy. That's why it's important to have planning grants and to raise the cap, in my opinion.
If I could, Representative Terrico, the situation, even with us being 6 years in, we've expanded to 2 districts, and we've seen the bumps in the road without a planning implementation year to try to get them on board. Prior to RPEP, my local board, the RSIZ board, implemented our policy guidelines saying that they would be vetted within just a visitor status, meaning we were going to plan any academies in year 1. They were going to take advantage of the academies that were already embedded, already in the rural school innovation zone. That way it gave us that year to plan and project the next academy for our students, right? So now, a planning grant period would just facilitate and make it, make that dream a reality for anybody that's doing it right now, whether it's Permian Basin has been there, 2 years now, or us have been here 6, or somebody brand new. So it's really important that there is some startup money, some kind of situation for us to collaborate, make sure there are no bumps in the road once an academy is fully embedded into the system.
Okay, thank y'all. Y'all are doing incredible work. And Mr. Chairman, I suggest our next hearing, we hold out in Big Bend country. Is that
Hey, it's okay by me. I love it out there.
Thank you.
Yeah. A quick question. So one of the things that we know is that to have a real quality workforce or college career workforce training, there's got to be some sort of connection to employers. And in a time like we're in today, that can change what they're needing can change quickly. And as some rural communities want to address recruiting certain companies and jobs to their area, what's the formalized process for y'all to communicate with potential employers to make sure you're training and educating students on a pathway where they really are going to have the jobs that they want? And if a new IBC becomes necessary, how fast can you turn to change that, to improve or expand the IBC that you're producing?
I'll go this fine, sir. We started doing, Chairman Bluckley, we started implementing kind of the P-TECH model without being a P-TECH a long time ago. So we had the advisory board situation coming through to help us facilitate a discussion with our teachers and make sure we're actually doing what was really needed out there in the workforce, right? Because we can talk about Microsoft Office or Apple or whatever the product is, but if that's not what our local industries are relying on, then we're doing our kids an injustice with our LEA. So bringing them to the table in an advisory capacity has really helped us transcend and give ourselves work-based learning opportunities for our kids. We're very fortunate. We've been fortunate with TA, with CT summer grants. Our kids in our area would choose to work at a Dairy Queen or a Burger King as opposed to get the work-based learning opportunities if they're not getting paid. Through the summer grants, we've been fortunate enough to pay our kids for paid internships within their pathway, so they're taking full advantage of that situation, and you see us producing better and better students and kids and employees before it's all said and done. I mean, take this past summer, we got 3 kids already in the health science system, ready to go based on their completion of their last certification in May of 2024, so that's how we do it in the zone.
Yeah, so similarly, this goes back to the importance of the planning year, and this has to do with doing analysis of the labor market data in that region. And so this is where some of that funding come in, because there are technical assistance providers who are experts in that. And then Mike had already mentioned the importance of creating these advisory boards, because in McCamey and the PBIZ, we know that one of the largest employers, and I'm not saying that flippantly because McCamey's small, but is the regional hospital, right? So immediately we knew that based on the labor market data, we were going to have a nursing pathway, and then we reached out to them to make sure that they would be on the advisory board out the gate, okay? So that's how we're working on ours. So it's looking at the labor market data, what's there. So in other words, and I'm not being negative towards any other career path, but a lot of times there are these sacred cows because, or hey, let's pick one, I don't know. And that's not what the labor market really needs, or that's not what the local community really needs. It needs to be something that's going to be high wage, high demand. And so there's ways to do that. And so we're bringing industry to the table from the beginning.
All right, thank you very much. Members, any more questions for this panel? Well, we appreciate what you do. What an incredibly successful program. Looking forward to looking at your recommendations and taking that up next session. Ava, congratulations. Keep up the good work. We'll see you in the classroom one day.
Thank y'all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, this time we'll bring forward the panel on SB 2124 relating to an advanced mathematics program for public school students in middle school. Chair calls Monica Martinez, Priscilla Flores, Sheila Robinson, and Dr. Angela Herron. Okay, I have Dr. Angela Herron from Grand Prairie ISD. Hello, thanks for being here. Monica Martinez, Associate Commissioner of Standards and Programs from TEA. Good to see you. Sheila Robinson from Commit Partnership. Hi there. And we have Priscilla Flores, Director of Policy from the E3 Alliance. Thank you for being here. I'll let y'all flip a coin and see who would like to go first, and we'll begin. All right, thank you.
I'll go ahead and get started with an overview of implementation from the agency perspective. Again, Monica Martinez, Associate Commissioner for Standards and Programs at TEA. And I hope you've got a set of slides. This is just a short slide deck. Great. Would you like me to go ahead and get started or wait? Go ahead, okay. All right, so when you get the slide deck, what you'll see on the very first slide is some data on student success when they participate in advanced math courses. And what we do see is that students who are able to participate in the APIB courses in pre-calculus are much more likely to be successful and persist in higher education. And so that really tells us that making sure that students have a pathway to those advanced mathematics programs early enough on is going to have an impact on their ability to persist in higher education. Slide 3 is just an overview of the legislation that was passed in the last session. The idea of this program is to identify students who are likely to be successful in an advanced math program in middle school and start to prepare them to be able to take Algebra 1 in 8th grade. The bill did specify that school districts were to implement as soon as practicable following the passage of the legislation. And so we did work with districts to make sure that they had what they needed to prepare and have made clear that any district that had not already implemented should begin implementation with this upcoming 24-25 school year. Slide 4 is just a summary of some of the key pieces of the legislation, namely that we're looking at students who on 5th grade STAR performed in the top 40%. And then there's also a provision for a local measure. So in order to cast the widest net and make sure that all students who have the potential to be successful in this program are captured either by their STAR scores or a local measure. On slide 5, we've provided you with an update of the administrative rules. So statute did permit the Commissioner of Education to adopt rules to implement this program. Part of what we've done in the rule is to require every district to identify that local measure so that they have an additional measure in place beyond the STAR scores, again, to capture all possible students who would be eligible for this program. We also in the rule include language that makes it clear that a district is permitted to establish a process to enroll 7th and 8th grade students into an advanced math program. So if you think about a student who maybe did not score high enough in 5th grade or a student who transferred into the district and didn't have 5th grade STAR scores, that there is still a way for a district to ensure that they are capturing and placing those students in an advanced math program. The administrative rule also provides a little bit more detail on notice to parents. So parents should receive notice no later than 14 days before the first day of instruction when their children are going into 6th grade. There is an ability for a parent to opt their child out of this program, and part of the rule lays out all of the information that parents must receive so that they're able to make that decision to understand the purpose of the program and to support their children should they be enrolled in the advanced math program. Another thing that the administrative rule points out, and this was in response to public comment that we received, is that a district is permitted to remove a student from this type of a program, but they must obtain parent permission to do so. On slide 6, we also wanted to make sure that we had an ability to report back to you how this program is going, and so we did include some requirements for new data collection that will enable us to determine the number of students who are enrolled each year and the extent to which the program participation increases as we move forward. On slide 7, the last piece of the rule is that we will be taking that data and conducting compliance reviews to verify that all of our school districts and charter schools have written documentation from parents of students who are eligible to enroll, and that the district is in compliance with all law and rule. We have also tried to provide support for implementation, including conducting a webinar in the spring to help districts understand the requirements. We've got resources posted on our website, including a frequently asked questions document. We also have implemented, and you'll see on slide 9, through the Texas Virtual School Network, as I know many of you know, Chairman King is very familiar with the TXVSN statewide course catalog that has historically supported high school courses. We have been able to bring this down and to provide some options for students who are participating in these middle school courses. So in thinking about those small rural districts that might not have a teacher to be able to teach your general 6th grade and 7th grade math courses and the advanced math, they can choose to enroll their students in one of the TXVSN courses. You can see the 3 districts down at the bottom of that slide who are going to be offering those courses. So they're courses that will be taught by Texas certified teachers, following all of the TEKS, but it will be a way to support districts who may not be able to implement right now on their own. Slides 10 and 11 just talk about a little bit of the reporting that we have in place. So the Texas Performance Reporting System, TPRS, has a variety of data, and we have added a category for advanced math pathways. You'll see on slide 11 some of the data that we have so far shows the number of students, of all students, number and percentage of all students who are taking the Algebra 1 STAR EOC as 8th graders. You can compare that to students who were at MEET's grade level on 5th grade math, and you'll see a jump from 31% to 48%. And then when we look at students who achieved masters on that 5th grade STAR, that jumps up to 62%. So we do see that trend that students who score in that top 40% on 5th grade math STAR are enrolling in greater numbers, and we expect that that number will increase the more students who are enrolled in the program. Finally, on slide 12, we did want to share an update on some State Board of Education action. So the State Board recognized the value in this program and the value in consistently implementing, and so they have directed the agency to pull together a group of educators for a work group to make recommendations to compact the essential knowledge and skills for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade that will support implementation. So that is some work that we are doing now. The board has signaled that they do intend then to request instructional materials through the IMRA process that are specifically tailored to those essential knowledge and skills. So this is some additional support that the SBOE will provide for districts who don't already have those elements in place on their own. Those are the updates on implementation, and I will stop there.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Let's move to Priscilla Flores, please, from E3 Alliance. Thank you for being here.
Hi, thank you. Again, my name is Priscilla Flores, and I'm here on behalf of E3 Alliance. Honorable Chair Buckley and committee members, thank you so much for the opportunity, allowing us to be here to share some of our recent findings pertaining to the current implementation of SB 2124. I believe you have our slides. There's just about 7 or 8 of them that provide a brief overview of what we have heard and what we are seeing within our Texas public schools. The first slide really just gives a broad overview of what is 2124 and how it is being interpreted within our school districts. And we have it's placing students who have demonstrated proficiency on a math pathway towards completing Algebra 1 in 8th grade. We see it as increasing students' odds of being college and career and military ready. And it's also challenging students so they have the necessary skills for on-the-job training. But I think the bigger scope is it is also a tool and a measure to provide each of our students the tools, the resources, and the commitment to their education for them by providing them more rigor for them to be able to make these choices on their own once they are identified for an advanced math pathway. Again, it's just providing opportunities also for these students based on their individual student outcomes and not on predetermined ideas or perceptions based on those that are on their campus who are teaching them. The next slide is, of course, the same slide that Monica shared as well, and it is the indicator of post-secondary success. We know that 4 years of math or of advanced math or a college credit bearing math will only add to the success of our students to complete a post-secondary degree or certificate within 6 years. The next slide is an indication of the number of jobs in Central Texas that will be needed in advanced manufacturing over the next 5 years. We're seeing that we will need 20,000 jobs where one of the essential skills is advanced mathematics. So we know that 2124 will ensure that our students are ready to fill these opportunities. And again, it falls with the belief of E3 that not only do we want our students to live and be educated here in Central Texas, but we also want them to have the opportunity to give back to their communities and to live and to thrive and to grow within the communities where they were educated. And looking at the next slide in our district impact, what we have seen are a few high level where districts are now they're taking the initiative to look at more innovative strategies and innovative approaches in how they are teaching mathematics, how they are recruiting educators and how they are retaining them, but also in looking at their professional learning and development so they can deliver high-level math instruction in middle school. But again, they're also prioritizing the opportunities for high-quality professional development and learning for their educators. And then also, they are reevaluating the early learning curriculum. So we're making that pivot from saying, okay, now these students are in middle school. Now we have to look at these factors. We're taking them back to the primary learning grades. And which also, we're also understanding that districts are planning creative solutions, really looking at on-the-go tutoring. I think you have an example here where they're providing tutoring services on long bus rides, but really looking for those innovative ways to address these students and help them. But I think most importantly, 2124 is also allowing districts the opportunity to provide these relationships with families, students, and their communities for them to give forth and to show what the advanced opportunities are for their students when they qualify for the advanced math pathways. But again, it goes back to the open and clear communication and having the families be able to make those decisions for their students. On the next slide, you see a giant 52,000. 52,000 estimated students will be identified for access to advanced mathematics for this upcoming school year based on their proficiency scores for 24 and 25. And then our concluding thoughts, again, thank you for your work on Senate Bill 2124, and we would urge the committee to continue supporting and strengthening this legislation to ensure that all of our students have every opportunity to be successful, but also so they too can choose their own path. But we want to just ensure that they have the tools and the resources to make those decisions for themselves. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Now we'll go to Sheila Robinson of Commit Partnership. I want to thank you for spending your birthday with us.
Yes, thank
Happy
you.
birthday.
Love that call
That's-
out. Good
so
afternoon,
you may begin.
Chairman Buckley and honorable members of the committee. Again, my name is Sheila Robinson, and I'm the Managing Director of Middle Grades Initiatives at the Commit Partnership. I want to first say thank you for the opportunity to speak on the impact and on the implementation of Senate Bill 2124. You transition to the next slide. As you've heard from former speakers, the research shows that early success in advanced math, specifically at the middle school level, can be a strong predictor of not only academic outcomes, but workforce outcomes as well. And as you can see in the blue box, Senate Bill 2124 recognizes the critical role that Algebra 1 by 8th grade can play on a student's trajectory. On slide 3, part of my team's role at Commit is around analyzing data and providing that data to our regional school system partners. And so the analysis you'll see on this slide here is the percentage of 8th graders who took Algebra 1 in 2022, and then the percentage of them that actually met proficiency. As you can see on this slide here, there was great variance in not only which students were accessing advanced math in middle school, but also their achievement as well. This variance, which is demonstrated on this slide, highlights why Senate Bill 2124 is so important. On slide 4, which is why I'm here today, you can see several of the learnings that our team has collected from our regional school system partners on the ground. First and foremost, our school system leaders all understand the data behind this policy and are excited about implementing it. Several of our regional school system partners are actually already implementing Senate Bill 2124. Second, around parent engagement and parent information, we're seeing how this policy is truly supportive of that. Sometimes parents actually don't get information about advanced coursework enrollment, and this policy's requirement to send home information is only putting more information in parents' hands. And I know Dr. Herron is going to speak to this in a moment. I do also want to acknowledge TEA's commitment to parent engagement and information in bolstering the rules requiring parent notification before a child can just be opted out of advanced math. Third, as Priscilla named, school systems are going above and beyond to support students with accessing and being successful in advanced math. We've heard from our partners that they're thinking about how to leverage tutoring, how to leverage the after-school space. We've had some ask questions about the additional days school year program. And lastly, in terms of learnings from our regional school system partners, we've really heard them say that they're thinking about early learning and what's happening prior to students entering 5th grade. We're also learning on the right-hand side of the slide, you'll see additional considerations from our partners. First, many of our schools have shared that there are challenges in offering an advanced math program in the absence of comprehensive aligned K-8 materials. So many of our partners choose one resource for kindergarten through 5th grade and another resource for 6th through 8th. And many of their teachers are having to figure out how to close the gap as students transition from one curricular resource to another, which is a challenge. We've also learned that a barrier to successful implementation of this policy is the lack of advanced math middle school TEKs that are specific to an advanced pathway. And the SBOE obviously recognized this as well and has made the decision to think about what that looks like for adopting middle school TEKs. And finally, we understand that as you enroll more students into an advanced math pathway, you need more highly qualified teachers with the math background knowledge that's necessary to teach higher level math like Algebra 1. And unfortunately, what we're finding is that given the high number of uncertified teachers and that a lot of middle school teachers, myself included, a former middle school teacher, are generalists, some of those teachers are just not equipped to teach that many advanced math program students. So on the next slide, in light of this, our team at Commit really wanted to address that concern that our partners have shared around the gaps in teachers' content knowledge. And so we've created a math learning series really focused on supporting school district leaders, school system coaches with building teachers' content knowledge around the math. So what are the skills necessary to effectively instruct in this advanced math pathway? And we're seeing a lot of engagement from our partners and just excitement around having this learning series. In closing, I want to say thank you for the opportunity to speak on this. Senate Bill 2124 is an effective and simple policy, and I'm excited about seeing the longer-term impact of this on so many students in Texas. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Okay, now we'll move to Dr. Angela Herron from Grand Prairie ISD. Appreciate you being here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Chairman Buckley and members of the committee, good morning. I am Dr. Angela Herron, and I serve as the Chief Teaching and Learning Officer in Grand Prairie ISD. GPISD is a large suburban district located in between the cities of Dallas and Fort Worth, with approximately 75% of our students classified as economically disadvantaged. In my role, I lead a dedicated team of pre-K through 12th grade content and specialized program experts who support teachers and campus administrators in the areas of curriculum, instruction, professional development, and assessment for 26,000 students. I am truly grateful and honored to have the opportunity to share with you today information on how GPISD is implementing SB 2124 with respect to advanced coursework. The advantages of SB 2124 are substantial and will greatly benefit our students and potentially the society in which we live. On a related personal note, I grew up in a home where both of my parents worked for Texas Instruments, and a love for math was nurtured and expected. In fact, I didn't know that not liking math was even an option. Therefore, throughout my life, my family and teachers ensured I was exposed to math opportunities and that my ability in mathematics would reach its full potential. That is my hope for every student. Ensuring that students have access to Algebra 1 in middle school has always been a priority in GPISD. Even before SB 2124, select students in grades 6 through 8 had the opportunity to enroll in Algebra 1 based on a placement exam. While this procedure worked well, we always felt there was a missing piece. Therefore, when SB 2124 passed, we were excited and eager to implement its policies. The significance of this legislation is valued by our school board, superintendent, and leaders from various departments across our district who are asking questions and attending sessions to better understand the policy. We will all see it as an opportunity to elevate the work we were already doing in Grand Prairie. SB 2124 not only ensures that we have students enrolled in Algebra 1 by 8th grade, but also provides an opportunity to strengthen our middle school advanced math courses, build our teacher capacity in mathematics, and ensure that all students with the potential to accelerate have the opportunity to do so and are not overlooked by unforeseen barriers. The first step in our implementation of this bill was to collaborate with districts in the Dallas-Fort Worth area to get an understanding of others' accelerated advanced math scope and sequence curriculum plans. Our district math team then created a cohesive scope and sequence plan that ensured all TEKs were covered and gaps were avoided for GPISD students in the advanced pathway. Additionally, the content team met with members of school leadership, data assessment, CCMR, counseling service, and human capital teams to discuss the intersectional impact of SB 2124 on their departments and their role in its implementation in our district. Campus administrators were also trained on SB 2124, and they shared specific needs that extended beyond the curriculum. Next, we focused on informing our parents via mail, infographics, and parent meetings. With the passing of SB 2124, we felt compelled to be more intentional with our communication with parents. Their feedback was overwhelmingly positive, and they expressed a strong desire for consistent academic support through the school year. I'm pleased to report that our enrollment in 6th grade advanced math courses has indeed increased since the passing of SB 2124. In the 22-23 school year, the enrollment was 344 students. In 2023-24, the enrollment was 465. This year, we are projected to have 572 students enroll in 6th grade advanced math and GPISD. This excites me personally because by introducing Algebra 1 in 8th grade, we allow more students to accelerate their math education, paving the way for more advanced coursework in high school. Being a former advanced level high school math teacher, I reached out to some of my former students to gather their thoughts on the value of advanced math in high school and its impact on their college and professional career. Dr. Shawnee Patrick, who earned her PhD in mechanical engineering from Texas A&M University, stated AP Calculus truly helped prepare her for her engineering classes. Earning credit for Calculus 1 and 2 allowed her to advance her degree plan and graduate in 4 years. She felt more confident and equipped for rigorous math curriculum. Others discussed how advanced level high school math courses taught them to strategically approach challenging problems by using knowledge and theory to solve complex problems, a skill they continue to use to this day. Finally, one of the most compelling advantages of SB 2124 is its potential to help close achievement gaps. By prompting us to identify and nurture mathematical talent at an early age, this bill ensures that more students, regardless of their background, have the opportunity to excel. Implementing this program increases access to advanced coursework. This approach is essential for fostering a more inclusive and fair educational environment that supports more learners. Moving forward in the years to come, we have two main challenges. First, access to certified Algebra 1 teachers in middle school in a content area that is classified as a critical shortage area. Most teachers who are certified in high school mathematics want to teach in a high school setting. We have to seek teachers who are certified in high school math and have the desire to do so in a middle school setting. Secondly, we have to fund and provide educators with the training and resources needed to teach advanced mathematics effectively to ensure that they can deliver high-quality instruction and inspire their students. This investment in our teachers' professional growth will have a lasting impact on their ability to foster a love for mathematics and guide students toward their academic success. In conclusion, SB 2124 presents an opportunity to capture all students who demonstrate the mathematical potential to be successful in Algebra 1 in middle school. It also fosters a pathway to build teacher capacity in both elementary and middle schools. Lastly, this advanced math pathway in middle school provides students with the opportunity to enroll in higher level math in high school, better preparing them for college and careers that require strong mathematical skills. Grand Prairie ISD is proud of our strong start with SB 2124, but we are even more excited about the future and the expanded opportunities provided to the advanced math pathway students. Thank you for your time, and we're happy to answer questions.
All right. Thank you very much for being here. Appreciate your testimony. I'll kick it off. When we talk about parents that opt out, what's the most common, I don't know if y'all track that, but why do parents opt their kids out of participating in the advanced math pathway?
Fortunately, we only had like a handful of parents who decided to opt out. Most of it is this sense of, I don't want to say necessarily they're frightened, but they are scared. Will my student really be successful in this class? Are they truly ready for an accelerated math pathway? And so, of course, the discussion, that's when we learned we really have to emphasize the support that we're providing to the students, and especially during the school day when we know that they're in the building. We can't always guarantee that they can come after school, but providing some kind of advisory period or something where they can get the support that they need so they can be successful.
Okay, so I believe from your testimony, and I appreciate you being here because you're doing it on the ground, you're implementing it, and that's really meaningful to this committee. It appears that we need to do better in elementary. We need to make sure we raise the bar there. Fifth grade is kind of the gate, right? They must achieve a certain level on the assessment. And then 6th and 7th grade needs to be meaningful so that they really are ready for 8th grade algebra. Do I have the chronology of that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Early numeracy is just as important as early literacy. And so the more that we can train and build our teachers' capacity in that area so that they feel comfortable teaching those concepts to our students at an optimal level, the better prepared our students will be and the better our outcomes will be for our students.
Okay, do you feel like, when you look around Grand Prairie, I mean, I just know if you sort of take it the way it is across the state, that is a really tough area to find teachers in there. So how do y'all deal with that?
We have several plans in place. Of course, we know that the state has the committee that they're working on. As far as teacher certification, we also have a CT program where we're developing our teachers, our students, so that they can get certified and become educators as well. One of the ideas that we've had also for our middle school teachers is maybe having some type of course where they can come and we can train and help prepare them for that high school certification course in training teachers. I kind of went in another direction.
No, that's okay. No, that's why you're here. Tell us what we need to know. Well, I appreciate that. Members, any more questions for this panel? Wow, y'all handled it very, very well. We appreciate all you do, and thank you very much for being here today to help enlighten this committee.
Okay.
Thank you so much. All right, members, we're going to move on to charge number 2, educational opportunity. Consider issues and matters to increase educational opportunities in Texas to ensure that students and families have increased options to attend a high-quality school regardless of circumstance. Evaluate the use of education savings accounts in other states and make recommendations for a Texas program, including suggestions on eligibility and prioritization of applicants. This time, the chair calls Tina Ketzel, Dr. Patrick Wolf, Michael Chartier, Robin Bagley, and Colleen Dipple. If we do them all at once, it's going to be tight. It'll be tight. All right. Okay, members, on this panel, we have Tina Ketzel, Executive Director of the Indiana Education Scholarship Account Program, Dr. Patrick Wolf, Distinguished Professor of Education Policy at the University of Arkansas College of Education and Health Professions, Michael Chartier, Policy Director, Education Choice for Excel in Ed, Robin Bagley, Executive Director of Utah Education Fits All, and Colleen Dipple, CEO and founder of Families Empowered. Colleen, we have you registered twice, so with your permission, we're going to remove one of those registrations. Is that correct? Okay. We're going to go in order that it is on the agenda, and so we'll begin with Tina Ketzel.
Thank you, Chairman Buckley and members of the committee. My name is Tina Ketzel, Executive Director of the Scholarship Accounts Division for the Indiana Treasurer of State. Indiana has 4 school choice programs. We have the Tax Credit School Scholarship, the School Choice Voucher Program, Education Scholarship Account, and Career Scholarship Account. Our office administers the ESA and CSA programs. The ESA program, enacted in 2021, accepted students in the 22-23 school year. Indiana's ESA provides up to $20,000 to K-12 students with disabilities and their siblings who meet the income requirement of 400% free and reduced meal rate. ESA grant must be used on private school tuition, curriculum, services, therapies, transportation, training programs and camps, and assessments. We have a $10 million appropriation each year in the current budget. Student funding represents 90% of the per student state funding for the Student School Corporation of Residents and 100% of the special education services amount. Siblings who do not require special education services receive state funding allocation. There were 555 students who participate in the program in the 23-24 school year, and we're looking to maximize that to the $10 million appropriation this year. The CSA program, enacted in 23, accepted students about 6 weeks later in 23 school year. 3 agencies administer the CSA program: the Commission for Higher Education, the Department of Education, and the Treasurer of State. The CSA program is universal for 10th, 11th, 12th grade students to pursue career interests through an internship, apprenticeship, applied learning experience towards obtaining a credential of value. The motivation behind the program is supporting employee-led work-based learning programs, addressing barriers for entry for students, as well as providing students with opportunities that address generational poverty. We are the only state that administers a CSA program. This program also has a $10 million appropriation, $5,000 grant per student per year, supporting 2,000 students. CSA funding supports program courses, certification and credentialing exams, post-secondary education and training, equipment required for the apprenticeship, and transportation to get to their work-based learning program. So let's talk about the accomplishments. These are the fun things to talk about. So when you put the students first, you always win. Keeping parents in control of ESA funds by reducing friction of paperwork on parents and providers. So we stream the invoicing process and payment process for creating an endorsement process from the parents for our agency to direct pay students' tuition, and for CSA student employer partners. In addition, payments to providers are paid in 3 days versus the original 45-day settlement contract. That was a win. We replaced the existing platform with a custom application portal inclusive of administration and reporting infrastructure. It was a $500,000 taxpayer annual saving. We also have our legal team on call. Whether it's program eligibility, busting barriers, or policy creation, if we can get to yes for the family and students, we definitely do. So let's talk about a few of the challenges and key learning outcomes that we have implemented in Indiana. So convincing private schools to accept ESA funds with a robust state voucher program, we hired a community outreach manager. This is our salesperson that increased providers from 400% year over year for our families to access. Parents, guardians of students with a disability are the most passionate citizens you will ever encounter. Prepare for formal complaints from ESA students, parents aligned with special education service rules and regulations. To support the students, we built a relationship with the Indiana Department of Education to develop an understanding and state of federal special education laws, special education service plans, and communication between school systems and testing accommodation requirements. With the goal of identifying and resolving barriers of the program, we created a coalition with members of nonprofit organizations who serve disabled students. Department of Education, Homeschool Association, Non-Public School Administration, Indiana Council for Administrators of Special Education, and school choice policy organizations, some in the room today. So in conclusion, I would like to end with one of our students who has been educated at home since inception of the ESA program. Over the past year, she has recouped 2 years of math. Quote from Mom, "The ESA has been our education utopia. It's not a good thing, it's necessary. It allows her to move and have the social connection she so desperately needs. respects the boundaries of her medical condition, and gives her a rich environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This time we'll call on Dr. Patrick Wolf.
Chair Buckley, Vice Chair Allen, distinguished committee members. My name is Patrick J. Wolf. I am a distinguished professor and hold the endowed chair in school choice in the Department of Education Reform at the University of Arkansas. I have been studying and evaluating private school choice programs for 25 years. Choice programs are successful when they accomplish three things. First, they need to attract a large and diverse set of high-quality education providers. Second, they must provide information to parents to help them act as informed consumers of education. Third, they should prioritize serving disadvantaged students while eventually offering school choice to all K-12 students. Participation in a choice program is voluntary for private providers of educational products and services. I urge policymakers to avoid including onerous regulations that drive away quality private schools. Research I have conducted with colleagues demonstrates conclusively that requiring open admissions and mandating the administration of the state accountability test leads many high-quality private schools to pass on participating in a choice program. Schools need to be able to apply their normal admission standards to students in school choice programs so they can be confident that admitted students are prepared to thrive in their school. Most private schools distinguish themselves by offering a curriculum that differs from the public schools. They do not want to administer a test that is closely aligned with the public school curriculum, as such a test would be a poor gauge of how much their students are learning. Second, as detailed in my co-authored book, The School Choice Journey, parents need meaningful and reliable information to guide their school choices. Most parents understand and respect the school accreditation process and view accreditation as a confirmation that a private school is prepared to provide a quality education to their child. I support school choice policies that require private schools to be accredited or to be in the process of becoming accredited, so long as an expansive set of accrediting agencies are eligible to provide that basic mark of quality. Parents also value test score information, so long as the test is a valid measure of student learning. I support the requirement that students participating in choice programs take a test annually that is selected by their private education provider, with individual student results reported to parents and aggregate school results reported publicly. Independent nonprofit and community organizations have important roles to play in supporting parents in a school choice program. Parents seek many details about the educational and extracurricular offerings of schools besides just test scores. They tend to place more trust in that information if it comes from an independent source than if it comes from a government bureaucracy. They also place a great deal of trust in the opinions and school ratings of other school choice parents. Some parents value access to a navigator to help coach them through the process of choosing a private school and customizing their child's education. And Colleen Dipple will be speaking later about the Navigator program she runs. The nonprofit sector delivers these services to parents in highly successful choice programs across the country. Finally, research shows that school choice is especially helpful to students from disadvantaged backgrounds. New school choice programs should prioritize eligibility to students with disabilities, children who are homeless or in foster care, and students from low-income families. After programs are up and running and serving these disadvantaged subgroups of students, all K-12 students in the state should be eligible to participate if their parents decide that a private school or customized education best serves the child's educational needs. Parents are the world's foremost experts on the needs of their children. When they are provided with more educational options, good things tend to follow. Thank you, and I welcome your questions.
All right, thank you, Dr. Wolf. Now we'll move on to Michael Chartier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Michael Chartier, and I'm the Director of Education Choice Policy at ExcelinEd. ExcelinEd is a national nonprofit that supports state leaders in transforming education to unlock opportunity and lifelong success for each and every child. We are focused on educational quality, innovation, and opportunity both within and outside of the traditional education system. I'm here today to discuss our role in education choice across the country and the lessons we have learned about ESA policy and ESA implementation. Education scholarship accounts, or ESAs, are flexible spending accounts funded by the state and controlled by parents. With an ESA, parents can customize and direct funds to a combination of approved uses, such as tutoring, therapy for students with disabilities, instructional materials and curriculum, online programs, private school tuition, contracted services with school districts, exam fees, and savings for future education expenses, among other things. ESAs pave the way for parents to either fund their child's education through a private provider or fully customize their child's education by choosing a variety of vendors. We have developed a series of policies that we believe benefit all parties by balancing family flexibility, fiscal accountability, and ease of program administration. First, and perhaps most important, we believe that every student in the state should be eligible to participate. Students should receive the same amount of funding they would receive in a public school, including any extra dollars they might receive for learning difficulties or other special circumstances. Parents should be able to spend their money on a wide variety of education options. We want to see the state lay out broad categories of spending that are allowed, but also allow flexibility within those categories. What might not make sense to one person could make complete sense to another. A state may decide to outsource program management to a vendor to handle applications or payment processing. We support that. If a state determines that a test is required for accountability, the state should let the provider determine which of the many norm reference tests are aligned with their curriculum. Most providers want to show their value, but they want to take a test that reflects what and how they teach. Parents are choosing these providers because they are different than what they currently have, and that diversity should be protected. We know from surveys and parent-provider experience that providers will choose not to participate in the program if they will have to change their admissions, teacher hiring, or content and practices. Lastly, an annual report can tell a great deal about program success, such as who is using it, what kind of expenses parents are spending their money on, and how fast programs are growing. These policy building blocks will set an ESA program up for success, but I also want to talk about how programs can be implemented successfully after they are passed. ExcelinEd has been working in the ESA implementation space for the past 4 years and convenes state ESA leaders multiple times per year to share best practices and learn from each other. We have learned that states should set aside a reasonable share of funds to administer the program. While there is no magic number for administration, a percentage between 5% and 10% would work for most programs. Additionally, programs will cost more in the beginning, so extra capital could be allocated then, and the percentage lowered as the program matures and efficiencies can be leveraged. We should provide a broad time frame in which families can sign up to receive an ESA. This helps promote fair access and healthy participation. Ideally, the opportunity to apply should be year-round to accommodate various parent decisions. We should ensure parents only have to apply to the program once. Requiring families to reapply every year only adds frustration and is a burden for both the parent and the administrator. Instead, we should ask parents to make a brief annual acknowledgement that they wish to continue to participate in the program. Administrators should be authorized to implement a targeted system of expenditure auditing. Review of every single expenditure can slow down the process, which causes parents weeks or even months of frustration. ESA administrators instead can authorize targeted sample auditing. This draws from established standards in other fields and can even incorporate artificial intelligence technologies. Depending on state-specific ESA statutes, families may make purchases from approved schools and other providers through an online marketplace or through reimbursement of private purchases, even though that may stretch administrative capacity. The reimbursement approach gives families a convenient option to secure goods and services, while the online marketplace, when done well, provides a level playing field that is transparent and user-friendly. Laws should not unnecessarily restrict purchases to either of these two options. As I mentioned before, we launched our ESA Administrative Network in 2020. We currently have 19 states represented across both ESA and microgrant programs. We gather in person twice a year and a few other times virtually to tackle problems and learn about what is working in other states. We welcome any new administrators to the network so they can hear directly from their peers. No state will be going through this alone. In closing, thank you for allowing me to share a little through our thoughts on ESA implementation. This is an intense process with lots of different policy considerations, from eligibility to accountability. But we believe that any program should center students and families. From having an easy one-time application for all Texas students to allowing a wide variety of education expenses to be approved, students are the ultimate customer for these programs. Policymakers will never go wrong by putting them first. And lastly, you will not be going through this process alone. Thank you.
All right, thank you. This time we'll hear from Robin Bagley.
Chairman Buckley, members of the committee, thank you for inviting me here today to share information about the implementation of Utah's Universal ESA program. My name is Robin Bagley. I'm the Executive Director for the Utah nonprofit advocacy organization, Utah Education Fits All. We were involved in the initial passage of the Utah Fits All Scholarship Program and serve as the watchdog and advocacy group for the parents and for the law. I'm happy to share our Utah story and our experiences with you as you contemplate enacting a similar school choice policy to serve the education needs of Texas families. We recognize that each state is vastly different, and so I'm not here to instruct you, but rather to support and provide you with useful information. In January of 2023, the Utah legislature passed one of the most empowering ESA laws in the nation, the Utah Fits All Scholarship Program. In doing so, Utah joined a handful of states offering universal school choice to families for children grades K through 12. That number continues to increase across the nation, demonstrating the rising power of parental choice and agency in education. The Utah law awards $8,000 scholarships, regardless of income level or demographic variables, to families to use for expenses for the education of the student. Such financial support is a game changer. It has significantly democratized access to diverse educational settings, allowing parents to customize options that better align with their values, their expectations, and their children's unique needs. Families can choose to use their scholarships for private school, microschools, homeschooling, or various combinations. Additionally, we allow public schools to participate as providers in the program. Funds become available beginning July 1 of each year and must be used by June 30th. Any remaining scholarship dollars are not carried over but are redeposited into the overall scholarship fund. Our ESA program is funded through an ongoing line item appropriation that must go through a legislative process in order to be increased. There is no automatic growth formula or escalation clause within the law. However, the individual scholarship amount itself is set to rise in conjunction with the CPI. The original bill appropriated $40 million in scholarship funding to serve 5,000 students. In the subsequent 2024 legislative session, prior to the program's first year of operation, funding was doubled to $80 million to accommodate 10,000 students. Due to the limitation in funding, Utah placed into law income preference levels and a lottery selection. There are 3 established income levels. The first is 200% of federal poverty level or less. That's $62,400 for a family of 4. The second is 200 to 555% of poverty level. The highest amount on that end would be $173,160 for a family of 4. And then the third level is any income level above 555%. An application period is established in which families may apply. Selection is not determined on a first-come, first-served basis within that window. At the close of the application period, a lottery is conducted within each income category that has filled. Those in the lowest income preference level are considered first. If applicants in that level are higher than the number of available scholarships, selection is by lottery. If lower, all within the category are awarded, and selection moves on to the next income level preference. The process repeats through the income levels until all scholarships are awarded. Siblings are awarded together. Families apply with one application that includes all children. The process for waitlisted students follows the same income preference levels. Numbers are allotted by income category. Students awarded the scholarships will remain in the program if they select to renew, while the application process for new students is reset and waitlisted students must begin the process over again. The 2024-25 school year is the first year of operation for our program. Our application portal opened on February 28th, shortly after funding was doubled to serve 10,000 students. 10,617 applications were completed within the first 24 hours. Applications were received in every corner of our state across most zip codes, including rural, urban, and suburban. When the portal closed on April 22nd, a total of 27,270 student applications had been received. This means that nearly 2/3, or 17,000 hopeful students, were waitlisted. When scholarship awards were initially announced, all recipients were reported as qualifying in the lowest income level preference of 200% of federal poverty level or less, a fairly remarkable outcome. Since that time, we are aware there have been some income preference level 2 students awarded the scholarship through the waitlist process. However, the program manager has not released those numbers. Limitations in funding present the most obvious barriers to offering universal school choice to families. While the Utah Fits-All law is touted as universal, with restricted funding, it has not yet reached that promise or potential. Well, I've actually used up my time, but I have just a few quick things that are touch points that policymakers may grapple with. Starting with funding, when the number of scholarships are limited, the policy must identify how to handle awards and prioritization. I've already shared Utah's process with you. Demographic categories lead to a more complicated application process depending on the information and proof required, and fidelity to the process can become a challenge. Allowable expenses are by far the most hotly debated policy topics within the movement of school choice. The arguments range from providing full autonomy and freedom to the parent to placing very prescriptive restrictions and limitations within the law. A swing in either direction presents its own set of challenges. Too restrictive and you don't recognize the agency of parents in their children's education. Too liberal and you face the political backlash of appearances and controversy that potentially place the law in jeopardy. Utah's law is by far one of the most permissive in recognizing and favoring the parents' ability and freedom to actively shape their children's learning journey, but this has rendered implementation challenges in terms of program manager or administrative responsibilities, especially in terms of identifying and categorizing approved and prohibited expenses. The administrative challenges increase if the expectation is to have eyes on all expenses. It is realistically not sustainable as the program grows. And then finally, accountability is one last issue that I wanted to address as it relates to the Utah experience. Ours is somewhat unique. Utah has a law that allows all parents to opt out their children from public school state assessments. Because of this, a different approach was taken to address the pressing concerns over scholarship accountability. In order to maintain eligibility for the scholarship year after year, students must choose between one of two options. The first is proof of assessment. Assessment options are outlined in the law. They include standards-based, high school, college readiness, nationally norm referenced, among others, and made available by the program manager at the parent's request. This can include qualifying assessments taken at a student's private school. The second is a portfolio. This must be completed and submitted annually to the program manager, either by the student or the student's parent. The content of the portfolio needs to include a description of the student's educational opportunities and achievements under the program for the given year. The portfolio can be as simple or as extensive as the recipient chooses, and the content may not be disclosed except to the parent. So as I close my testimony and open up to some questions, I'd like to end with just these thoughts. While the challenge of navigating through significant parent choice policies is a difficult one, both legislatively and politically, it represents the future of education. We exist in an ever-changing world where we have the ability to customize nearly everything in our lives. This shift to an ESA-style approach is a harbinger of a more dynamic, responsive, and inclusive educational landscape, where the needs and choices of families take center stage. The burgeoning popularity of ESA programs is not just about the numbers, rather about recognizing and celebrating the agency of parents in their children's education and their growing inclination to explore and embrace alternative educational pathways. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, we'll have Colleen Dipple. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Chairman Buckley, for inviting me to speak to this committee, and thank you to each of you for your interest in this issue. I'm Colleen Dipple, the co-founder and CEO of Families Empowered. I'm a former Texas public school teacher. I have a master's degree in ed leadership, and most importantly, I'm a mother of 2 children. 15 years ago, I co-founded Families Empowered to help parents find schools that will best serve their children. Today, we've served over 105,000 families in Texas. Families Empowered provides free, bilingual, personalized school navigation services to families looking for educational option. Our vision is that all families will have access to schools that work for them. Parents are at the center of everything we do. They are our core customers. 89% of our families identify as people of color, and 59% are living on $50,000 a year or less. We know, after working with them, that choosing a school is a personal decision. It's emotional, and it is high stakes. We've built a parent service model that provides tailored, unbiased information about all school options to parents without judgment of their personal choices. Neutrality is at the core of our service, and we believe it is critical for parent navigators to provide sector-neutral guidance as they serve families. We partner with schools that want to enroll parents. We've partnered with 14,255 schools in Texas. That includes HISD, Austin ISD, Fort Worth ISD, San Antonio ISD, charter schools, both CMOs and one-off sort of mom-and-pop charters, private schools, religious and secular, and on occasion, we have referred folks to the Texas Homeschool Coalition. We provide parents with accurate and actionable information in a format that works for them. We tailor our communications and services to meet the diverse needs of our parents. We have found that parents want and need more than a posting on a school finder website. We serve parents through text, email, digital, and in-person events, and we run the only free bilingual K-12 call center in the state of Texas, and I think in the United States, focused on helping families find and apply to schools that meet their child's need. Last year alone, we made over 80,000 phone calls in Texas to parents. We sent over 680,000 emails. We have a social media reach of 2 million people, and we've hosted over 18,000 parents in live in-person events across this state. Demand for school options in Texas is very high. The number of children on Texas charter waitlists grew to 10,000 students last year, to a total of 76,000 today. That's the largest one-year increase on record. We serve these parents every day, and in fact, 3 weeks ago, 600 parents RSVP'd for a school fair that we hosted in San Antonio, and 2 weeks ago, 150 parents attended a pre-K event that we hosted in Fort Worth. The school fairs that we host, they help parents talk directly with educators in their local school, in their community, to see if the school is a right fit for them. And at these events, in a single day, a parent can visit directly with several schools, which provides them with unprecedented access to educational options. The low-income families we serve, in which both parents often work 2 or 3 shift jobs, do not often have the benefit of time and the knowledge of all the options available in their community. We provide them with access at no cost. We have done this for 15 years because we believe that every family should be empowered to select the best fit school for their child. The polls are accurate. Parents want school options. Our work illuminates the fact that parents benefit from support as they navigate the different choices available to them. And we believe that they deserve support. Parents who utilize our services feel that they are stuck in schools that do not work best for their children, or they are new parents looking for schools for the first time. Not only are we meeting the needs of families in Texas, but we have helped incubate 2 parent navigation organizations for families participating in ESA programs in Florida and Arizona. Our experience has taught us that choosing a school for your child is an act of love for a parent. But it is high stakes, and it's not a decision that parents make often. It requires trade-offs. Families are perfectly capable of making these choices, but they understand the gravity of their decisions, and they want to make the right choice for their son, their daughter, their grandchild. And this requires person-to-person conversations. We're in an unprecedented time in Texas as a legislator will have the opportunity once again to craft policy that will empower Texas parents with more school choices. As you all consider the components that should be in place to ensure that those who would benefit the most have access to this program, I urge you to consider the support that will be provided to families as they utilize the new tool that they will now have in their toolbox. The policy you craft and ultimately pass will be very consequential to parents, and I really appreciate the time that you are taking to get this right.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, we'll start with questions now. Representative Hinojosa.
I'm not sure I have so much a question as a statement. We just heard a whole panel on an expenditure of public dollars that if we did it in Texas, we'd be looking at over $1 billion program, and we heard no data cited, which is interesting to me because I guess we're just abandoning making data informed or data driven decisions when it comes to taxpayer dollars in this amount if it's privatized. And that, I think, is really disappointing considering, again, how substantially underfunded our neighborhood public schools are and how we seem to not care about what parents want in our neighborhood public schools, and that is to fund our schools, the only option that is available to all kids. The only idea I heard here that I would like to explore is the Vermont law that allows for parents to opt out of standardized testing. I would like to explore that option for our parents because they absolutely deserve their voices to be respected. Parents and teachers, we don't listen enough to those voices when it comes to our neighborhood public schools. We also heard from the expert that is on the panel that these options only work when private schools are allowed to discriminate in admissions. Well, wait a second. Then how can we say this is a good option for our Texas public schools kids? These are public dollars. They should not be used to discriminate. If you can only get results for kids by discriminating who you're going to admit, that's not an option I think we should put our taxpayer dollars behind. Thank you.
Yeah. Could we maybe speak, Dr. Wolf, to some of the, talk about data? Let's talk about some data and who enrolls, who chooses these programs, and what that looks like in your research and experience over many, many years.
Sure. When new private school choice programs are launched, typically about 4 to 8% of the eligible population applies in the first couple of years. So there isn't like a mass stampede out of public schools. It's basically the children for whom the public school placement is not working. They're the ones whose parents go to the trouble of enrolling them in these programs and the disruption of switching schools because it's so important for them to get their children in a school environment that's going to work for them. Private school choice programs are especially popular among disadvantaged subpopulations. So African American families disproportionately participate in private school choice programs. For example, they're also very popular among families of children with disabilities. So if you look at all of the programs, all 72 programs across 34 states in the United States, 14% of the private school choice enrollments are in programs that are limited to children with disabilities. So that's a higher proportion than the proportion of children with disabilities in district-run public schools. So those two groups, private school choice is very popular for them.
I believe that we've talked about that in the programs that you've highlighted today that participation is limited by the appropriation. So there's been some certain appropriated in most states, and then that sort of drives the uptake. You mentioned the percentage of parents that apply over the first couple of years. What is the percentage, Mr. Chartier, maybe you could speak to Florida, what's after 20, well, I know it's varied, but after probably 20 years of a parental choice program, what's the percentage uptake or percentage of kids participating in those scholarships?
Those programs grow by single-digit percentages each year. Over the total time in the program, I don't have that number in front of me about what the total percentages because Florida just combined all of their programs together this past legislative session. I don't have that in front of me, but I'd be happy to find that for you. But generally speaking, these programs grow slowly over time. We've seen that in Indiana. We've seen that in Florida. as Dr. Wolf said, in Arkansas, those numbers grew 1-2 percentage points each year. So these programs do grow small over time as parents learn about them. But I'm happy to get you the overall Florida percentage numbers when I get off this panel.
Okay, thank you very much. Chairman Dutton.
Thank you. How do children benefit?
Exponentially. So I shared one quote from a parent that said over the last 2 years, her daughter has recouped 2 years in learning loss in math. We have more of that statistical data. Again, we have a $10 million appropriation. We're going to be right around 1,000 students. So smaller subset. We do have one of the most robust voucher programs in the state. But we also do require state assessments. And so we have that data as well that our Department of Education tracks on an annually basis to be able to show their growth rate as well. So I'm definitely happy to share that information. But we're customer service. We are on the phone with these parents. We're meeting these parents in their school systems. We're meeting them at their ABA centers and saying that this works. It's an investment. We do have educate at home students that are involved as well. 30% of our population educate at home, where they want that hybrid. They want to be able to go to a therapy center because they think that's best for them, and then they also want to be able to a la carte a class here and there to be able to increase their educational environment.
So have you done a survey with students?
Yes.
And what did the
Parents,
students
providers.
say?
Yes, that is part of our legislation.
What does the students say about the program?
So from the student standpoint, again, we're K through 12, and so I'm not talking to a 5-year-old respectfully. I was like, from a parent perspective, 80% says they have seen growth in their child because of ESA, and
yeah,
we're
that's
in
what
year
the
2.
parents say. I'm asking you, what do the students say?
We do not survey students
You don't
specifically.
ask them at
No,
all.
we do not.
Let me ask this then. Have you seen an increase in the number of private schools?
Yes, so we actually have a 400% increase of private schools in 1 year.
Of 400%?
Yes.
So you started with what number?
12 schools year 1, we are at 91 schools year 2. Total providers, 698 providers across the state of Indiana.
And do they locate generally in the same area, or?
No, rural, metro. We also have schools that are outside of state as well that are considered businesses. So Kentucky and Chicago, we have students that do participate in specific schools for disability.
Do you all have in your constitution a prohibition against using public funds for a private purpose?
Unknown. I would have to get back to you on that.
You don't have that?
So I'm a Hoosier as well. We have a state, what's known as a Blaine Amendment, that kind of speaks to what you said. So we had a court case back in 2012. It was named Meredith v. Pence in the state of Indiana. And what that found was that the state of Indiana gives private dollars to parents, and through their impartial decisions about what the parents want to do with those education dollars, they can freely choose a private religious school if they wanted to. That broke, in Indiana's mind, that prohibition between the state funding religious schools. That parent decision is what broke that connection. So that was the general outcome of decision in Meredith v. Pence.
So there was a case that stood for the proposition that you could use public funds for this private purpose?
Yes, you could use it. Yes, so our program in not the education savings account, but the voucher program is formula funded. It's funded through our education formula. And again, that parent decision, the money's given to the hands of the parent, and then that parent decision is what breaks that chain between state funding and religious education.
I'm trying to understand that. So the parent decision, so you give the parents the money.
Exactly.
And does that money, to what extent does that pay for the entire cost of private school?
That would depend on the school. I know that there have been some studies done on, specifically in Indiana. I know that they've been done in other states that look at what percentage of tuition that covers. I know that the median tuition price in the state of Indiana is lower than the average voucher amount for Indiana. I can't speak for what it is for the ESA program. I'd be happy to get you more of that data. I couldn't cite you the exact percentage, but I know that the median private school tuition in Indiana is lower than the voucher amount.
It's lower?
So the voucher would cover the cost of tuition.
So private schools are charging less than what you generally appropriate to public schools?
Private schools, yes, they charge less than what we appropriate. So in Indiana, we only get 90% of what the that student would get in private school. They don't get access to any of the federal funds or any of the access to the local funds. It's only 90% of the state per pupil allotment.
And can you describe the students who have chosen to do this?
They come from all backgrounds, all across the state. Each year, the state of Indiana does put out a report. I'd be happy to pull that for you and give you some of the highlights of, how many low-income students, breakdown in demographics. I don't have that right in front of me, but we do a report every year that talks about the voucher program. Do you have any of the ESA numbers?
The voucher program. There's 122,000 non-public students in the state. Last year, 68,982 were funded through the voucher program.
And how many of those were going to private schools before you started the voucher program?
Those were enrolled. So you have to be enrolled in a private school to be qualified for the voucher program. So completely different from ESA.
But my question is, how many of your students were availing themselves of private schools before you implemented the voucher program?
So Indiana's, when the voucher program was started, it was only for switchers. You had to be in the public school first. You couldn't have current private school students receive a voucher. That number was around 60,000, I think between 60 and 65,000 students were switchers from the public schools to a private school. I don't know what that number is today, because we did expand the voucher program to include current private school students last legislative session, but at least I can tell you that around 60,000 students were switchers and were not currently in private schools.
So you had to be in a
public school. You had to be in a public school first
to be
a
switcher. For how long?
I think it was 2 semesters. I believe it was 2 semesters.
A year.
You had to be in
school year.
School year.
One school year. So did you have any students switching to school years, switching back from private school to public schools?
I don't have any data on that off the top of my head. I don't know, but I don't know.
Does anybody know that? Do you know that?
I do not. I can get the Department of Education in Indiana administers the voucher program, and I can forward you their public report.
Okay, and what private schools were charging, has that been affected at all by your programs?
I can tell you that in Utah, they can't charge different admission or tuition. So their published tuition for all students, whether they receive a scholarship or not, has to remain the same. You cannot charge a different tuition.
Has it gone up, though? Has it
Well, our
increased, or has it
program is
gone
pretty
down?
young, so no, not at all. But we're in our first year of the program.
And how many students do you have in your program?
So 10,000, and to go back to what you asked earlier, all 10,000 qualify in the lowest income preference, which is 200% of poverty or less. All 10,000 recipients.
And are the private schools required to take any student who accesses the voucher?
So private schools can't discriminate according to federal guidelines, but beyond that, they have their own admission guidelines.
So they can, is the answer.
Theoretically, yes. No one has at this point, but theoretically.
They could choose not to take a student, even though they had a voucher.
Yes, but they can't discriminate. Well, they're still held to the same federal laws on discrimination of children for religion and other purposes, so.
Yeah, that works pretty well in the general society, too. Let me ask this way. I'm trying to get around how, what should we expect as policy makers for the voucher program to do for Texans? And I mean children especially.
Sure. So, there have been a number of studies of the effects of private school choice programs on student outcomes.
Yeah.
The most rigorous ones apply experimental methodology. They're called the gold standard of evaluation. There have been 18 gold standard evaluations of the test score effects of private school choice programs. 11 of them report positive effects. 5 of them report no gains or losses, and only 2 report negative effects, or both evaluations of the Louisiana Scholarship Program, and I authored one of those. And the Louisiana Scholarship Program was a heavy regulation school voucher program, and that model is not being used. In terms of new program enactments, people are gravitating toward programs that are different from the Louisiana Scholarship Program because that is a cautionary tale. In terms of educational attainment, which is how far children go in school, measured by high school graduation, college enrollment, and college completion, that's where the results are especially consistent, favoring these private school choice programs. There are 18 findings about the effects of private school choice on educational attainment, and 16 of them report positive effects, and 2 of them report no effects either way. So it looks like these programs are especially effective at keeping children engaged in the educational project longer. They stay with their education longer, they go farther in their education. That's the main effect of private school choice on student outcomes.
Tell me what that means. You mean they go to college?
Yeah, they're more likely to graduate from high school, enroll in college, and complete college if they participate in one of these programs.
Well, then that raises another question. Are there specific grades more affected by your program?
We haven't studied the effects on grades because, grades are rather subjective.
No, I mean grade levels. I'm sorry.
Oh, are there different?
7th grade, 8th grade, 9th grade, or 3rd grade, or whatever.
There isn't a consistent pattern of effects by grade level that we've seen.
So you would expect, if we looked at your program, you would have essentially the same number throughout every grade level.
Oh, in terms of enrollment, yes, Representative. There is a strong preference among families to enroll their children in these programs in the earlier grades. So a K-12 private school choice program is going to have a lot of enrollments in kindergarten, 1st, 2nd grade. Many fewer enrollments in the high school grades, except for 9th grade, which is a transition grade anyway.
And that's sort of what I was getting at earlier about whether the students are making the choices or parents are making the choices. Because generally, children in the lower grades don't get to make choices. And the only time that starts to happen is as students get older, and so you would find, I was just guessing, but I was guessing that you would find fewer students in the upper grades accessing the private school voucher.
That's correct, Representative.
And okay, so that essentially says, I guess, what you all are saying, that this is a program that benefits parents before it starts to benefit students.
So I might just jump in and say, as someone who's just been in the parent service sector for 15 years, parents are the custodial caregivers for their children. They make health decisions, nutrition decisions, education decisions, and so, you're right. I mean, at the sort of lower grades, parents are required to make those decisions, right? We don't let 5-year-olds sort of make lots of decisions for themselves. Anecdotally, if you were to come to any of our events, we have hosted events at the zoo in Houston and at the Minute Maid Park. We'd love to have you come. high school students will come to those because the high school student is participatory as a parent yourself, right? So there is this selection even within our magnet schools. Our magnet schools have kind of test in, there are performing arts schools, there are STEM schools, there are lots of these schools that, kids start to have these interests. They also our magnet schools are test-in schools, so there are cut scores, and those are selective as well. So I think you're right. Yes, parents, but I would say families benefit because when children are in schools that work for them, and the parents have to make these, very consequential decisions, they benefit, but they're making those decisions not for themselves, right? They're making them for their children.
At least that's what they say. And finally, Mr. Chairman, if I may, what has been the impact on public schools?
Representative, there have been 31 rigorous evaluations of the effect that the launch or expansion of private school choice programs has on the performance of affected public schools. And 27 of them report that the effect is positive in terms of student outcomes. So the test scores of students who remain in a public school when that school is pressured by competition from private school choice, those test scores have gone up in 27 out of 31 evaluations. So it's one of the points of great consensus in the field of school choice research, and that is that through the process of competitive pressure, private school choice generates a rising tide that lifts all boats.
Well, I guess I sort of having a conflict in my mind because when you say that, but you also say on the other hand that it's generally in the lower grades. I'm wondering how that doesn't seem to compute to me.
Can I
Yes, ma'am.
I actually think your question's a really good one.
I do too.
And we're in alignment on that. That's great. I'd urge you, again, you all are crafting the policy. I'd urge you to consider allowing ISDs to participate, right? So there are schools, so as I said, we've incubated 2 new organizations, one in Arizona, one in Florida, to really sort of solve this challenge around parents utilizing this good matching, great, sort of fit. And what is fascinating is in some places, public schools, this gets to your question of the upper school, they can utilize an ESA to say, boost enrollment so if you're able to participate in a chemistry class and I'm homeschooling, right? Or I really want my child to take physics. Why not take physics from an ISD? They're probably pretty good at it. Why wouldn't we be more creative and to think about allowing districts to participate? That is, again, you all are crafting policy if it passes, if this comes before you, I would urge you to consider that.
And that's something that Utah has done. So public schools can be providers in the program, and some of our largest districts in the very first year have already signed on. And again, we have a lot of homeschoolers in the program who are very excited about this. They like to do dual enrollment, so.
Should we have compulsory school attendance?
Pardon?
Should we have compulsory school attendance
For
children?
Well, we do have compulsory school education.
I said, should we
attendance
have
in
that,
the-
though? Should that be the case, or should we let parents decide if their children ought to go to school?
I can't speak to that. I only can speak from Utah's experience, not what maybe you should consider.
Well, that's not what I'm asking. That's not what I'm asking. And the reason I'm asking is because you all rely so much on parents making decisions for their children, and I'm wondering where does the limits to that go?
As long as they're a minor, that's how it works.
Representative, to your point, we do trust parents. We know that in a variety of states, parents can homeschool their students, and we are fully supportive of that. In fact, we encourage that. So as long as parents, meet the requirements that are set out in state law for education, we support whatever that looks like.
So we don't really need compulsory school attendance. Since parents are making that choice.
So, Representative, I think to your point, however that looks, whatever that compulsion looks like, whether it goes to a public school, a private school, or homeschool, that is what we support. Where that education happens to us, we're agnostic to.
Or no school.
So, I mean, if that looks like a homeschool representative, to me, that's okay.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. Just to follow up, you mentioned going from 12 to 90 private schools. That doesn't mean new schools that started up, that someone built, or does it mean
Correct.
private schools already there that chose to participate? Because I am totally shocked by that number.
Yes, that is correct. I was like, chose to participate. So in Indiana law, it's an opt-in, not an opt-out. Same with the voucher program. The voucher program has 353 non-public schools that participate to accept voucher funds. In ESA, we have 91 currently.
And so because definitions matter, just so we all understand, a voucher program is really between the state and the private school, right? So many times a parent might not even know that a private school is applying for that on their behalf. Is that correct?
So the non-public school is an intermediary that actually got placed into law as well to apply on behalf. But the parents are still giving tax information, they're still giving all the documentation, and then the school submits that on behalf of the parent.
I guess, man, I'm not as good at asking questions as he is. But what I'm getting at is the payment is made directly from the state to the school.
Yes.
Where in an ESA, whether it be a spending account or a savings account, which are different, you would have those dollars sort of being held on behalf of a parent and then paid on their behalf for whatever tuition, service, therapy, what have you, they needed. Is that correct? And y'all have both.
Yes.
So you have a voucher program that's been around quite a while.
13 years, yes.
And then you have an ESA program that's been around a shorter amount of time.
Yes.
Okay, so language matters, and so and definitions matter. So I just want to make sure that I understand what we're talking about. And what about accreditation? These 91 private schools, are they accredited?
No. Not for ESA. So voucher program, yes, they do have to be state accredited. For ESA, they can be non-accredited, third-party recognized by our Board of Education. Micro schools, they operate as a business and not a qualified school. Very clear in language.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Ms. Shirk here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to add clarity to your question of the money going directly to a private school. I want to clarify, the money goes through the parent. It never goes into their bank account.
In which one are we talking about?
The voucher, I'm sorry, the voucher program.
Okay.
So the money would go from the state to the parent. They can't deposit the money in their checking account or anything like that. And then that money is endorsed over to the school on behalf of the parent. So I want to be clear, because this was clear in the case I mentioned, Meredith v. Pence. The money does not go from the state to the private school. It goes to the parent to be endorsed over to the private school. But again, I want to be clear, the money can't go into their account. They can't take the money and do anything else with it. Okay. It can only be used for that purpose, to be endorsed over to the private school.
Okay. Chairman Longoria. Excuse me, Chairman Longoria.
Thank you, Chairman. Okay, so you mentioned money, and that's what I want to talk about. If this were to pass, voucher, how much money do you recommend the state allocate for vouchers?
For me?
Well, you guys are the experts, so we're trying to...
Sorry, I just wanted to make sure you're asking me and the rest of the panelists. So for us, so we advocate for education savings accounts here at Excel and Ed. Vouchers are a good
for the vouchers, can anyone give a number on the voucher, on a recommendation?
I mean,
anyone from the panel?
I can speak on behalf of Indiana Department of Education's going to get me. So 68,000 and some change students last year. That'll give you a perspective of what we're talking about. It was $472 million.
So what was the amount per child?
It averaged 6,200.
6,200 per child?
Correct.
Okay.
Special education is paid outside of that too.
Okay, so
from
APC
APC funding.
So
flow.
for a voucher, Indiana 6,200. Do you think Texas could do it with 6,200?
I think that's up for you. I don't know your math.
Okay, no, well, I'm asking.
And so this year we have 6,500 per student for
Okay,
the voucher program specifically.
Okay, so just to clarify, Indiana 6,500 per voucher. Now, what about the ESAs? How much per ESA per pupil?
In Indiana?
Well, wherever. I mean, what is the recommended amount?
I mean, for Excel and Ed, we want every dollar to follow every student, so whether that's state, federal, or local. I don't know the Texas numbers on that statewide, what the average is, but we want every dollar to follow every student. So in Indiana, I can tell you, that's about $13,000. We want all $13,000 to follow students into an education savings account.
So 13,000 on the ESA in Indiana.
That's what.
Okay. What about SPED, special education? What is the difference and how much is being funded for that?
So special education has 3 appropriation levels, $525, $2,970, and then if you have autism spectrum disorder or severe disability, it's nearly $12,000. So it's dependent on what your special education level is, and that gets allocated. That's how we get up to about $20,000 per student, but on average, right now we have about $16,000 per student if you combine all of our students that are in our application.
So the average, I guess, is $16,000 per SPED student?
Yes.
And what's the maximum a student could get?
$20,251.
Okay. What about transportation? Is there a transportation allotment, or is all that money included in those, in the ESA or the voucher?
Transportation, but it's included in that amount. So you have up to $20,000, and then we have eligible expense categories. We do have a restriction for transportation to and from service providers only, up to $750, with the option to do a waiver. And we do have about 50% of our students do a waiver, so a second $750 that's allocated.
Okay, just go back. Explain that again. I'm a little bit confused.
So transportation, we have a carve out. But you have to use your $20,000 or whatever is allocated. It's not an additional pot of money. So $750 is what the parent can spend out of their ESA account. It's only to and from their service providers. So very specific. And then we do have an option for a waiver, and about 50% of our families do a waiver to say, I'm traveling more, I need to go to my service provider more, I need more tutoring, I need more ABA. So they're eligible for a waiver for a second $750. So max out that $1,500. But again, it has to be under their maximum amount for that was qualified for a year.
Okay, and that's for SPED, and I'm assuming regular, same thing? The 750?
$750. That's what has worked well in other states. $750 is what transportation is in other states for ESA. Capped expenses.
So I think as policymakers, you want to make sure we educate our children, right? That's the key. So our business is education, but how do we keep the business out of the business of educating? We want to run the business out, right? We don't want to make it a business. What do you propose? What parameters do you think we should set as policymakers to avoid keeping the business, making business of the business of education?
I apologize. I don't think I understand the question.
The thing is I feel like we need to educate our youth, right? And that is our business, right? That make sure we get folks educated. But now you see all these private industries coming in, and how do we make it so that they're not incentivized as profits over pupils? I mean, what do we do?
I'm going to jump in here. So I would say that comes down to eligible expenses. What are you requiring families to do? Ours are all or, which was some big consternation when it got passed in 21. So, everything STEM related or what's in their special education service plan. So parents are required to spend all that. And then Indiana, we require the state assessment. So that's where you can build parameters then of here are the guardrails. Let us administrators deal with the administration. Let us, use technology to be able to help the parents so it's not a barrier, it's access to service of education.
Okay, so I'm sure you've probably seen some abuse and fraud in this, right? Where have you seen it?
So I'll talk specifically. So career scholarship account, I got asked to buy 3 cars. No, I'm going to say no on that. But we do see it. I was like, and being able to say, curriculum or supplementary items. So a lot of our parents specifically want sensory items. That's not curriculum. So we say no. Again, Indiana only serves special education students. And so we're very clear and restrictive, and my staff looks at every single invoice and eligible expense. We can do that because we're small. I was like, you look at Arizona, you look at Florida. I was like, that's probably a bigger conversation, and maybe Utah. Really drive what they need for their education. So we let technology work for us. We built a $2.8 million infrastructure with our first vendor. Respectfully, our appropriation was $3 million. Came in Treasurer Elliott by trade. He's a software engineer, and I said, this is really restrictive to the parents and the providers utilizing this program. Yes, that money was already spent, but I built a program for ESA and CSA and $200,000 with a new vendor. So it makes it easier. We can look at tax information. We can look at special education. We have statuses that go out to the parents, that go out to the providers. Every time we approve a provider and review a provider, it pings on the parents. This one's able to be spent with. Use your ESA money, and this is how. So making that infrastructure easier and simplistic for the parents, we brought in parent groups, we brought in provider groups and said, you tell us what you need, and we built it for that. We also have translation service, 302 languages. In the state of Indiana, we don't even represent that many languages, but we have it available. Mobile and apt, would say that is key to be able to utilize that as well and being able to bring that to the forward. We surveyed our families, 80% of our families use their mobile device. These parents are on the run. They're the most passionate parents serving special education kids. They don't have the time to try to figure out a system and figure out administration of this program. They need it to work for them. And essentially, they just need it to be a bank account with expenses that are very clear of what they can and can't spend with. And it's okay to say no. It's just easier to get to yes when you start seeing those trends.
Do you have any idea kind of what the state spent on all that?
So,
on implementing a software program, getting all these...
$2.8 million.
Do you know what they kind of spend to operate that?
So it's a cost saving for us of $500,000 within our new program.
Within the new program, but what do we, I mean...
So we spent $200,000 with our current vendor. Previous vendor, it was $2.8 million.
Okay.
You don't need to spend that. I can testify to that.
Well, I'm worried. I mean, it seems like it could be an added burden to the state, implementing a program, cost, software. Folks have to run it from the back end. That could be additional cost to the state.
Ours is contracted out. The Utah State Board of Education contracts out to a third-party nonprofit provider, so they become the program manager and they completely administer the program. And they receive $2.5 million for doing that, currently serving 10,000 students.
So it's $2.5 million to operate the program for the year.
Yes.
And Representative, it's pretty standard in the choice programs across the country to allocate 5% of total program cost to administration. That tends to be the parameter that's most common.
And I would also just add, I think, there are well-intentioned for-profit vendors who will probably claim that, an algorithm or an AI matching tool can just kind of match people and make this a very sort of slick, automated school choosing experience. Our 15 years has taught us really that point of view is a little bit naive and falls short. And so, supporting the end user, right, who is the parent on behalf of that child, I think we would agree that having some form of like neutrality and really like customer service parent support from a not-for-profit is a valuable thing to consider as you're thinking about administration.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Allen.
Thank you. This is the first panel that, thank you. The first panel to come up, and you didn't have a handout, so if I asked I didn't see a handout from either one of you. And so that may make my questions rambling for each one. And so I'll go to the first question is, how do you measure success if you don't have tests? How do you determine, and not anecdotally, like I heard you say a parent came and she said her daughter had grown sufficient. That's one parent, and that's anecdotal. How do you measure success of the entire program?
So Indiana does require tests, so we use Indiana state assessments only. And so I Learn, I Read, I Am, SAT, PSAT, WIDA Access. So we do have that, and our students are required to complete those tests every single year per eligible grade.
Let's talk about the data. If it's disaggregated and you separate the kids that came in under the program from the kids that are in the regular program, what does that data look like?
So from coming from public school or homeschool space into the program?
Yes.
I don't believe we can compare that. And the reason I say that is because our homeschoolers aren't required to test until they become an ESA student. And so we wouldn't have a data set for 30% of our students because in the state of Indiana, there is no testing requirement for our
You
homeschool
don't have an idea of whether your program is working for these kids that are coming in. So that's what we're saying. You have your students compared to public schools.
So there's 1.2 million students in the state.
And now you're serving how many in your program of these students who came from public schools?
Well, it's not specific, just public school. Ours specifically, we're in public now ESA funded and not in a public school.
Okay. Now let's go to the money. You said, I think I heard you say it, this makes a difference. The funding is what? Is it $5,000?
So that's our career scholarship account, and that's specific to 10th, 11th, 12th graders, universal students. So that's a separate program. Is that what you're asking for, Representative?
Yeah, that's what I wrote, 5,000.
And like ESA versus CSA, just want to make sure I'm
You're telling
representing.
me when you're handling the money and you're giving it out, you say, the parents will say to you, I want to buy, I'll just make up something. I want to buy a bicycle so he could ride wherever. And you say, no, we don't furnish bicycles. Okay. Is that how do you handle it?
Yes, that is correct. So we have a spending category guide that gets published and reviewed on an annual basis. We also, in partnership with the Department of Education, go back and forth as well, specifically for special education services aligned to our spending categories and eligibility.
So I send you an invoice for something that I really want to buy and that you approve of. Who pays for it, and what's the process of getting that paid for?
So we have
Since I don't handle the money in my bank account.
Correct. We have a vendor that is our bank account essentially for the parents. And so Treasurer of State once we get an invoice and it says, yes, it's eligible through our staff, we remit payment to this vendor, and then the vendor pays the provider.
They give a check to the provider to buy whatever they want to buy?
Correct, within 3 business days.
Okay,
It's
so
settled.
in other words, the money still goes through the parent's hands?
Yes, correct.
Okay, I like that program.
So-
I'm gonna get me.
Not the parent's bank account, though.
We put in law, and it's the same class wallet vendor, but
I
there
know,
are
but
many out there.
you said the invoice is submitted to you, and then the person who's handling the money sends it to the parent.
It doesn't touch the parent's hands. It's in the parent's name in a bank account, class wallet.
It's
And
in
I
a
was like, the
digital
vendor.
wallet.
Yeah,
We actually
digitally.
put that in our law, that we had to use a digital wallet.
Okay, and then they can go make the purchase?
So yeah, they come through the program manager with either their receipt, or they're using a direct pay provider that's already in there, and then the direct pay provider's bank account is linked inside the wallet system as well. So once it's authorized, the money moves from the scholarship account to pay the provider.
Okay.
Or if they're turning in a receipt and it's approved, it moves from the scholarship account, reimbursing them back because they paid out of pocket.
Okay, one more question.
Yeah, and
Transportation,
Representative, if I could just, I'll give you an idea of how the Arkansas ESA program is working.
Please.
So a parent gets $6,800 in their digital wallet. That's 90% of the public school foundation aid amount. And they want to use the bulk of it to pay for tuition at a chosen private school that their child's attending. So they go to a website. It's a marketplace where pre-approved providers of education services, pre-approved by the state, all have accounts on that web page. And the parent arranges for the transfer of the tuition amount to that school. Then the parent says, well, I've got $1,400 left. My child doesn't have a functional computer. And so they see a computer, a laptop computer, inexpensive laptop computer on Expedia. And because educational technology and ways to access education through technology is a category pre-approved on their digital wallet, they can use their digital wallet to buy that computer for their child outside of the marketplace. So that gives them more choices. And then let's say they've got $75 left, and their child is in high school and wants to study for the SAT. So they score high on the SAT and can go to college. So then the parent could buy an SAT prep book at Barnes & Noble out of pocket, and then send the receipt and request a reimbursement from the program. So those are the 3 ways that parents can mobilize the resources they're given through this program. Most of them are going to spend most of it in the marketplace, directing it to pre-approved providers. Many of them will go beyond that and use the digital wallet to make purchases outside the marketplace, but only within approved categories that are programmed in that digital wallet. And then some of them, in special cases, will make purchases outside the digital wallet and request reimbursement.
Okay. One more question on transportation. Did I hear you say they had a transportation voucher for, would you explain that to me again?
Yes, I was like, Indiana does, and we have them actually in both of our programs. ESA is probably the easier one to describe. So they have to be a service provider, so pre-approved vendor that the parent utilizes. It's up to $750 for ESA, where that's again out of their total amount, so it's not an additional grant that they can drop down those funds. And then that reimburses not the parent, but the provider that they're utilizing to get to and from their service provider. So we don't do a mileage reimbursement in ESA. Sorry.
What mode of transportation is that? Is that an Uber, a school bus or a private bus or a train? What is that?
So with our ESA, it's very restrictive. We have quite a few of our students that actually need ambulatory transportation. So they're utilizing an ambulance or a service provider that can transport someone in a wheelchair to and from their providers. For our career scholarship account program, anything's in. So we have mileage reimbursement with a very detailed process that the parent and the career scholarship account employer has to autograph and sign off on. We do have Uber, Lyft, rideshare, taxis. We do also pay tolls because we do have a toll system within Indiana. And then I was like, yeah, you kind of name it on transportation. It's a lot more flexible in the career scholarship account program.
Utah has that as well, so it's up to $750 that you can use, but it is for public transportation or rideshare only. You cannot use it for reimbursement as a parent driving your car.
Do you have limit on mileage?
Mileage, no, it's just up to that dollar amount of $625 within the career scholarship account. It's like once that maxes out, it doesn't matter. And then we do state allocation, so 47 cents per mile instead of federal rate. We use the state rate on mileage reimbursement.
Okay, so a kid can come from one side of town to the other side of town.
And we do require maps, so no, you cannot go to McDonald's and pick up your lunch. You need to go to and from your either school or the employer where you're getting your work-based learning experience.
Thank you, that answers a few. I'll give somebody else a chance.
Representative Tallarico, and then we'll do Representative Cunningham after that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome all of you. This is my third term. I don't think I've seen this many out-of-staters on a panel here in front of the committee, and so welcome. I do think it's curious that we didn't invite anyone from Arizona, where news just broke that they are facing a $1.4 billion budget shortfall because of their new voucher program, which ballooned in cost by 400% over original estimates. Also think it's interesting we don't have anyone from Louisiana, where studies showed that their voucher students saw learning losses in math that were more than twice as large as those caused during Hurricane Katrina. We don't have anyone from Ohio, where studies showed that those voucher students fell behind at levels almost double the levels that were caused by COVID-19. But since y'all are here, I do want to ask Ms. Katzel about Indiana. So is it true that there was a study by researchers at the University of Notre Dame that found Indiana students who used your voucher were not benefiting but instead falling behind academically?
I'm actually not aware of that, and we're very invested in Notre Dame and their research team to be able to find that. We actually have 23 students in the South Bend region, which would be impacted by that.
Yeah, the study that I'm looking at from the University of Notre Dame shows that they analyzed student-level longitudinal data from public and private schools taking the same statewide standard assessment. Voucher students experience an average achievement loss of 0.15 standard deviations in mathematics during their first year of attending a private school compared with matched students who remained in public school. That loss persisted regardless of the length of time spent in private school. So you're not familiar with that study?
So Representative, this actually makes a little bit more sense. I do not administer the voucher program.
Okay, so you only administer the ESA program?
Correct.
So but you're still not familiar with this voucher data?
Representative, I'm familiar with that study. They did not find any negative effects in reading achievement. It was limited to math. And that was not a gold standard experimental study because students weren't randomly assigned to the treatment and control group. So you have to interpret the effects of any non-gold standard study, with some caution.
Well, and the English language arts results in this study was not positive either. It was neutral. And actually, my next question was for you, Dr. Wolf, because you, in your testimony, said that this benefits students with disabilities. And now I know you're from Arkansas, but do you know how many Texas private schools out of 1,200 private schools offer special education services?
No, Representative, I don't know that number offhand.
It's 67 private schools out of about 1,200. You want to guess what the average tuition is at those 67 private schools that offer special education services?
I don't have that information.
It's $20,000 a year. I know we're talking about math. I know 20,000 is a lot more than $8,000, which is what the original voucher bill proposed. So, I mean, my concern is that all of you have been invited to sell us on vouchers, which I appreciate. That's your position and what all of you do for a living. But I'm very concerned that we're not getting a true picture from across the country from folks who may disagree with your assessment. You know, Dr. Wolf, I know we have researchers here in Texas at Texas universities who have looked at the same data and come to different conclusions. So I would urge next time we have this hearing to provide a more balanced approach, because this frankly feels more like an infomercial than a hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Cunningham.
Thank you, Chairman Buckley. Looking, Ms. Bagley, didn't have anything, but then you said something. I want to go back to you. We're talking about the income performance, the income level performance that you used, and I believe it was like some percentages. Can you give that to me again? It was in your opening statement, and I kind of missed it because I did catch.
Are you wondering what our income preference levels are?
I'm going there, but yes.
Okay.
So you gave me different levels, because I think right now, if I last heard you say that you were at like 200%, 10,000, and I guess you went from 40 million to 80 million?
Yes.
Okay, so what is the levels, though? I know you're a young program, right?
For what is the level of what?
The performance levels. I mean, what are the required levels to get in? I mean, 200%, you gave me some other percentages.
So there are 3 levels,
Okay.
and it's by lottery, so it depends on how many students apply. It was 200% of poverty level or less,
Okay.
200 to 555%, and then above 555%. So in the first year, we have 10,000 students who are awarded the scholarship. They all fall in the 200% of poverty level or lower.
Okay.
There were 27,270 applications, but only 10,000 were awarded, all in that level.
And all was at the 200% level?
Yes.
Well, yeah, that's where I wanted to go. Thank you. Dr. Wolf. And Chairman, I got questions for everybody, so I'm just going to get through with all my questions, and then I can just sit back. Dr. Wolf, I believe Chairman Dutton already kind of asked the question, you answered it. I just want to make sure when we're talking about post-secondary, attainment, I think he talked about all the kids, but I think your statement was, under this program, kids go further. Okay.
That's correct.
And so, what about what if it's workforce related? Is that the same? Kids are doing better, going further?
Representative, we don't have any research on the effects of private school choice programs on workforce participation.
Okay. Well, all right. What about best practices? I mean, what are some of the best practices that we can ensure transparency to parents?
So, as I stated in my testimony, I think it's important that parents receive information about how well they're doing from a test chosen by the private school provider and administered to their child. But parents often rely on other cues regarding how their child is doing in school. I ran a focus group with a colleague. We asked 40 parents, how do you assess how well your child is doing in school? And none of the 40 parents actually selected test scores as their main factor. They mentioned things like their attitude towards school, completion of homework, grades, and things like that. And they can rely on those signals about their child's success in school because they see their child every day. And so basically a child's success in school is fairly transparent to parents just from their interactions with their children.
Okay. Well, Dr. Wolf, what about the state?
Well, that's an area, Representative, where I think norm reference tests, reported scores reported to parents, and then in aggregate form reported to the state, provide information about how well students are doing in various schools.
Okay. Well, one last question, because I want to touch on rural, urban, and suburban. Those schools, how are they different by school choice?
So the early school choice programs were all in urban environments, but the second wave has really expanded school choice statewide, and we still find that private school choice programs are especially popular in urban areas, but they also can be successful in suburban and rural areas as well. Florida is a great example of how school choice can spread to rural counties. A study by Ron Mattis found that now, 23 years into the school choice experience for Florida, that the rural counties, the public schools in rural counties in Florida, have lost some market share to private schools. So they are educating a lower proportion of the K-12 students in their county, but their enrollments are up because more families have moved to rural communities in Florida. And one reason they've moved there is because they know they have access to school choice. So there's lots of evidence signaling that school choice is a quality of life issue for parents, and it's making rural communities more attractive to them.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Wolf. You had mentioned something about testing, and I wanted to go to Miss, excuse me if I butcher your name, Ketzel, because I thought I heard Dr. Allen asked about testing, and I thought that was like a negative answer. So I'm going to ask this question because Dr. Wolf kind of mentioned testing. What tests are required for participating students?
So-
Is there a test?
Yes, Representative. In Indiana, it's specific to the Indiana statewide assessment. And so we are very specific to the tests that are provided to our accredited private schools and then our public school system. So we do not do an external norm reference testing. So we're talking apples to apples on all of our assessments within Indiana.
Okay, so just a follow-up then. So what is the rationale for requiring or not requiring?
Not requiring, can you please expand?
Test. So if you got it, then so I'm just trying to figure out those things. So the rationale for requiring it is because?
Well, our legislators specifically wanted accountability.
Okay.
And that was their thought process of this is the one area that they could say, here's a test, we're pointing to this is working, this is not. That was their specific.
Okay. Just one last question for you, and probably I'm trying to think on the end there. I forget your name. Miss Dipple?
Dipple.
Yeah.
Colleen.
Well, but Tina, no, one question, because I want Ms. Dipple to follow up on it. I think my district, one of the districts that I represent, has probably one of the biggest in the state of homeschoolers. Mm-hmm. And so what protections do homeschool families and private school families have in particular?
So specific to when in Indiana, we have a very clear definition of a homeschooler. So once they accept ESA funds and state funds, they are no longer homeschoolers. We call them educate at home. I did build a relationship with the largest homeschool network in the state because of that, and being able to build that relationship and ensure that we were respective of both of our intent to educate.
Okay, good. So, Ms. Dipple, I'm going to go to you. What is the best way to serve our homeschool families?
Well, so what we do now is we refer families who are interested in homeschooling, we refer them to the Texas Homeschool Coalition, and they provide them with guidance and support to do that. I think homeschooling in the context of an ESA, would potentially provide, parents with more resources to make decisions at home and to purchase educational materials. So, I think that this would provide probably more opportunity than current folks have right now if they were assigned dollars to homeschool.
Okay. Are you familiar with North Carolina's ESAs?
No, I'm not familiar with the North
Okay.
Carolina ESA.
Well, you had mentioned something, and go ahead, Michael.
No, I was going to hear your question. They're in our administrator network, so I've heard them present before, so I was curious what your question was going to be about North Carolina.
Well, it was mentioned before, they allow ISDs to participate in addition to, into private schools. They participate in ESAs. And so I think Chairman Dutton had mentioned that to you, and you kind of said we're all on the same page on that. Talking to Colleen.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. I mean, that's,
Right.
again, it's a decision that the legislature would make when writing this policy. But I would think, again, I stated in my opening statement, we do partner with district schools. And we did a survey last year for Austin ISD. We are proud of partnering with ISDs, and I think that there are district schools that want to innovate and need more tools to do that. And if homeschool parents could take courses at district schools, I don't know why that wouldn't be something that we would consider.
Good, good.
I shared as well that Utah's law allows that. So any district can be a provider, or a charter school can be a provider. They can serve up programs, curriculum, whatever it is they would like, extracurricular, and they attach a fee to it. And as I shared, some of our largest districts have already jumped in to be providers in this very first year.
And we also know from polling data from parents that they do want that. They want a blended education model between public school and other providers. They don't want to give up an entire public school coursework because they know that there are some classes there that work for them. So having public schools and ISDs to be providers is something that we know that parents want overwhelmingly from surveys.
Okay. Well, Michael, help me, because we kind of talked around this. How do we strike a balance between accountability and efficiency?
So for us, we advocate for parent options. So for us, anything that centers parents and what they want and need should come first. We do know from accountability that there is more than test-based accountability. There's program satisfaction. There's parent surveys about how they feel their children are learning. We know about growth in programs, so we can see that programs continue to grow over time and are continuing to retain parents, that those parents feel that they are successful. So for us, we do believe in test-based accountability. We also believe in more than just test-based accountability when looking at whether these programs are successful. So we're striking a balance between those two things. So we believe in transparency, giving parents information on these programs. In a variety of states, there are, as part of the online marketplaces, parents can rate providers. That's something
Mike, I'm going to interrupt for a minute. Public testimony, registration for public testimony is going to close here at 3 o'clock. Just want to make that announcement. So go ahead. Sorry.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we know that parents can provide that feedback on how providers are working for other parents. That's something that we think could work well in other states, because parents are, for the most part, the toughest critics when determining how vendors work for their children.
Okay. And I heard Utah say they had the 10,000 at the 200%. Michael, I'm gonna ask you what student prioritization do you recommend? So am I talking like low income, first come, first serve, merit base? What would be your recommendation?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Representative. So we don't have hard and fast numbers, whether it's 200% or 250%. But if there is a prioritization, we do think incoming kindergartners, special needs students, and the lowest income students should be served first. Where those lines are drawn is obviously a question for the legislature. But generally speaking, the lowest income special needs and incoming kindergartners are the most sort of group that needs to be accounted for first.
I want to jump back to rural. This is my last question. In your survey of states, is there a program that you can point to that services rural students the best?
I'd say there's a variety of programs that serve rural states.
Give me the best one.
So Indiana does a pretty good job. About a third of our students in the voucher program are rural students. West Virginia also has a new program. It's a very rural state. It's still new, so but there are about, I think last time I checked, about 8,000 students that are in the West Virginia ESA program from all across the state, including rural areas. There's parent groups there that help get the word out there, like Colleen's group. So I'd point to West Virginia as an example of a state that can serve rural students well, because it is an extraordinarily rural state, and also West Virginia, in Indiana, that has a robust program, been around for 2011, and we serve about a third of our students in rural areas.
All right. Thank you, panel. Thank you, Chairman Buckley.
Thank you. Just a couple of things I think that I want to make sure is clear in the record. More than 80% of private schools in Texas teach special education kids. They have special education programs. It's true, there are 51 campuses that are special education only, including one in my district that basically provides education for kids with autism. So I just want it to be very clear that there are private schools all over Texas that have special education programs. The average tuition in a private school in Texas is $6,800. Now, if you move outside of that to maybe some of the more specialized schools, that would increase. But those are just the numbers. Those are the facts. And I want the record to reflect the actual factual numbers of what's going on in Texas. Representative Hefner, you have a question?
I was going to ask, in the ESA program that y'all have seen in your experience, what of the, whatever the amount is, what percentage has it broke down kind of in spending as far as tuition, tutoring, and instructional materials in the first year?
So I can speak for Arizona. When their program first started, it was around 90% were used for tuition, and then the rest was for tutoring, textbooks, curricular materials, and those things. I know that number has gotten larger, and the amount of families that are customizing that has gotten has gotten larger. I don't have the updated data on what percentage of that is, but we do know that generally speaking, these programs start out as programs for tuition-based schools, and then as they get older and more mature, grow into more specialized programs.
I'll just add, the latest numbers I've seen from Arizona is less than 70% of the ESA funds in Arizona are now being spent on private school tuition and fees. So over 30% is being spent in ways that sort of fully customize a child's education.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Representative Hinojosa.
Thank you, Chairman Buckley. I'd like to speak to Indiana, and I have no clarity on what is your ESA program and what is your voucher program, but I would like to know which one of those is the one where about 70% of those enrolled were not in public school before. Is that the taxpayer-funded voucher, or is that the ESA?
I was going to say that's not the ESA. I'm going to hand it over to Michael because of the voucher program.
So yeah, the voucher program. Yeah, the voucher program is the one that before last year was only for switchers, only for students that were going from public schools to private schools. And there was about 66,000 kids, 66,000 kids in that program.
Okay,
so that one.
Well, earlier, it seems like earlier there was a question about what percentage were in public schools before, and I heard 30%
is ESA, correct.
So about 70% were never in public schools before.
That is correct,
Okay.
yes.
And then I have a question, Dr. Wolf, for you. This is what you primarily study, am I correct, these types of programs?
Correct.
And you did state earlier 30 different studies that you've just cited. And I'm wondering how many of those studies and which ones were conducted within the last decade?
So for the evaluations of the competitive effects of private school choice programs, I'm imaging I'm looking at the table in my head. I would say around 10 of the 31 have been conducted since 2018.
And which were those?
They in Florida, there's been a recent study in Florida. There's been a recent study in Indiana. There've been 2 national studies that factor in levels of private school choice in all the states, the 34 U.S. states that have private school choice. Other recent competitive effects studies, Ohio. There's one from 2021 in Ohio that found positive effects of the Ohio Ed Choice program. Those are the ones that immediately come to mind.
Okay. And the one state that you've singled out as not a good model for us to follow is Louisiana, at least on this panel. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And fortunately, that program has been replaced by the Louisiana Gator program, which is very different because it's an ESA program with universal accessibility and light touch regulations. So
right. And so I've done some work following up on your research in this when I saw you were going to be a panel here. And I found you cited one of the big problems with the Louisiana program was open admissions, I'm sorry. Is that true? They weren't allowed to discriminate, and that's what you identified as a major problem with the Louisiana program.
Yeah. No private school is allowed to discriminate. They all have to operate subject to U.S. civil rights laws, so they can't discriminate regarding race, religion, ethnicity, and those protected classes. But with the Louisiana scholarship program, private schools were prohibited from applying any admission standards to students.
Right.
And that's what led 2/3 of the private schools in Louisiana to decline to participate.
So they can't discriminate on race. I'll give you that. I do agree with you on that, at least not legally. But they can discriminate on things like needing special education. And I do believe they can discriminate on religion as well, as if they are a religious school. And so I take issue with that characterization. But that was a primary concern, is that it was open admissions, correct?
Representative, they cannot discriminate in admissions based on religion. They cannot subject students to a religious test to enroll in their school. That is prohibited under U.S. civil rights law.
Okay, so back to my question. Your big problem with the Louisiana program is that they can discriminate in admissions. They can't discriminate in violation of federal law, but there's lots of other areas. Well, wait, they can discriminate in ways that public schools cannot discriminate, correct?
They were the private schools are not allowed to apply admission standards, and that prevented many quality private schools from choosing to participate. It wasn't the only factor, though. The requirement to administer the state test also was a factor that drove away a lot of private schools.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's important to point out that in public schools in Texas, there are application-based schools all over the place. Oh. If you want to take dual credit courses, you have to pass an exam. If you want to transfer from one school to another school, your behavior and academic record is evaluated. So I think it's important that the record indicate that there are various forms of application requirements in public and private schools. This is not anything unlike what we see throughout the state of Texas.
Well, no public school can discriminate against kids needing a special education. And private schools can do that.
And 80-something% of private schools offer special education courses and or education programs. I think that's important to know. Yeah.
I would just like to fact check this in real time, because this 80% of private schools offering special education services is complete BS, since we're here. And it's been debunked every time it's brought up at this hearing. 80% of private schools serve some kids who are eligible for special education services. That is not the same as a private school providing special education services. So I just want to, I know the voucher.
What's your definition of that? I mean, Is that a distinction without a difference? If a child is there and learning...
It's a giant difference.
No.
A student who is eligible for special education is different than a school offering special education, a student getting special education. Any special education parent here in the audience can tell you the difference. I know the voucher lobby is tricky with some of these talking points, but I think we got to fact check it before we say it from the chair's position. Thank you.
I think there's a clear track record that parents have the ultimate power when they make a school choice decision, and they're the ones that can decide whether or not the school is meeting the needs of their kids. Let's go on to Chairman King.
Are you sure?
Very sure.
I've been waiting. I want to go back to this rural discussion. I appreciate my colleague from Houston bringing up rural school issues. Not sure how much he knows about being rural, but I actually am a rural representative. And Michael, I'm going to ask you a question. You brought up West Virginia, and I'd submit it's further across my district than it is West Virginia. So my question is, you said they're doing a pretty good job including rural students. And one of my issues has always been in my 19 counties, and many of them cover nearly 1,000 miles of county, one town in them. There is no option for a voucher as far as bricks and mortar. So my question to you is, when you say these rural schools are participating and getting services, are they getting services online through some kind of virtual system? Because if they live in the middle of a 900 square mile county, $750 isn't going to get them one way.
Sure, Representative, thank you for the question. So yes, some students are receiving virtual instruction in those areas, but we also find that little schools will pop up in those places. So there's examples of a parent getting a homeschool co-op getting together in a church basement or a community center in West Virginia. So it's not just a traditional brick and mortar school like you think of it as, like I went to Catholic school. It's not like a Catholic school down the street. These learning pods or micro schools are popping up in these areas where they'll serve 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 kids in a particular area, and they can provide multiple parents or instructors can show up there. They also serve these students in non-traditional places. I've seen them in buildings that were vacant. They came in and remodeled buildings and were able to serve students in a classroom setting there, or in former homes that they've partitioned out to be classrooms. So it's not just a traditional school as we think about it, but you can continue to serve students in these unique ways in homes and examples. So in West Virginia, that's happening. Those are popping
so
up.
it's happening virtually, or it's happening in micro type settings, micro schools. But the private school option to go to a private school, it isn't happening for rural Texas, even in West Virginia.
I mean, not in the way that we think about it, no. But I will say
that's
that
the question. Can a rural student in West Virginia or Indiana who truly lives in a rural area participate in that voucher program and be admitted to a private school, and is it feasible to do so? Now, micro schools, home schools, virtual schools, all that exists in rural Texas today. I mean, that's nothing new. That's happening right now. Parents have that choice to do that. My question is, if we're going to create a multi-billion-dollar school system, and the way Texas works, and these are nice round numbers, but about 20% of the kids go to 80% of the districts.
20% of the kids go to 80% of the districts?
Yeah, and 80% of the kids go to 20% of the districts. My 20% tend to get left out. And so what I'm saying is, in rural Texas, if this is going to be fair, and I like what you had said about allowing public schools to participate. You know, we did this several years ago where we created a system where charter schools and traditional ISDs could create partnerships. That's worked great. It's really helped a lot of areas have resources that we haven't always had. But when I hear this is good for all kids, I can show you 19 counties where it ain't gonna help a damn one of them. And now a micro school, homeschool, I support every parent's right to pick that. But if I'm going to have an underfunded public school system, and we're going to take money and give it to kids in urban settings, I'm all for those kids, but my kids are what's important to House District 88. So I was just trying to clarify, are we actually comparing apples to apples here? And we're not. There's options, and those options exist today. And I'm in support of them. But your testimony seemed to allude to that even in West Virginia, a kid out in the middle of nowhere could apply for his voucher and apply to the private school and go there, and the numbers weren't adding up on the transportation costs.
Sure, Representative. So I think that we have an issue of definition here. So for us, again, ESAs. So for us, vouchers only state, parent, private school, right? The money goes from the state to the parent to the private school. ESAs goes from the state to the parent, and the parent can spend it on a variety of education options. So for us, that's why we support education scholarship accounts, because you can have that flexibility built in. That's why one of the reasons that West Virginia went that route is that they could have that flexibility built in and not just be tied to a traditional sort of brick and mortar private school. So we can have that flexibility. Transportation is definitely important, and I would never speak to how that would work in your district, but I do know that when you look at some of the other states that have very rural areas, those other options pop up where they may not have the population to support a traditional brick and mortar private school, and we want to continue to support and promote those kinds of education opportunities as well.
Thank you for that.
To Representative King's question. So nationally, 70% of public schools located in rural areas, that is areas defined by the U.S. Census as rural, 70% of them have a private school operating within 30 minutes of that public school in rural areas. So a surprising number of private schools do exist, and that's not counting micro schools or homeschooling. That's just brick and mortar private schools. And actually, the first two private school choice programs in the United States were created in Maine and Vermont in around 1870, because there were large rural parts of the state that had private schools operating, but not public schools. And so the state paid for the tuition of students in rural areas to attend private schools, and those were the first school choice programs in the U.S.
Well, I appreciate that, Dr. Wolf, and I would submit to you that whoever wrote that stat never visited House District 88. But, because I will tell you, I have 19 counties, more than 60 school districts. I have one accredited private school, and it only teaches preschool and kindergarten. So, Mr. Chairman, and I've had lots of conversations about this.
I walked back there that evening and checked on the beans. They'd picked themselves up and were looking fine. I saw that she'd made a circle of dirt around the other 3 plants. Out of nowhere, the words it should be from, not form. Out of nowhere, the words from the Bible came into my head. And a little child shall lead them. I didn't know the way at first. Then I did. There's plenty about my life I can't change. Can't bring the dead back to life on this earth. Can't change myself into a millionaire. But a patch of ground in this trashy lot, I can change that. Can change it big. Better to put my time into that than moaning about the other all day. That little grammar school girl showed me that. The little grammar school girl is Kim. Kim showed him that he can change. The lot had buildings on 3 sides. I walked around and picked myself out a spot that wouldn't be shaded too much. I dragged the garbage off to the side and tossed out the biggest pieces of broken glass. I looked over my plot, squatted down, and fingered the soil a while. That Monday, I brought a shovel home from work. So we see that he's motivated to change because he's bringing a shovel home from work. So what words would defend the theme? And I guess the first question before that would be, well, what is the theme? What is the main idea in these few paragraphs? If you were thinking change, that is correct. Change is a big theme in this particular vignette. And I would argue that change can be beneficial. Change can be a benefit. Change can be a good thing. So now your job would be to go through and find examples where change is a good thing. But a patch of ground in this trashy lot, I can change that. Sometimes we think change is such a big thing. But if we look at change as a day-to-day, one step at a time thing, we can accept change. It becomes more digestible. It's not so overwhelming. Instead, for example, when you think, oh, I have 5 different things to do for homework, what do you have to do right now? Just right now. Can you do one math problem just right now? Then it doesn't seem so overwhelming. So change is good is a major theme of this section. All right, change ahead. Here we have an activity. You're going to provide a reading response. Wendell discovered through the help of a little girl named Kim that change is sometimes good. When in your own life have you experienced change and found it to be a good thing? When in your own life have you experienced change and found it to be a good thing? Did you feel the change was something good immediately, or was it something that you needed to appreciate with time? How are you different because of the change? So take time to write down your response. I'll read that all again. Wendell discovered through the help of a little girl named Kim that change is sometimes good. When in your life have you experienced change and found it to be a good thing? Did you feel the change was good immediately, or was it something that you needed to appreciate with time? How are you different because of the change? I'll give you a minute to consider all of the questions and take time to answer it. So even when this lesson ends today, you can still go back and take the time you need to reflect and find your voice, find your own answers within to these questions. Okay, so before we end, I'm just going to show you again. This is the website where you can find the book itself. And there's Wendell in the bottom right corner. These are the teaks covered. These are the things you will need to do the lesson. Consider these warm-up questions. Study the text. Internal and external dialogue, internal and external actions to help us with character analysis. Inferencing is a huge part of reading. We became lawyers. You're going to go back and highlight the words that defend our theme of change. And finally, you have your reading activity. Again, my name is Ms. Jacobs. I'm a middle grade reading teacher, ELA, at Tanglewood Middle School, and I want to thank you for joining me today. See you next week.
Hello HISD students, welcome to another week of Math at Home. Today is our fourth video and we are going to be dividing our lesson into 3 sections. We're going to have our 6th graders are going to be learning about algebraic expressions. Our 7th graders will focus on integer operations. And then our 8th graders are going to be learning about simplifying expressions. So let's get started. The objective for our 6th graders is going to be to learn to generate and compare 2 expressions to know if they are equivalent. And they're going to be doing this by using operations and algebraic properties, such as the commutative, the associative, and the distributive property. Today we are going to start with the commutative property. So let's look at this expression. We have 2 plus 4. And we have the next expression, which is 4 plus 2. The question is, are these 2 expressions equivalent? And equivalent just means, are they the same? So let's explore this with algebra tiles. Let's say that I have 2 units and then I add 4 more units. Well, if I put them together, that means that I'm going to have a total of 6. Now, will this change if I change the order of operations? Well, if I have 4 units first and then I add 2, then that means that the total is going to be the same. So this is what the commutative property is all about. The order of operations does not affect the final result. But I know what you're thinking. Well, does that hold for any type of operation? Well, let's see. What if I have the expression 5 minus 4? And now I'm looking at the next one, which is 4 minus 5. Are these 2 expressions equivalent? Let's explore it with algebra tiles. If I have 5 positive units and I add 4 negative units, that means that I have, as a result, only 1 positive unit, or our result is going to be the number positive 1. What if I change the order of operations? If I have 4 positives and then I subtract 5 units, well, that means that I'm going to get a result of negative 1. So, on the commutative property, it doesn't apply for subtraction. For the commutative property on multiplication, we are going to explore at these operations with fractions. We're going to have 1 over 2 times 2 over 3. And remember that when we multiply fractions, we are going to multiply numerators and then the denominators. So 1 times 2 over 2 times 3. This is going to be on top, is going to equal 2, and then it's going to equal 6. So my final result is going to be simplification 1/3. Let's go to the next one, and we change the order. And now we're going to explore 2/3 times 1 over 2. We're gonna do the same. 2 times 1, multiplying numerators and then multiplying denominators. This is gonna be equal to 2 over 6, which is gonna give me the same result, 1/3. So I can say that the commutative property, or the order of operations, does work for multiplication. Same property, but now it's going to be for division. We're going to start with 4 divided by 2, and if I divide 4 into 2 groups, that's going to be equal to 2. Let's go to the next example, and on this one we have 2 divided by 4. So we change the order of operations, but now this one actually is going to be equal to 0.5. So I can say that the commutative property, or the order of operations, does not apply for division. Our next algebraic property is going to be the associative. And what this is talking about is that the grouping of the operations in an expression does not have an effect on the final result. Let's see if on the following expression this is accurate. We're going to have inside of a parenthesis a 2 plus 3. And then outside of it, we are going to add 5. We know from last week that according to the order of operations, I have to work the parentheses first, and then I'm going to add the number 5. The next expression is the same numbers, but the parentheses are in a different position. So that means that the grouping is different. It's saying that the 2 is going to be outside, and then the 3 plus 5 is going to be inside of the parentheses. So that indicates that on that expression, the 3 plus 5 is going to be done first. Let's explore this with algebra tiles to see if they have the same result. So I know that inside of my parentheses, on the first expression, I'm going to have 2 plus 3, which is going to total 5 units. And then I'm going to add extra 5, which is going to give me a total of 10. Now, if I do it in another set of grouping, that means that the 2 is going to be outside, and the 3 plus 5 is going to be inside of the parentheses. Well, that means that inside of the parentheses we have 8 units, and then I'm going to add 2 more. And that means that my total is going to be 10. That means that the associative property holds for addition. On the associative property of subtraction, we are going to explore at the following expression. We have inside the parentheses 5 minus 2, and then we subtract 1. We start with the parentheses because of my order of operation. 5 minus 2 is going to equal 3, and then I subtract 1. That means that my final result is going to be 2. Let's look at the other expression. We have 5 minus 2 minus 1. And the parenthesis now is going to be on the second part of the expression. So I have to start with 2 minus 1, which is equal to 1. And then I'm going to subtract 5 minus 1. This one, the result is going to be equal to 4. So I can see that the associative property does not work on subtraction. Now let's look at multiplication. And we have the following expression. Inside of a parenthesis, 10 times 3, and outside of it, times 2. The next expression is 10 outside, multiplying the multiplication inside of the parentheses, 3 times 2. So let's see if these different groupings are going to have the same result. If we have 3 groups of 10 inside of a parenthesis, that means that I'm going to have a total of 30. And if I have the times 2 outside, that just means that I have to times 30 2 times. And that means that I'm going to have a total of 60 units. Okay, so let's evaluate the next expression, which is 10 is outside, and we have 3 times 2 in the inside. If we have 2 groups of 3, that's going to be equal to 6. And if I add these 10 times, that means that I have a total of 60. So this means that the associative property also holds for multiplication. For the associative property on division, we're going to start with this expression. 4 divided by 2 in the parentheses and then divided by 2 later. We start with the parentheses and this is equal to 2, and then if I divide that by 2, that's going to be equal to 1. So that's my first result. Let's go to the next expression. Now we have the grouping change, and I'm gonna start the division on the far right. So I'm gonna keep the 4, and then 2 divided by 2 is gonna be equal to 1. Now I divide 4 by 1, and that's gonna give me a result of 4. So I can see that the associative property on division does not apply. Now we got to our final algebraic property, which is the distributive property of multiplication over addition. And what this is telling us is that if we have a multiplication over a addition inside of a parenthesis, then what can we do is we can multiply each term inside of the parenthesis by the number outside, and it's gonna give us the same result as if I was doing the order of operations. So let's explore this expression to see if it's true. I'm gonna start with order of operations right here. And I'm gonna evaluate the expression 6 plus 3 first. That's gonna be equal to 9, and then I'm gonna multiply times 5, which is gonna be equal to 45. So let's see now using the distributive property of multiplication over addition. I'm gonna have the same expression, but now I am going to start by multiplying 5 times 6 plus 5 times 3. Well, I know that 5 times 6 is going to equal 30 plus 5 times 3 is going to equal 15, and that means that my final result is going to be 45. So this shows you that we can use the distributive property of multiplication over addition, and it's gonna give us the same result. For our 7th grade section, our objective is going to be to apply and extend previous knowledge of operations in order for us to be able to solve problems using addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division of rational numbers. Specifically, we are going to be talking about integers. Remember that the integer grouping is going to be all the whole numbers and also its opposites, and that just means the negatives. Okay, so we're gonna start with adding integers. And basically for adding integers, we just have to remember 2 rules. And we're gonna be doing this by giving you guys examples. The first rule is that when you add numbers that have the same sign, the result is going to be the addition of those numbers, and the sign is going to be kept on the result. So let's just say that I have -3 plus -5. Well, I'm going to add them, and that's going to give me a total of 8. And then I have to keep the same sign, so that means that my result is going to be -8. Now that brings us to our second rule, which is that if I'm adding two numbers that have different signs, that means that I'm going to subtract them, and I'm going to keep the sign of the largest number. See this example. I have positive 3 plus negative 5. So if I'm going to subtract them, that's going to give me a total of 2, and the highest number is actually that 5. So that means that my result is going to be negative 2. Now we're going to get to subtracting integers. And this is very important that you guys keep this as one rule for this operation. And the rule is that every time that you see the sign negative or the minus sign, you can think of it as adding the opposite. So for example, if I have $5 and I subtract 1, that's the same as saying that I have $5 and I'm adding a negative 1. Okay? So think of the minus sign as adding the opposite. Let's look at this example. We have positive 3 minus negative 5. Well, since we said that the minus means adding the opposite, I can rewrite this and say that this is positive 3 plus positive 5. And that will make it easier because now I can do the last two rules, which tell me that if they have the same sign, I just add them and keep the sign. So that means that my result is going to be positive 8. This is an easy way for you guys to solve operations with integers, including subtraction. Now we get to the multiplication of integers. And for that, we are going to be evaluating one operation, which is 5 times 4. And we are just going to do it in 4 different ways in order for you guys to explore what are the 2 rules of multiplication of integers. So let's get started. If I multiply a positive 5 times a 4, I know that the result is going to be 20. The complication comes when we have different signs involved. And that's what we're trying to explore in this exercise. So let's say that I have, this is the top one, 5 times negative 4. So since both of these numbers have different signs, my result is going to be negative 20. Let's say the next example is negative 5 times negative 4. We can see that both of them have the same sign, so my result is going to be positive. Same with 5 times 4. Since both are positives, then the result is going to be also positive. And the last one, negative 5 times 4, since both are different signs, that means that my result is going to be negative. So these give us the 2 rules of multiplication of integers that say if both numbers that you are multiplying have the same sign, they are going to be positive. The result is going to be positive. But if both numbers have different signs, then the result is going to be negative. For dividing integers, we actually have the same 2 rules. So now it's going to be your turn to apply what you just learned on the last exercise. I'm going to give you guys 20 seconds in order for you to be able to try this problem. And the problem says we have to divide 10 by 2. Let's see if you can get the correct signs. Okay, so let's see what the real answers are. On our first one, 10 divided by -2, our answer, since both have different signs, is going to be -5. On the next one, -10 divided by -2, both have the same, so that means that our result is going to be positive. 10 divided by 2, both are positive, so that means that the answer is also a positive. And -10 divided by +2, since both are different, that means that the result is going to be negative. So again, the rules for division of integers are the same as the rules for multiplication of integers. If they have the same sign, the result is positive. If they have different sign, the result is negative. We're going to explore some real-world problems that involve operations with integers. So we have this. A diver is swimming at 2 feet below sea level. He decides to descend 5 more feet. How many feet below sea level is he? For this, we're going to be solving this problem with a number line, and as well we're going to do it algebraically so we can see how it looks on both ways. So we have a diver that is at 2 feet below sea level. That means that on our number line below sea level, that means that it's negative. So we have our diver, and if we want to see it algebraically, we can say that we have a diver initially at -2, and then he wants to descend or subtract 5 more feet. But we said that every time that we have the sign of minus, we can just change it for a plus, and then we just have to change the 5 to its opposite. So we can rewrite it as -2 plus -5. Let's see in a number line. If we move 5 spaces to the bottom, that means that the diver is now going to be on -7 feet, or 7 feet below sea level, which is the same that we will get in our algebraic expression. Next problem says, a hot air balloon descended 90 meters in 10 seconds. What was the balloon's average rate of descent in meters per second? So we have to realize that if we're talking about descent, we are talking about negative numbers. So we have -90 meters, and he descended in 10 seconds. So I'm going to put it right here. And what we want to know is what happens to this fraction when the seconds become only 1 second. And we have to remember that the relationship between these two denominators is that the 10 has to be divided by 10 in order to become 1. So that means that on top, we are going to divide by 10 as well. If we divide 90 divided by 10, that'll be -9 meters. So we can say that the balloon's average rate of descent was 9 meters per second. Now for our 8th grade section, we are going to be learning about simplifying expressions. And today's objective is going to be to use mathematical processes in order to acquire mathematical understanding. So before we start, we're going to go through some key vocabulary. And the first word that I want you guys to remember is the word constant. When we talk about a constant on an expression, we are just talking about the number on that expression that does not change. This can be any number that doesn't have any type of variable. So let's see our example. It says 5x plus 2. Over here, the x is a variable that can be any number. The only number here that is not going to change is the number 2. And that is going to be our constant. The next word that we need to be acquainted with is the word coefficient. And the coefficient is going to be the number attached to the variable. The number that is going to be repeated as many times as the variable's value is. In this case, the coefficient is going to be the number 5 because it's beside the variable x. Now we can get started with some real world problems. Let's explore simplifying expressions with whole numbers. Let's read. Pedro buys an iPhone at a cell phone store. They charge him $40 activation fee. That's going to be one of my constants. And he will pay $20 per month for his plan. Since I don't know how many months he's going to have, I have to put a variable with the 20. And then it says plus $29 a month to pay for the phone. That will give me another $29 per month. That means that I have to add another variable. So when we are simplifying expressions, we just have to combine like terms. That means that if I have two coefficients, I can just add them together. So I can do 20 plus 29, and this expression